talking to like them about it, but I've been reluctant when it comes to affiliate schemes, and there are companies out there that will only do affiliate schemes. My issue with affiliate schemes is you're basically saying we do not want to take any risk. We basically don't believe in you as a creator until you prove that we should believe in you, which you think sounds fair, but what most people don't realize around marketing is there is a cost to even get your product in front of people. And affiliate schemes spit in the face of that logic. Like what a lot of creators don't realize when they do affiliate schemes is they are essentially selling their brand for nothing. Right? The potential earnings can be there, but even those earnings aren't like that incredible when you consider the marketing costs around. I think a lot of people just aren't aware of the amount of money that goes into just marketing a product to get it in front of people, let alone to have them buy it, right? So yeah, that's usually why I take an issue. You know, I'll occasionally make an exception if it's just something I'm using anyway. Like, that's usually how the different energy drink companies get people, is like, they want to drink it anyways, so might as well have an affiliate code because you're going to drink it either way. For me, I'd love to be sponsored by RedBull. I'm not. I just like RedBull. It's a poor position to find yourself in. Up to $4,000 if you're 20 viewers exposed. No. So, Happy Axie, that is the even more dumb ones. That's like the mobile games. Jesus, I hope they don't find this if I do some of them. Mobile games usually have the sense to offer a base, but then they'll have unrealistic convertibles on how you earn more money. It's just how a lot of them work. But, you know, like a lot of people think that it's... we'll hop in the game in a second because I think this is really educational. I'm loading up now. I think a lot of people, they don't really... and it's not their fault, right? Like, why would they? Because it's a different side of things. Like, they don't understand the fact that, like, you know, a company can afford to pay someone $70 for a $50 purchase if it's a repeat purchase. So, like, for example, a food delivery type service. If you sign up a new customer for them, they might offer you, like, $70, even though the average order is 40 or 50. The logic there is that the person is going to probably be a repeat customer, or a high probability is going to be there, right? And that also, like, when people have issue with thinking in that way, you have to, like, challenge that from your own sales perspective and go, well, do you not believe that your product is good enough to convert people to regular sales? Because now if you don't believe that, I'm questioning if I should even partner with you, because I'm like, are you actually serving quality goods here? Or are we shilling crap that's only going to sell once, right? It's like, there's so many different, like, mutations to it. That's usually why influencers would rather come to me and have me do it than do it themselves, because it's a quagmire of crap to navigate. Let's put it like that. Let me just update, because we were doing team games before, weren't we? So I need to adjust my overlay. I think it was it trim team? There it is. All right, let me stop the music. We're going to get ready for the games. But yeah. Maybe we'll be able to find a chair sponsor eventually. I'd like to find a peripheral sponsor, actually. I have a few in mind. With that in mind, though, let's get underway. This might be the first time I have seen Delhi picked here. No. Let me do that correctly. This is the first time we've ever seen Delhi picked on this map, which is wild when you consider how dominant this civ is on what is essentially land maps in general. One and all, welcome back to the Age of Empires 4 action. It is RedBull Wololo time. That's right, El Reinado, the main event underway. We are tuning in for a best of 5 in the double elimination bracket format between Balon and Team Liquid's Dumu. Balon and Dumu, a showdown that wasn't able to happen in its truest form in King of the North on LAN a few weeks ago, now is going to have to be settled here online. Delhi on Socotra is a very peculiar choice. Not many people would have pegged this to come out at all. Delhi has been seen as a dominant pick on maps like Gorge, Dry Arabia, and that would have fit, especially considering the map pool was Kawasan, Holy Island, Dry Arabia, and Rocky River. So Socotra being the choice here for Delhi instead of something like Dry Arabia, it's pretty wild out of Balon, and it may actually warp the way that the draft goes later in this series. On the other side, Dumu has gone for something strong and stable. Yes, that was a Teresa Majek. We've got the English bit coming out. This is a decent one. I wouldn't necessarily put it top 2. I still think Mongols is very good. Marlins is probably the best civ here. But English, just behind them, nibbling the heels. But English have been nerfed, remember. Their king takes a lot longer to come out than it used to. And that might impact timings. In fact, that might lean Ben into something different and talk about different. Check this. Dumu goes out onto the board at the very beginning of the game. And I do believe he done it in a way that he took 0 damage on his villagers. So well played to him there. It looks like he perfectly aggroed with the scout. Obviously, this, of course, Delhi would not mirror that play. This is another element, I think, as to why Delhi is a bit weird on this map. The ball play is actually really powerful because of how close it is to your base and how it sets you up nicely to wall the center, maybe even proxy base or drop a second TC depending on your civ. It's a play that the Delhi can't do, though. This civ cannot gather from pick whatsoever, all right? They do not go ham for the ham. But they do at least have the berry batches. This isn't always guaranteed to get the miraculous spawn, but it looks like this would have been one of those situations either way. So will be a lot of food nearby to work with. The question mark for me is going to be whether this is going to be your standard Ghazi build. I feel like against the English it has to be, because you can't really open spears. You could just rush archers in theory, though, and then pepper your opponent down. It's like mountain clearing? Oh, no, dude. I think this is like a better mountain clearing. I actually think more civs are viable on this map than mountain clearing. Mountain clearing is the type of map that gets dominated by 2 or 3 civs very specifically, because the sacred site is a big sticking point. The thing I love about Socotra compared to mountain clearing is the fact that there's 2 sacred sites instead of 1. So you can't just play, you know, for the capture and lock it down. You can't go China and drop a Barbican. You can't go Rus and drop a Kremlin. You can do those things, but it doesn't immediately define the outcome of the game. What a cool build from Dumu. Council Hall in the center. I wonder, was it worth the timing? Probably. I think the distance walked compared to the ball gathered made up, like it balanced out to about a net even compared to if you just stayed at home and gathered sheep. The difference maker here really is the fact that the Council Hall is so much closer to your opponent. I'll have to see if it works out, if it pays off. Balon has scouted it. Either way, this feels like it's going to be a quick game. Now, realistically, what Balon should be leaning into here, probably immediately into Ghazi. And then you just kind of scholar Garrison, get 2 to 4 out, and then prep an archer transition afterwards, right? Because by going Ghazi, and that should be the expectation from Dumu that Ghazi is going to be on the way, there needs to be a Rax reaction. First things first, it should be a double longbow pump. There we go. Dumu queues up to 2. Wood's been perfectly timed. So this should be a Rax drop, I'd imagine. Yep, there we go. Dumu understands it. This could actually work, guys. This could get Dumu in the lead very early, very quickly in the series. Balon a little bit slower on his timing here. He's immediately in the stables, though. Doesn't make the mistake of going for the blacksmiths. And this is the importance of scouting, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious you should be seeing this detail. But if he hadn't, this is the type of game where you go blacksmiths first. Because it's so important to have that up against Lombos that you basically be dead upon arrival. So, vacate the front side of the base. Works out okay for Balon. Remember, he didn't touch the sheep, so he's got 18 underneath his TC. Dumu, meanwhile, has got 14 plus the ball. Lombos are now rotating. Scout goes down. That's a big deal here. Dumu now riding blind. He may need to consider just actually adding in another scout from the TC and sacrificing a villager here. It is a small map, so realistically you should be able to see everything. But I usually find, you know, with these small stealth forests, lacking a scout could catch you off guard against 1 or 2 Ghazi. Speaking of which, first Ghazi is in for Balon. Only the 1 so far. That's due to the gap, though, right, guys? Like, what happened here is you have to remember that he pulled back off the sheep with berries, rather, a lot of villagers to the sheep. So he lost fluid production there of non-stop Ghazi. And now we have got the archer range on the way. So I'm expecting this to be second Ghazi out. And then as soon as the archer range is ready, you switch the scholar into this. Because it's now important that you make sure you just overwhelm with archers. Outside this Dumu, not opting into any quick blacksmith plays. Could be a really cool edge here, actually, against the Ghazi, just to get Steeled Arrow in ASAP. But won't feel like he's pressured too quickly when he knows that the Delhi can't rush blacksmiths here, right? So it doesn't mean you are on the clock when it comes to tech. Balon is going to get the 4th Ghazi. And I love this. He's rotating around the back. Now, Dumu was aware of it, so Smart Boy actually hangs around with one of the spearmen. That is going to keep Balon at bay. He cannot dive the main yet, guys. And there's the blacksmith. So, yeah, Ben does believe the way to do this is to get that big steeled arrow advantage now. 2 spears, 5 longbows, moving in. Kind of feels like you need to start poking, right? Like, the longer you're sitting here not attacking things, the worse it gets, as the deli are going to start to bloat. And all of a sudden, that edge you had from your position on the map, from your initial tech up timing, is going to start to evaporate here. Ben does decide a way. So Steeled Arrow is going to be coming in. His go time should be the moment that that is unlocked. He needs to start whittling away at these Ghazi. Because as the Ghazi numbers grow, there's a increasing risk they just ignore you and go for your base. No blacksmiths yet from Balon, but that makes sense. I feel like the blacksmith tech would take so long to come in. The game should be decided before you get your first tech. So what's more important for him now is to win the initial fight. Then he can think about blacksmiths. It's really, really smart by Balon. Like, it's very hard to resist the temptation to get free tech. That's why for a long time we saw the meta was double blacksmith openings from Delhi. Of course, that one fell off a while ago. I think Vortex was one of the few players remaining doing it for a bit. But even he stopped. Ghazi. Now going for the pincher. Archers. We'll get the shot in. Ghazi with the dive. Not ideal. Balon runs through the other side, though. And the spearmen. Oh, my God. They were attacking the wrong unit there. I cannot believe that worked. Balon gets the pushback. All spearmen down and all lombos to die. I cannot believe this. What looked like a scrappy affair and a mess with the Ghazi essentially running through the spears works out perfectly for the Swede. Oy, oy, oy. What a ballsy maneuver. I mean, number 1 Swede on land would be Ben, but right now, number 1 in this series, quickly looking like Balon. What a game 1. Because now he has full control, guys. He has mass archers over lombos. He can chase you down. He can kill you off with the attack speed aura. Even if you're on the defensive, you don't have an advantage as the English anymore because the attack speed is evened out by the Tower of Victory. And villagers are stuck out here now. They are going to get targeted down. Good micro forward as Balon just looks to snipe the last ones through. A little bit greedy here. Oh, but Ben, he actually turned around. Somehow he does get away with that. I don't know if he's getting away with the rest of the game here. Last of the Lombo is going to be pushed fully back, and this is why Ford Council Halls fell off the side of the cliff. They are a double-edged sword. They can win you games, but they can just as quickly lose you them when you start snowballing deaths. This is truly a conveyor belt to a recycling machine right now. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know why Ben's producing them anymore. I think he forgot to like, cancel them. Because there's no way a single longbow is ever getting out of here. Now building an archery range underneath the TC, but this is a 300 wood investment after you already had the landmark. Balon just a mile ahead now. Sacred Site's also starting to be locked in. The only thing really missing here is, of course, blacksmith techs, but I think, yeah, that is now going to start getting fixed. Looks like he might not be in range of the influence, though, so it's going to be quite slow on the techs. And yes, Dumu is Swedish, at least going by the flag that he raises at a Scandinavian land. I guess you could say it's less Scandinavian and more Scandinavian. I'm going to stop now. We might be looking at a quick end still. We said this in favor of Ben, but now it's snowballing the other way. Balon up to 8 Ghazi. He's mirroring a perfect 50-50 here. And Dumu, I mean, this is his only racks, right? Like, he already spent 300 wood at home. He can't afford to go in for a racks as well. So he has no answer right now to the Ghazi. And he's going to have to come out because the beauty about playing Delhi here, you know, if this is another matchup, England would just try to stay at home and they'd refuse to play. When you're against Delhi, you have to come out because that Sacred Site time bomb is ticking. Guys, you see an opportunity. Balon a little bit hesitant to dive in, though. Remember, the blacksmith advantage is there, so that might be the thing that gives Ben a second wind here. Undermesh is now on the way for Balon, and I imagine that's the stage at which he starts to dive. Wolf's coming in as well. Smart lad, right? He's right now up against mass lombos, and Dumu Really? Does that work? I mean, in theory, if you have a good enough economy, Men-at-Arms works better than the Spearman here, right? But Ben's economy is a travesty, right? He's about to run out of sheep soon. Yeah, down to 4 left. Then it's berries or farms. The Ghazi are in position to upset here. Dumu moves the main army out to contest the wall. And Balon contests the economy. He's in. The reaction out of Ben quickly. Not quick enough. The Ghazi just too good at hitting this down. Just like that. Was that 5, 6 extra worker kills? And now an 8 eco lead for Balon. Damn, what a move as well. Will at least get somewhat denied here, but is coming at a price elsewhere. Compound of the Defender is on the way. And Dumu, it's one thing to try and contest this in the same age when your opponent's throwing Ghazi underneath your TC. It's another when he's aging up. The archers did get cleared up by the Lombos, but now for good reason. And he won't even hang around. GG gets called. Game 1 in the RedBull Wololo El Reinado series will be going to Balon. Can Ben clean it up and clear it out? Or is Balon looking to prove that he's the #1 Scandinavian? What a cool game to open up with. That was so different, man. Like, Delhi on Socotra. I've cast a decent number of Socotra, and I am certain that that is the first time I've seen that. One second, let me just double check. I need to screenshot someone across to someone quickly, and then we can hop into game number 2. Okay, there we go. Yeah, he's got a Swedish lady and child. I think Ben's been living there like 8 years now. I'm pretty sure they're married. So I think he does have citizenship. Okay, so let me go back to his profile. God, I still hate that after you come out of a game, it goes to your profile, not to whoever's profile you're on. It is especially annoying because Dumu he's done something weird with his name, hasn't he? Oh, wait, I see. I was using the wrong thing. There we go. Found him. I was using the wrong, what's it called? Apostrophe. I don't know if they're married. I don't remember him saying one with the other. I don't check his fingers. I don't, like, meet people and stare at their hands. I don't like look at Ben and be like, "Ooh, is he a young buck ready to?" No, so I never look at people like I don't know. It's kind of curious. Some people do immediately look at people's hands to see if they're married, right? I've never done that. Ooh, by the way, what is going on with that UI? It's breaking again. I guess we'll just have to leave it as is. Was it all just a ruse to be able to play King of the North? Yes, I can confirm, Ben. This was all a plan all along. 8 years ago, he met a Swedish lady simply with a sole commitment to the idea of attending a Norwegian LAN in Bergen, hosted by a bunch of volunteers. Like, this was always the plan. Ben, he grabbed that lady 8 years ago. He's like, in the future, this will be useful. All right, I'm going to have to put a sarcasm on that. I know someone's genuinely going to think that... in Sweden, marriage is optional. The laws for living together is pretty close to marriage laws. Cohabitation laws. Okay. Tumu's playing 7. Yeah, dude. It was all the plan. Deleting Reddit thread. Nah, do it. It's good for the drama. Yeah, and then, like, Dumu also wasn't, like, he chose to just shave his head bald, right? Because, like, it was a power play. That's what it was. The reason why Dumu done that, like everything he does, he's a very calculated lad, right? So you have the marriage so that he can attend a Norwegian LAN. Then you've got, Crackety's already on it. It's not just aerodynamics though, Crackety. It's the intent. Because when you wax your head and buffer it on LAN, when you're facing each other and someone looks across at you, you know how sometimes people have tells, like a poker game, you can tell what they're up to. It's like, oh, he always makes that little flicker of the eye when he's going proxy. When you look at Ben, all you see is your reflection. You can't get a read on him. He's impossible to get into the head of. Because when you try to get into his head, his literal head reflects yours back at you. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yep, this is why they pay me the big bucks to cast, folks. Thank you, thank you. Now, the challenge... This is going to be the opening to this. I can't believe this is going to be the opening to this. Now, the challenge with Ben's reflective head strategy on LAN, where you can't get a read on him because you see your own reflection in his shiny head, is that if he tilts his head in the wrong direction, he shows his screen to you. So you have to be very careful. Like, you know, this is why Dumu is such an advanced fellow, a legend in the RTS scene, as he's mastered being the balls, being face-to-face with people on LAN, and not giving it away. And look at what Balon gave away to him. Team Liquid's Dumu opens Game 2 of this series trailing, but looking to recover quick with the Holy Roman Empire. A civ that should be considered top 2 on this map draft that we have here in RedBull Wololo. On the other side, Balon, something that's going to be less contested once Socotra is out of the way, is going to be the Malians. Balon did already open with a wild curveball. Socotra, and he did not pick Malians, he chose to go for the Delhi instead. Kind of seems like he had a soul read there. Ironic as well, because when these two met on LAN, Dumu kind of threw the curveball at him, getting an English Delhi matchup to Dumu's favor on Gorge. So it almost seems like Balon was just giving a little wink and sending a message that anything you can do, I can do too. But on Rocky River, this should be an intriguing one. Malians aren't... I don't want to say they're that great here, right? Like, sometimes you luck out with the pit mines and they're just too exposed. I think Balon got an okay spawn, but it's still forward spawning. And if the H3 player kind of sends it, it might be a problem. I'm curious to see if Dumu does try to make this a feudal skirmish, just because realistically you can fast castle, and then you can get better counters to your opponent. Whereas if you play feudal, you have to blob a lot of archers to beat the javelins. I think you can easily get the numbers though, right? Like with a 40% increased economy, I think you just blob. A3 is so favored. There we go. Crappily confirms it for us. Man might have COVID, but he'd know better. Yeah, because like the economy is just too raw good, right? Like for the Malians, it's a scaling economy where eventually it looks broken. For the HRE, it's just you just flip the switch and it's online. And the flip of the switch is simply getting Arcan. And it is a good Arcan. Wood and gold. Everything he needs and good timing goes all around. I wonder if he does just go fast castle with this spawn. It kind of looks like it, right? Like, it's actually a really good spawn for just rushing relics. I think that's kind of the scary thing for Malians in this matchup. Like, the more I think about it, the more I just think H3 has options. They can do either or, right? And I think they're kind of handcuffed to one style. I do feel like in most cases, H3 just playing all-in feudal seems to work better than the fast castle builds anyway. We'll see which way he wants to cook. Manta Quarry is now going to be coming up. Sheep count is 10 to 16. So Ben gets a good rotation. Ah, I see what happened here. Yeah, he got the rotation near the center. I think Balon... Oh, did he dart past? I didn't catch the opening, but looking at the mini-map, it kind of looks like Balon ran past where Dumu had already been to kind of get the back sheep. And it's always better to get the center sheep here. Like, saturation, I'd say, is about half the sheep on the map at least. Probably more, actually, in this line area here around the ponds. A peaceful start to the game, but one that I don't think is going to hold on very long here. That is a fast tech up. So Ben doesn't like what he saw there. 9 villages to finish off the Arcan. And the split does look like it's going to be wood heavy here. Yep, it is. So 10 villages on the wood. This is most definitely going to be some production building openings. It's not going to be a case of you're just setting up farms because you've still got 15 sheep. There's no reason to rush farms. And he will be back with those additional sheep in time. So usually this type of matchup, like a while ago when we see a Malian HRE, I think it was really good to open racks, get a few men at arms out. I think nowadays you can just mass archers. Right, double archery range straight away to just stick the pain. Maybe you begin with a racks to kind of bait, and yeah, there we go. So Dumu opens with the racks. So you're probably going to see like what, 2 to 3 men at arms, and then Balon's going to have to react by going racks. You could, in theory, just go archery range, and it might be better to do so, because I feel like you need to read this as a bait, right? Because when the H3 did get buffed, the first build we saw regularly was a Rax archery range opening, and it would lean pretty heavily in men-at-arms. And what players discovered very quickly is, in some matchups that can work, but in a lot, it was kind of weaker than going just double archery range to begin with. Because remember, if you just get massed together with these guys, you can just walk in and kill villagers, right? Men-at-arms theoretically can kill villagers, but it takes so much longer to reach them. Not only are they slower than archers by default, it's a melee unit versus a range unit. There it is, double archer range. Oh, wow. Okay, now that's even cooler. So Ben didn't even go for the men-at-arms. Let's go Spears. I guess that gives him a blocker to potentially Sofas. Like, I've seen a few players play Sofas in this age as a counter. Also, keep in mind, because you know Balton's going to build Javelins, like he has to, right? Javs don't get bonus damage against Spears. So we've seen this type of build before, and I'm a really big fan of it because the logic is blobbing. What you want from your melees in this comp is you want to have a saturation. If you spend 120 resources compared to 80 resources, it's going to take you a lot longer to get there. This is a much more efficient pacing, right? Not just from the cost, but even the production speed. You save 8 seconds per unit built. Now, usually this would be a negative, because if this was like an archer off, you'd be in trouble doing this, right? But this is one of those matchup-specific things where like Malians just don't want to do archers. It doesn't make sense, right, over javelins. Wall-in from Balton. This is crafty, man, dude. I actually love Balton's response to this. It's not often you'll see someone kind of wall like this on Rocky River for the gold. Usually you go for the full encapsulation, but he knew he didn't have time here, right? So he basically just creates a little forward kind of pervice. Ben's going to have to get creative, so it looks like he's going to be circulating around the back here. Ranches are being set up. Ooh, so one small thing that might be a problem. Yeah, so 2 gaps here. One here and one around the back. Sometimes the TC doesn't spawn close enough to the edge of the map to snipe. I think this might be one of those situations. So potentially Ben could go around the back if he wanted to. I don't think he needs to though, right? Like he could just come west side. Instead, Dumu backing up. He's going to go for the ram. This has a really hard and fast timing to it now, right? Because you can easily go into the Steeled Arrow or Undermesh as a follow-up. I think we might get some clown carring, guys. Like, legit, if you clown car, there's nothing the Malians can do here but die. Oh, that is so cool. I'm trying to think, has Ben ever done clown carring? I don't think we've ever watched Dumu do clown carring. For those that don't know what clown carring is where you keep garrison, ungarrisoning archers from a ram. The whole idea is you garrison them in quick enough that the return fire of the TC can't hit you. Same with the javelins, the return fire can't hit you. So you get a shot out, then you go back in. And it's just you trading efficiently because the only thing they can then hit is a ram that has 50 ranged armor. It's pretty broken. I'm still waiting for the moment in a tournament that gets this banned. Or rather, gets it nerfed. And no, it's never been banned. I reckon what will happen is it'll break a tournament and then a change will be made so that you have like a 2-second cooldown, 3-second cooldown before getting back in a ram. Dive comes in, wall's already been broken. And notice how much more annoying this is for Balton. He has to target what he wants to kill because if he A-clicks, he does this. Meanwhile, for Dumu, A-clicking forward onto the infantry, you're already hitting everything you need to. Looks like Dumu's going to back up now. Sofas have been queued up, by the way. That's wild. We actually have men-at-arms coming out, so Baltu might have the right read here. If he can now clear out the spears, the Sofas could save his bacon from getting cooked. He's looking right for the taking right now. Steel Arrow is coming in soon. And this is where it kind of gets scary, right? Undermesh is there, and that's why Baltoon is winning these fights right now. He's very smart in his blacksmith timing. With Steel Arrow in, these archers are going to get a nice bump up in their damage. In fact, 50% more damage is going to be going through. Starts to whittle away. Spear's still just eating a lot of this. It's kind of interesting, right? Like, you're probably wondering, why is Baltoon wasting time killing spears when javelins counter archers? It's because the spears do more damage than the archers do, right? 8 damage versus 2, now 3 going through. Just makes a lot more sense. And oof, starting to hurt here. Balon, military count really is not impressing. A lot of wood being floated as well. I'm wondering if maybe he could put that into something. Like maybe archers would be a way to go here. Archer plus jabs would actually be good enough to kill pretty much everything Dumu's doing. Problem is, like, doing archer jabs requires additional archery ranges because you're building out the same building, right? Dumu. Decent amount of housing's been taken down. Balon's actually blocked right now. Needs to get more up behind this, but he's kind of running out of space. This is getting so claustrophobic at the back of his base. Ben, this was all an elaborate tug and pull. We've got castle on the way in the next 20 seconds. He's floating towards it naturally, right? Like, this is the beautiful thing about this matchup, and this is usually how you address Malians, right? You either get a better economy, or you bait them into feudal while going castle. Those are the two most successful approaches, right? That's why we've seen a lot of civs open immediate to TC. For HRE, they immediately open with aggro into a boom. The reason is by going castle, you get your eco in a different way, right? The relics. And also, this is just a much more fluid style of HRE when you think about it. Because by playing out into the map and being the pressure player, when you do eventually tech up, you now have map control to get those relics. Whereas the old school Castle Age Rush build didn't work that well in competitive because it was predictable. And thus it got blocked, right? Your opponent would wait on the relics because he knew you had no units. This little villager pick here is going to cost him a few troops. And Balon now let out. Well, this is going to be a problem, actually. I don't think 2 sofas... Oh, maybe. Wait, Ben. Oh, no. The Regnus is the worst position possible. Dumu. He was trying to min-max this. He put it on the forward to be closer to the relics, and he might be closer to death. Spimmer now coming out. And that will be enough to push it away. Balon, I don't think he's going to be able to get here quick enough. That's so unfortunate. Dumu, this should have been a punishable action instead. I think Balon's simply going to be too late. Dumu able to swat him away in the center. With only 2 half HP sofas left over, there's no hope of stopping this. Tech up is going to complete. Balon on the other side is getting closer to his own, but it's with a half Lani. No full Lani. Damn, this is brutal. I kind of feel bad for Balon. Like, he had the correct read. It's just so hard to deal with the HRE mass at this stage. And sofas can be good when in support of something else, but in Feudal Age, sofas on their own underperform. They are ridiculously weak. This is a very good damage absorber with decent DPS, right? But a damage absorber needs something dishing out the damage behind it. Sofas might be able to get a few picks here, but unfortunately in range of the TC. Grand Fulani is now on the way, but Dumu already starting to pump the Knights and already picking up the relics. Balon has read the state of the game correctly. He goes to the full all in. The reason he's doing this isn't because he's expecting Dumu to show up in his base in the next 10 seconds, which might try, admittedly. The real reason is by doing this, you can now put everything into the mid-map, right? Because realistically, Dumu is not going to have a way of burning through these walls quick enough right now. So this is Balon's Hail Mary at trying to get out to where the win condition is, the relics for HRE is, instead of sitting in his base waiting. He's going to have to be so quick, though. We've already got to move for 2 more relics. Wouldn't be surprised if it's soon to be 3. In fact, yes, additional prelates are on the way. So realistically, this should end up being a pretty easy breezy 4-relic game. One Sofa is flanking west side to try and deny that, though. Unfortunately, he is not a big boy Sofa. This is just a normal one. Took out complete. Dumu is going to back off. Relic has now been picked. Unfortunately, this... Oh, come on. Not like this. The timing on that. That's so unfortunate for Balon. It was just out of range of the auto aggro, so he got no immediate reaction. By the time he looks, he doesn't see anything. And now it's too late. Oh, I can't believe that. That's the type of detail you look back on and you try not to tilt pretty hard. Dumu now looking to strong arm the main. Sofas are starting to be scaled. Crossbows are already being prepped by Dumu, and he does have his own front line of knights. The Sofa is going to try for the intercept here, but he's too late. Oh, he can at least find some kills for it, right? I mean, that's the positive of sending a Sofa across map. Unfortunately, with Knight and the Men-at-Arms here, he shouldn't get too many kills. I say is what? All right, in and out. Like a fast food restaurant. Movement now into the base from Dumu, though. Pitmine getting knocked on. Remember, Balon has been one Pitmine this entire game. This is so incredibly uncomfortable. Balon, I don't think he has a hope in hell of holding this if Dumu decides to dive. Which he is now. He moves in. Knight's Men-at-Arms in the choke point. Nice breach through. That was sick. Dumu keeps an opening here to allow more melee units in, and that gives them the spread. Sofa's not going to hold for much longer, and I do not think Balon's going to stay in this game much longer. This is Dumu striking back in a quick way in the second. Balon loses too much and waves the white flag. Holy Roman Empire, the holiest and most powerful of all, still. Whew. Cool game too. So I think we'll actually do it. I'm wondering, maybe I'll upload this series together. It's a very quick one so far, right? Yeah. I think I'll probably end up like uploading it as a bundle. So let me... Where is the... Sometimes I wonder if people prefer having the games all together or if they just want the standout games that are like very good. Well, that game one was like a very big bait and switch, right? So Dumu versus Bolt G1, and then we'll have... I just have to label them so I can find them easily later. Dumu's draft gets unraveled. I mean, there's no way he expected Delhi first game. Bait draft. Irony, I think. Yeah. All right, so let's get ready for the next game. So having a look at the draft overall, we've seen so far English and HRE. Basically, Dumu's, I imagine, first two picks. Balon still has a lot of potency here, though, man. Like, we got some funky maps left over, right? So we have Kawasan and Holy Island, which is kind of a holy crap. Because Dumu, we're probably going to be looking at what? Mongols for Holy Island, and then... Actually, no, sorry. It'll be Mongols for Kawasan, right? And Holy Island will be Chinese. Balon could probably, in that case, go for Japanese on Kawasan, and then Juji on Holy Island, which just sounds insane to me. And then there's still the potential for Dry Arabia being, what? I'm going to say Ibids versus the Byzantines? I'm trying to remember, like, Byzantines... Ooh. With the slight nerfs to Ibids, could Byzantines be favored there now? If you play that kind of weird neutral trade post build we've seen Anatan do, I think Byzantines look pretty good. Otherwise, Ibids should have favorability on their side there. But looks like we are going to be going Dry Arabian next. Oh yeah, I forgot he had Rus. Guys, is that... It's actually going to be Rus versus Abbasids. That's a... I did not expect that. I think Dumu's got a really hard series ahead of him. One second, just need to send a message. Sorry, busy Mondays, you know how it is. So send this message, then we'll hop in. All right, there we go. Adabegs versus Biz. Why would you take a favored matchup and make it an unfavored one? I mean, there's been no reason to do that against Byzantines, basically. Like, you can, even with the nerf to Growth Wing, you just play standard Growth Wing play. Or you could go for the extra villages in Feudal Age and try to contest there, but I think you just legit go into Castle. Triple Archery range Adabegs? Why would you ever do that to yourself? You don't need archery ranges, Faye. You just go Trade Wing. And the game gives you archers. Well, a quick strike back from Team Liquid's Dumu, and we're into game number 3 for a potent TC matchup. Dumu on the Abbasid Dynasty, but it feels like Balon may have gotten his number on this one. He had the Rus, he had the Byzantines, but he goes to the tried and the true, the one that should be banned the most in this tournament. It is going to be the Rus in the hands of Balon. And we are going to be on Dry Arabia, a map which is about as balanced as it comes, right? With that in mind, you know, it's hard to think of many civs in AoE 4 that can play more comfortably on as many maps as Rus can. And when I say comfortably, I don't mean they're a filler pick. I think they actually play phenomenally well on a lot, including Dry Arabia. And the spawn has been generous to Balon. This is kind of wild, but Dumu might have the perfect read here, guys. He went double scout, he's denying his own deer, and by God, he's going to find the enemy deer as well. This is vile. What? Balon sends the second scout on the west as well. No way. The way they've scouted is brutal here. Balon never saw the scout go across the map. What a great read by Ben. I wonder if this is something he's kind of noticed with Rus players, or maybe Balon in particular. It kind of makes sense, right? When you play Rus, you want to go on the flanks on both directions and come around towards your opponent's food. Kind of basically keep the attention in their area of the map to gather bounty. But this read by Ben has got so much value. I think it's more than a free deer denial. Did Balon get one on the front, maybe? He hasn't got much, right? He's got 44 gold. Remember, that hunting cabin has generated, like, what? Probably, I think it's generated all of it. Oh my God. There's no possible way this ends up being a 0 bounty. Okay, he's found some wolves. But this might actually be a 75 bounty game. Balon arrives just before the last of the deer go down. Dumu is going to counter him out, though. Gets one. Congrats. It is an 85 bounty game. Oh, no. Oh, this is so brutal. No wheelbarrow. Balon, wait, was he clubbing a sheep here? Maybe. He's now got idle villagers out in the hunting cabin. Yeah, he was. So, guys, recently players started doing this thing where you drop one sheep off at the hunting cabin and beat it and eat it. And the logic is by the time like you're done with that, you might have wheelbarrow already researched, then they walk back more efficiently. Unfortunately, Balon doesn't only not have wheelbarrow, he doesn't have an efficient tech timing. This is catastrophic. Look at the food balance here. This is the worst nightmare of any Rus player. He's waiting for that final tick, and it is delaying his optimal timing here. I can't believe this. And if that wasn't enough rubbed in the wound, look at the sheep count. Only 9 for Balon, right? 14 for Dumu. Now, Dumu has been eating the berries first, but the fact that he's still got that many sheep in a 2 versus 3 scout scenario is disgusting. And not just that. Look at what else is happening. Vile things, actually. Culture wing play. I think Ben is trying to rush castle. So what's the thought process of this over military wing, right? I guess it's because the Kremlin, you won't be able to dive the Kremlin, right? And you're not going to be able to ram to try and kill the Kremlin. It feels like it would have been worth it to stop a second TC potentially, but it might be that Ben is just generally trying to keep the door open towards castle. Which is intriguing because you'd think maybe like a longer feudal in a 2TC on 2TC would be good, right? Because you mass archers and then eventually upgrade them, but maybe he's worried about the knights. No, he is going for the TC. Okay, so Culture Wing 2TC. The second TC placement will tell a lot. If it's on the gold, then he's going fast castle. If it's on the forward deer or berries on the side, it's going to be a longer feudal. I think you play long feudal here, though. It is looking like Balon's going for an all-in. Notice the fact that he has not gone to stone at all. He's dropped the Kremlin on the east side to secure the deer and all the gold. So it's either fast castle or all-in 1 TC. I think Balon, if he plays all-in 1 TC from this position, it could ruin Dumu. The timings are really good, right? Like, Fresh Foodstuffs makes the return point on the second TC quicker for the Abbasids, but not that quick. He killed too many animals. Roost Knight can't come quick. Interesting. That does make sense. I wondered if he would want the archers and spearmen to deny a potential second TC, though. Maybe he just feels like this isn't a matchup where Balon's going to try to do that. Or doesn't feel like he's phased by that detail. But either way, does give Ben a bigger edge, right? He's got preservation knowledge on the way. This is going to add up in the savings when it comes to all these eco-techs. Balon now dropping that stables. What a catastrophic opening, though. I can't believe this, man. Like, I wish it was, like, I wish we actually had it completely live right now so I could show you the bounty, because I'm pretty sure he got, like, maybe 100 bounty. If the game looks like it's over right near the end, we'll glimpse the bounty, because I cannot believe how this game opened. What a morale booster for Ben. Balon, how do you dig your way out of this hole? He has already got the stables going. But I don't think you can do anything but, like, attack here, right? Maybe fast castle, you do get it quickly. But this is always the awkward thing, right? It's culture wing, so if you turn yourself into a fast castle build, what's to stop Dumu doing the same on 2TC? Remember, he went preservation and knowledge, which means these tech ups get that discount as well. 20% off. He's going to save 360 resources for attack. Scouts are just going to spread out for the info. And good info gained by Dumu. He sees the knight. Wow, he dove in pretty hard, actually. The thing about that is, although he didn't scout the stone, I don't think you need to as Ben. Scouting this area tells you everything you need to know. Your opponent hasn't dropped a TC here. So he's not dropping a TC. Dumu just needs to prep the Raxes at home now. And for Balon, the natural follow-up should be a double archery range drop. And you just start scaling into your back line, right? Because you know by going knights like this, it's going to force the defensive reaction. Instead, what? Balon. Okay, dude, you know what the Cheron... He goes for a Wooden Fortress. You know what the Cheron top is here. Double archery range here. Ben. I don't think he was expecting this. That is insane. So get 85 Bunty and then Tower Rush. Is that how this works? Unbelievable. I mean, he's got 600 wood. There it is, dude. Oh, I love Balon, man. This guy tries to tell you that he's an orderly player. He likes the game flow to be natural and normal. There is nothing normal about this. Double archery range drop on the other side of Dumu's starting wood line. Unbelievable. And keep in mind the impact of this, by the way, folks. Dumu's trying to scale archers to defend. This is his only wood. The other one is far off from the east side. And knights are roaming. They're looming. I think the only thing really missing here is getting the position right. If Balon just kind of leans in with the scout here, maybe up here, and see everything. And we do already have arrow slits on the way. Okay, so step number 1. Castle turret could be huge here as well. Because whenever the archers come to dive you and you garrison with your own archers, your damage output is just going to be insane, right? It's going to be 8 damage per slot, as opposed to an archer normally doing 5. And there we go. Another nice thing about Wooden Fortress rushes, all of a sudden, it's optimal to just build a lumber camp here. Archer now trying to march around. Meantime, Aristotles comes in. That is going to force a vacate to the north side. There is a chase on here. Attempt to deny the vision isn't going to work out that well. Ben already starting to feel the pressure. And a ram is coming from Ben. Now, this would normally be good if your opponent didn't already open stables. Because there's 4 knights, he has an answer to a ram. Ben never went for spears. He actually went horseman, which is kind of wild here, right? You'd think probably archer spears would be better because it contests the Roos comp completely, and it's more cost efficient. I think Dumu wasn't anticipating this. A bit of poke damage here. Every little counts because the clock is really ticking here. Undermesh is also being prepped to counter out the steel dagger that Dumu already got. So you can notice the priority, right? Like, Balon's more focused on keeping the knights alive. Of course, Marine Lord turns up when this type of game happens to Ben. Dive in on the Wooden Fortress. Archer's moving across now. Knights are going to react, and he's got to break away. I mean, the Ram is going to die for this. Oh, this is brutal. There's one hope at breaking through. Is not going to work out. I think we haven't got castle turret still, which is kind of surprising. Like, Balon could be doing so much damage right now while defending. Ben has to back away. That tree line is getting uncomfortable as well. I mean, at this point, it's receding quicker than 45-year-old man's hairline, right? And that's concerning me because once wood runs out here, how does Dumu get a defense force together? Nice now with the dive in. Villagers not reacting yet. Finally, they are going to pull back, and that convinces Balon to back off. Steel Dagger is now coming through. And Ben, wait, what? He doesn't have Undermesh. This is a huge opening now. And remember, defender's advantage is a myth here. Because your opponent has the same production, right? Yes, the defensive points are still there, but in terms of the production rates, yes, Knights have to come across. But the backbone of it, the Archers, they're all here. And in fairness, Knights arrive incredibly quick. And the quality of army difference is insane as well. Finally, Ben is getting into one of the Archers, Camel Archers. Kind of need to when you're up against almost 10 Knights. But now we see the exposed wood line. Balon. Wait, did he see the move? I think he did. He caught the villagers walking across. And the ram... Wait, what? The scouting ram here. It is going to do what it needs to, dude. What an MVP there. Stopping the breakthrough. If only there was a cheap unit able to counter knights. Yeah, rams. They body blocked them, right? Right? Or wolves. I mean, if Dumu thought he had the archer mass, then wolves might be an interesting way to go. A very cheap, quick way. He doesn't have the archer mass anymore. They're neck and neck on it. Knights now charge in. Camel on ease. Is still there for the time being. The archers are going to snipe it down. So there we go. The beasts are unleashed. Villagers also now exposed. And Dumu in trouble. Trade outs just aren't working here, man. The knights are just tanking so many blows. The villagers now running for their life. But that means that reinforcements could easily intercept here. Archer count now taking the lead in favor of Balon, and Dumu running out of time at this stage, I'd say. He's also getting denied, so not much food at home here, folks. And you can already see there's a knight prowling west side. Dumu's going to have to make a move soon. Can he really kill this Wooden Fortress? I'm still just hesitant to say it's feasible here. In fact, I think this is a death sentence waiting to happen. Ben knows he has to make a move soon. Dumu backs away, though, so Ram is going to go down. Balon, still so much food behind this, right? He's on the deer, the second pack. He's still got the berries to work with. Hell, at this rate, just come over and take your opponent's deer. Another archery range. That's now 5 archery ranges compared to what, 3? Yeah. Dumu's getting outscaled. Now with the exposed economy, he has to stand his ground here or he's going to be in trouble. Balon moves in, starts to go for the trade. Knight circling around the side. And dive begins. I mean, even if he doesn't get the worker kills, the idle time alone right now is what is killing Ben. There's just nothing. I actually don't know how Ben is meant to get out of this anymore. Like, Spearman, you'd think, but at this stage, it's too late, right? There's too many archers, and you don't have enough food to allow for it. You're kind of stuck with only archers now. I mean, even horsemen feel too expensive. Thank God he has fresh food stuffs, or there'd be no food to go around. People would be on the dust diet at that point. Wouldn't have this problem if he just fed his people protein works. Okay, I'm sorry, I had to. Just now getting too close to the front line again. I think this is over. Dumu, he's going to have to get the shivs out. He has at least got textiles. Maybe that's something that could save him here. But it's coming at the cost of your entire eco lead. He sends them back to work on the west side of the tree line? Oh, no. Damn, what a series this has ended up being. I can't believe this did not get cast. I mean, there was so many potential good ones to go around, but this one, what a treat. Balon, king of the team games. They're going to become king of 1v1s here. Nice, still just absorbing so many blows. Villagers once again just having to run away. Archer count is neck and neck here, but it's the knights that will make the difference. They take a long time to arrive, but once they are here, you have to feel it's all but over. Villagers pulled for the second time, and Balon, the perfect reaction. What does he do? Walks away, because these villagers are now just idled up. The wall now going up. Will come just in time. Yeah, I think maybe if there's one thing I'd go back and change about Balon's build, potentially, it might have been the second stables being dropped on the forward. I wonder if he thinks back to that and wonders if that was possible instead, because I think that's the only step wrong he's really made here. Even the dives, I don't think he'd done them too early. I think the other thing I mentioned is maybe the castle turrets detail. Like, castle turrets on a wooden fortress just breaks this wide open. Actually, I'm starting to lose in the archer count a lot here. The knights are circling right. It kind of feels like you have to choose. You're going to lose your arm or your leg here, right? You can't keep every body part of your Ben. Once again, into the breach. Dumu, once again, being pressured. Remember, every time he gets idled up on this wood line, that's less potential archers. More villagers just being clubbed down. 3 more going down on the berries. Make it more than that still. That's 30 worker kills in this game so far. And we mentioned Balon just having that long lifeline, right? He's proving it. Now moving out to the boars. I imagine the deers won't be far behind it. Man, Archer's just trying to defend this, but villagers are once again going to have to pull out the knives. This works once, it maybe works twice, but then it's just unsustainable. Like, he's behind on economy now, so every time he does this, it's a complete loss. I think Balon's making the right call, by the way. Some players would probably try for a tech up at this point, saying, I've done enough damage. I think that just ruins your game. There's no reason to not keep going, right? Dumu is going to run out of food before you. Mathematically, it just makes sense. I can't believe this. Also, can we just, like, can we really, like, it's quite intriguing. On the game where someone gets, like, 85 Bunty, Marino does turn up in chat. I just realized that. But what a turnaround from what I think was an 85 Bunty game to this. Sometimes you got to throw the Hail Marys, and there's the stables on the front line I wanted. Yeah, I think at this stage, Balon could probably just go Horseman instead. He'd get numbers up quicker, but I guess realistically, Knights are just better for killing villagers after the fact. And also, it kind of balances your economy a bit better. Like, food is going to run out quicker that way, whereas this way you can basically offset it and use gold instead. Shivs once again. This is ridiculous. Ben, I think this is the last stand. It has to be. In fact, I want to see it. I've got to see it. This game has to be moments from being over. I need to know, what was the bounty number? 160 bounty. And that's after he took the ball worth 75. A 95 Bunty boy. But he's reaped the true bounty here. He's reaped the head. Dumu is now fully back up against the wall in the upper bracket here. Balon about to take the lead and make it 2-1. Oh my god. I was thinking I was going to upload the whole series as one. Now I'm not sure, man. Like, that game. Like, what? So what we said was, so you had 160 bounty, so 95 bounty. I mean, what do you call that? Like, 95 bounty proxy base, like... 95 bounty tower rush. That's the one. And then the title of the video, what would that be? The food. Wasn't it 85? Oh, yeah, sorry, 85 bounty. Yeah, you're right. No, sorry, 85. Yeah, correct. I said 85 originally, right? And then for some reason I said 95. So when you bounty so bad, you have to Hail Mary. Oh my god, dude, what a game. Alright, and we've still got potentially 2 more. Should we load up the next one? Absolutely insane. Alright, Marine Lord, well, what do you think of Balton's 85 Bunty game? Would you have done the same thing in that situation? Wooden Fortress rushed? Built a proxy base? I feel like a lot of Ruse players would have still just went 2TC in that situation, right? And it is going to be going to Holy Island next. We are going to get in the Zhuji Chinese matchup we alluded to before. Ooh. I don't know, man. I think Balton... This... I'm pretty sure this just favors Zhuji, right? On Holy Island, anyway. I don't know. I feel like Balton maybe just drafted better. Mainly because that opening... I think that opening pick... Like, Dumu's draft looks really good, but that opening pick of Delhi versus English done some weird stuff to this whole draft. Who is #1 in China? That's what we're here to answer. Zhuji versus Chinese in RedBull, Wololo, Reinado. Chinese, the OG Civ, in the hands of Team Liquid's Dumu. And the new kid on the block, at least when it comes to 1v1 tournaments in AoE 4, has picked the new kid in the Civ pool. Zhuji in the hands of Balton. Holy Island is going to be the map. Makes a lot of sense for both of these picks, but where China used to be king, I think Zhuji has taken their place on this particular map. It just feels really difficult to contest Zhuji when they get absurd spawns. And I'm looking for that. That's step 1 when you get on Holy Island. For those that have not seen Holy Island with Zhuji before, there is some criminal spawns that can occur. And I think, luckily for Dumu, fighting for his life, at least in the upper bracket portion of RedBull Wololo, this has treated him well. There is not really a great option for Balton unless he walks all the way out here. He is scaling up there now. The bigger issue is it's a very long way to walk, but it would net him 50 stone, 48 food, and probably about 10 wood, which is perfect for a map like Holy Island. I think instead he'll probably go for this, right? Like double gold and a stone. The reason stone's really important here is I find that quite often the ability to build emplacements dominates this map, both from a defense on land with hand cannon slits and also having the arrow slits in your docks to give you a reset point. It's just a very powerful tool. Outside that, you have the more atypical and obvious things, right? Like both China and Zhuji get a 10% increased production rate. They have the Imperial officials to pump wood like there's no tomorrow. That is at least one area where China can be a little bit better, is that the Imperial Academy will give them an ability to build additional taxmen. The issue is you usually don't need that many additional taxmen, right? Because you're mainly going to be gathering wood and gold as the things that can be supervised. Also, keep in mind by going for... I'm going to hit the 2 times because Holy Island, same civs more or less. Opening is not going to be very different. I think with the Imperial Academy choice, the negative is you don't have a defense on land and your opponent has Shiganu straight away. So that puts you in a really awkward position as China, where you have to predictably go for Horseman, which is more expensive, to counter the Chuganu. Second dot now coming online. Ben only on 1, though. Wait, is he going for a quick attack timing? Doesn't feel like it. Kind of surprising, actually, that he hasn't mirrored second dock then. Okay, there we go. He has moved across the gold now. That's what had me a little bit hesitant there. So Manicamp is going to go up. Yeah, Dumu is going for the aggressive timing to get the first boat out ahead of his opponent. Balon, nowhere near ready yet. And yes, we're doing everything sped up because it's the first few minutes of play, and although we've got a dock difference, there's no aggro play to be had here. And Holy Island, typically, because it's water maps, you get a slower tech timing anyway, because people are building additional economy via the fishing boats. But the fishing count difference is huge here, right? It's 10 to 6 already. Second dock is now coming up from Dumu. Imperial Academy being rushed up with 7 villages, so he wants that aggressive timing to punish Balon for this greed. And the Medi Garden is a very safe one, folks. 25 stone, 25 gold, the 36 food, so pretty much the normie here. Yeah, that's very tame, actually, for this map. This map where it's not uncommon to see 120 resources plus a lot of the time. Oh, Dumu, despite that quick tech up, guys, he hasn't used it aggressively. What? What was he prioritizing at home, I'm wondering? Was it the second taxman? No. He just went for additional fishing boats. So Archership comes out really late here. It means Balon actually has the edge. I think from Dumu's perspective, he just didn't feel like there was going to be enough time to do any damage with an Archership opening. So he just focused on being a bit more greedy. It felt like there should have been enough time in that for him to do some damage, though. Maybe Ben's thought here is that he wants to be the defensive player because longer term, China can feel better in the late game anyway. But I feel like that gives over a lot to the Zhuji in the interim. Right? Zhuji are a very potent civ around these timings in Feudal Age, and even the potential to crack Castle Age so quickly. In fact, Balon. I don't think he's guaranteeing himself going Castle yet, but he needs to see a reason to not do it. Right now, Dumu isn't giving him one. Forestry is on the way, so realistically, we should see a recommitment out of Balon soon. Dumu playing catch-up now into the Springwood ships. Oh, wait, we've got Marketplace from Balon. So he had a misbalance in his economy, I guess. Springwood ships. Oof. Explosive junk was seen trying to get around the back. It's going to be a move in towards the fishing. Then we'll pull away. I think at this stage, Balon has convinced Dumu that they need to fight water. That does mean that Balon should be ahead on production, right? Both on 3 docks. Balon already with the edge in terms of Springwood count. The demo ship is the X factor, but it's very difficult to find that one in at the beginning here. Usually when you get a bit more bulk, you see these flood-throughs. It kind of seemed like what Dumu was trying to do there was feign greed to get Balon to overcommit past the choke point, and then you want the backstab with the explosive Dow. But Balon, great game sense to sniff that one out and not fall victim to it. He's now going to have to stay aware, though, because the demo ship is creeping on the side. One demo cannot kill fishing boats, guys, so that is not going to be the threat here. He needs a wide backstab. But fishing boat vision being what it is, that's going to be difficult. The archer ship's already in position to deal with it. Balon, slow on the reaction, though. Will be able to push it away. Double archer ship makes it look easy. That's going to just be a waste of resources then. The demo... Wait, Dumu? You cheeky son of a gun. I think Balon, if he turned there, he might have been able to clip a shot. But now it's too late. So really important. That's 160 resources in a game where they're pretty much even. No one has lost anything so far. One ship really can be the backbreaker, but how about 4? Look at this, Balon. The infamous demo pump timing has arrived. He says, you've got enough springholes that I want them gone. Demo's coming the other side as well. Balon needs to pull back. Archer ship's able to contest this. The chase in on the other side, though, finds its connection. Nice read, a nice timing there. Balon gets rid of 2 Springles. Dumu doesn't have much of a reaction right now. He queues up more demos. They're not here yet. Dumu, ironically, at risk of getting demoed here. And a Barbican now being built on land while fishing is getting harassed. Demo's holding back. He wants to see the reaction. Oh my god, the amount coming in right now. Balon. Oh, splits at last second. Dumu just can't find anything here. He's going to be on land. This is a big pincher. Should be able to close in. Junk ship doing a good job of defending, but it's now gone. It's just all on the Springles to keep everything alive. Instead, they're going to sink it. All ships low on HP. What a swift strike to take water. And I love the optimization, right? All the boats are so low. Instead of finishing 2 off, he gets 2 others on the verge of defeat here. Dumu, that Barbican going up. Congrats, buddy. You confirmed you're a land civ now. And it was so smart by Balon as well, by the way. He saw this a while ago when the Barbican started. That's when he had the confidence to just double pump the demos and go. All fishing now removed. A huge advantage for the Zhuji. One that I imagine is going to fast turn into a Castle Age. Damn. This might be one of the quickest brute force endings on water I've seen in a Zhuji Chinese matchup. Like, the swiftness with which Balon pushed him off water is insane here. Demos do need to kind of waste a lot of resources taking out the docks to guarantee it's permanent. But with the fishing ecos that stands here, folks, this is absurd. 16. Balon, what an upset this would be. For a lot of people consider Balon very talented, but considering his last matchup against Dumu, a lot of people, understandably, would have Ben pegged as the favorite here going into this. Apparently, Balon had something to say about it. Good draft, good baited picks, good recovery in that game 3 as well for an ugly start for the Roos, and now a dominant beginning to what could be the last game in the upper bracket for Ben. Second TC now coming up, so Dumu making that land transition. Now, he had a miracle game against Kiljadi at King of the North, where he made this transition work. Could he make lightning strike twice here? Balon. This is really cool, by the way. Coming up here to sub docks, all this fishing over here, he wants it. Right? It's not efficient to send them all the way back home, so he's going to get the dock over here. Might even consider peeling a few of the existing fishing boats across. In the meantime, Shaolin Monastery is now on the way. Triple racks drop, so we are going to get a Palace Guard flood. Dumu should be able to hold for a little bit at least, right? Like, realistically, he should be going castle now with the clock tower. And if you have to go Spearman instead of Palace Guard, but you have Nest of Bees, that should be enough to keep Balon out of your base. Another beautiful thing about playing Zhuji, though. Sometimes people see early Palace Guard as a negative. This is kind of a positive situation, right? And that you can already be pumping them from an age behind. Looks like we have got more fishing boats shifting over, right? Because remember, he's going to be producing extras out of here. Shaolin Monks also now being queued up. Astronomical Clock Tower on the way with 18 villages. And a smart response by Dumu. We said about maybe Spear's Nest of Bees. Instead, he just admits he needs crossbows. Because either way, right? Like, your opponent has all this food. He has a Castle Age advantage. It's either going to be Lancers or Palace Guard. Considering PG are just quicker men-at-arms, it kind of makes more sense here because you get double for the same cost as Lancers. And they can't be countered by a cheaper unit, right? They require crossbows, which are 120, compared to Spearmen, which would only be 80. Safety wall starting up from Dumu. Now, when we saw him make that recovery game in the last major tournament against Kiljadi, it relied a lot on the back spawn food resources to keep him in the starting sheep. So if this can get intercepted, Balon can kind of start to starve Dumu out. He also needs that backspace for the farm transition. Not many other options for him, really. Pascal do at least scout out the crossbows. Balon now upgrading Spearmen, so makes a lot of sense here, right? Crossbows cannot contest that. They don't get their bonus damage against them, and you can spam spears really quickly here. Remember, it's 15 seconds per. So that could be 12 Spearmen per minute with his current rate of production. Oh, sorry, 16 Spearmen. The Jar going to shift back. Another beautiful thing about this pass guard opening, it keeps the Relic boys at home. So Dumu, realistically, only going to be able to get one Relic in this game. No others should be feasible. He's only 2 Shaolin Monks. Kind of surprised Baltoon didn't scale this more. Keep in mind, by the way, there's a lot of value in setting up for the Pagoda. Yuan's not a bad choice as well. Like, you do actually get some decent value out of the tech choice for the Zhuji. Right, like getting the Mountain Lu Academy gives you additional food. Gives you better attack spend as well. So I wouldn't mind seeing this game, just because you know you should be getting, what, realistically 4 Pagodas, 5 if you go to the island. It's a lot of resources if you actually get to Yuan. Tim, in the meantime, is just going to go for the wall in. Outpost rush here by Balon. Well, funnily enough, it's wasting the villagers' time long enough that the Palace Guard are now arriving. There will be a target onto the villagers, so no interest in killing off the crossbow straight away. The villager goes back to build another outpost. I think that's going to have to be a bail. There's no way that works. Kind of feels like what Balton's trying to do here is protect the dock, because the dock is now very easily killable by like a ram or a treb or something, right? We even have trade now being set up. Should be big boy trade, right? 46 wood, 46 gold sounds low. Let's see if it goes up. There we go. Bit better. I was kind of expecting more still, though. 54-54 is not too bad of a return, though. Ah, I see. He hasn't put up the furthest dock, right? I think there's a little bit more wiggle room here. That still feels low. Maybe I'm wrong, though. I mean, the trade ships do move quicker than land traders, right? So it kind of makes sense that numbers look like that. Keep dropping the center. So Dumu's trying to buy time, because the reality is, like, Baltoon could just try to lock Sacred Sites, drop keeps here, and you'll never get the decap on the other side, right? So you'll be pigeonholed to one location. Bolt, meanwhile, is going to go for the flank north. No emplacements on the outpost, so Spearman will be able to break through this quickly. Behind this, we do not have any sort of land transition required. Remember, with all this control, Baltoon can just inflate eco on water entirely. Makes a lot of sense. You don't want to get into a TC race against China, because that's the area where they do outperform Zhuji. Right, Zhuji with Song, they get the discount in their town centers, but for Chinese with Song, they get the better performing town centers. We've got a Zerg coming, guys. Military Academy on the way. I do think in some ways Baltoon's just trying to brute force this the harder way, maybe? Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, either you want more forward siege and you want to go for, like, you know, overwhelming advantage to counter out Nesta Bees for the dive, or you could even consider something like 2 or 3 rams, maybe 3 or 4 trebuchets. I think Trebs is probably going to feel too slow. Like, Baltoon has a really good timing here. And if you take too long, Dumu will get back in the game. You can already see he's starting to stockpile for Imperial. A Great Wall Gatehouse would buy him a great deal of time. Baltoon. How many are we up to now? 16 trade ships, 22 fishing boats. Outpost now getting torched. So, Dumu still has plenty of vision in the area for the time being. Nesta Bees is now a problem, though, and the villagers are in trouble. Textiles may be there, but it's not going to last long against this. He's not reacting. Ben about to lose the gold workers. Nesta Bee keeps pushing him back. Spearman also chasing. Reaction Spearmans are out. These are clock tower ones. They'll win that fight. The space gained here, man. The Spearmen still haven't been noticed, so Dumu hemorrhaging villagers on the gold line. Starting to forfeit more map control. He will be able to stabilize. Villagers actually frontlining to guarantee it. But that is just wave 1, folks. Baltoon still sitting on one hell of a bank here. He's flowing a little bit too much gold. Needs to find a way of reallocating that. He has got the marketplace, so could just look to buy some food to rebalance here. But I do like this kind of approach. It looks like it was a really bad fight for Baltoon, but the problem is if you don't do this, Dumu will blow eco, and he'll get a farm transition going. That's how you get back in this game, right? Like, I'm pretty sure, like, I'd have to do the rough maths on it, but it wouldn't surprise me to hear that granary farm setups can contest deep water fish. Makes sense in my brain. Here we go. Balon now going into the trebs. Immediately up to 4 trebs as well, and I believe, yeah, he's supervising. That's sick. It's kind of disgusting how quickly you can escalate here, right? Like, usually trebs feel sucky sometimes because it takes too long to get them out, right? It's a very slow escalating thing, but this is Blitzkrieg. I love it. Balon going up to 5 trebs. He's pumping them out every 9 seconds out of one, 23 out of the other. Basically means he has enough trebs to take down a keep in less than a minute. Does need to be careful pathfinding. I hate it when this happens. Dumu. He's not ready yet. He was forced to reinvest in more troops, which kept him further away from that imp padding. He's going to forfeit the castle quicker than he wants here. In fact, he doesn't even try to repair it, which is kind of understandable, right? Like, you're behind by 40 workers. If you have to idle 10 to repair this, you're never getting past castle age. Still might not. Dumu. It feels like the gold rather is his kryptonite here. Second time with a vein, he just doesn't notice. More workers now going down, and Temple of the Sun now on the way for Balon. And by the way, for you GG pickers out there, I want you to ask yourself this question. Why am I building the library? Because I've very rarely had a good answer come back at me. So often when we see the library build, people wait 3 or 4 minutes into Imp to do anything with it. At that point, you could have just built it second, right? I think Temple of the Sun is always the way to go. Like, there's very, very specific examples where you could argue the other way, maybe like 5% of the time. But I want to say like 90% of the time going into Imp, you just get so much more value out of Temple of the Sun. Immediately just having that Divine Haste is so huge here. Trebs. Another keep gets cancelled out. Dumu, he needs it now. He's going to go for the wall. The problem is, with this many trebuchets already here, if you get caught building this up, it's just going to die. And remember, yeah, he didn't do it the way that would allow him to use all the villagers. So there is a way you can get 40 villagers around a Great Wall Gatehouse. You have to build the scaffold in the wall, only tap the center, though, and then build. He didn't do that. So right now, he only has, what is that, 8 villagers building this up. And Balon sees it. He's going for the shots. Nest of Bees. Will this clear up wave 1 of Balon? But the problem is the landmark is getting cleared up. This one's going to back away. Elite Army Tactics now on the way for Balon. And Dumu, it's going to be a hollow defense here. The Great Wall Gatehouse will complete, but will immediately fall to the ground. What a timing. What a read. And wait, Dumu cancels it. What? Oh my god. I mean, I think you need the tech up. Oh. I thought maybe he'd be able to creep the final piece of the build speed, but I guess not. Dude, what a read by Balon, though. This game is ruined for Dumu now. He lost, like, what was that? I think he lost, like, 1,800 resources from that, because it was half complete. Well, almost complete and half health. Not half health, no health. Oh, my God. What a brutal way to lose an option to recover here. But I can't fault Balon, man. This is all on him. What a sick timing. I think he really did catch Ben off guard with the ramp on that Trebuchet play. The double siege workshop, the supervision coming through with Military Academy, just everything so succinct. And now, I mean, where would you even build this landmark to save you? There is nowhere. The ruins of what was. Ben is going to have to try and keep himself alive in that lower bracket. Balon is the one with the easy cruise mode padding here as he continues on in. Means Balon will make it into the top 8 here. What a way to do it. Damn. I wonder if, like, maybe could Ben have potentially pulled villagers onto the south side of the Great Wall Gatehouse, or is it just too far to walk? I mean, Kor's a filthy Chinese spammer. He can attest to this. Do you think he could have maybe ran villagers to the, like, south side to try and just get the landmark to get tech upgrades? Or do you just think it's completely scrambled from the get-go? It is kind of brutal, though, that it's very hard to do in that moment, but I think like these are the type of games that probably have people practicing the 40 villager Great Wall Gatehouse build, right? Where you... So I'm pretty sure it still works. I haven't seen anyone do it recently, but I'd be surprised if it got nerfed. Basically, what you can do is you build a line of wall, or rather you stick down the blueprint, you send a villager to tap the centerpiece of the wall, and then you can build your landmark on that. And that means that you can basically send villagers all the way around the landmark. Because that would have at least given him the tech up. And like in theory, once you're kind of deep into Imp, you can outperform Juji. It's still an uphill battle though, right? Like it's still a very heavily favored towards Baltoon game because he's up 40 plus villagers. I'm not sure if I'm going to upload that one as a full series. I might just highlight like game 3 and 4 maybe. I'm just not entirely convinced people are that interested in full series. What do I call that one? The internal server error? Where's the internal server error? I don't see that. Sorry, I just need to message a sponsor about something. It'll only take a second. What the hell? Yeah. Top left during the cast under the production queue. Was it? Nothing there now, right? I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. All right. Let's line up another series. Let's see. Who else have we got that we can check in on? Dumu versus Baltoon. Add that to the list of already casted series now. And I think what we can check in next. The core just coming to flame me and then doesn't even answer the question. That does sound like a core move. Did we do Papa Paw Lash? I think we did. I'm not sure actually. Oh, in the kitchen. I was saying, do you think he would have actually had time to pull villagers to the south side of the gatehouse as well to just try and rush it up? Because like it's gonna die when you get the age up, but you still then have the age up, right? Like obviously, he would have had to made that pull earlier. Probably not. Okay, you'd think like it's too long of a walk from the gold. Like I'm saying, like the moment the first treb starts hitting. Yeah, definitely at the end it's like too late. But it's like, I think maybe earlier. I think it's tricky because like in a high octane moment where you're distracted doing all these things, you want to just click and have it done. But the problem is if you click and if you don't manually tell them to go around the other side of the wall, they're just going to stand there rubbing each other, right? Yeah, are you kind of surprised more players aren't doing the blueprint trick? Because I was just saying, I think like that's the type of game that after that, maybe Dumu like... Maybe that, because it's still a hard game, right? It's still a hard game either way, but at least using the, like, practicing doing the blueprint trick gets you the age up. That's the one where you build a wall, you only tap the center, and then you can, like, use 40 villages around it. I think it was us. Was it Askalad or Neri that pointed that? I think it was Neri who discovered that one. Shout out to him for showing that. I think I've seen, like, 2 players use it, but a lot... It's one of those... It's such a nuanced detail. It's almost like it's very easy to forget it even exists. All right, guys. I think what we're going to do is next up is a very exciting series, actually. It's one I really hyped up on the Saturday. Is Vortex versus CSO. Now, this particular matchup is really cool because I think I said it on Saturday, is that this is like CSO is he's the Chinese Vortex. Vortex rather is the best way to describe him. Like people think of Louis MT, they call him like they call him the beastly cutie of China, right? I actually think CSO is more like a Vortex. He's very aggressive compared to Louis. So let me get that profile up now. We'll have a look. Oh, where are we at? So Vortex beat Sanich in the previous round. All right, there we go. Let me get the draft ready as well. So Kawasan, Holy Island, Gorge, Dry Arabia, Rocky River. So basically the only difference from the Dumu set we just watched is that Socotra got banned and Gorge got picked. Hey, what's up, Raphael? How's it going, buddy? Yeah, I'm curious though. Like, of people in chat, one's if you like to watch full series on YouTube. Two's if you rather just watch good games, like from the series. Because I feel like a lot of people are in the 2 category, not the 1. Yeah. It's kind of funky, that. Because like it's hilarious because if people upload like, so it's like, you know, it's weird when I've heard it before, but when I've uploaded, say, Game 3 of a Best of 5, people are like, where's the rest of the set? It's like, well, it's been uploaded like this because the rest of the set wasn't worth uploading. I'm curious, though, how many people would be interested in full sets where they've been trimmed down a lot? So, like, if you've watched, for example, Noob from UA from Dota 2, he'll take, like, a 2-hour set and trim it down to be a 25-minute video. One's if people are interested in that, two's if no. Because, like, I reckon, so that was what, 40, so about an hour and 10 minutes of gameplay across that set that could maybe be trimmed down to like 25, 30 minutes maybe? So, set highlight, yeah. What did I say? Did I say ones if people want highlights, twos if they don't? Yeah, so ones if people want, like, highlighted sets, like, trimmed down, twos if they just want the full, if they just rather not. Full sets, no cutting down. The tough part is, like, AoE 4, it's weird. Whenever you have a longer video, right, it's like more people are going to tune out as the video goes on, I find. And so I think also with AoE 4, because it's like a slower startup, I wonder how many people care when you have the situation where you basically you accept the beginning being slow, you build up, you have a hype moment, but then it resets. And I feel like that's where people are like, ugh. It's kind of weird, right? You want to skip long games, you can do that anywhere on YouTube. Yeah, but it's like an algorithm logic. It's like if you do that, then it hurts the way that my videos get viewed, right? I'm not doing that to shame you, I'm just like using that as an example, right? Sorry, I just quickly send a message to the sponsor. Because I'm going to get sent another Protein Works package. Matcha latte. Dumu tweet he had COVID. Yeah, I saw that. I mean, he might have had COVID, but I wouldn't say, like, what is your point though? I don't think it's fair to take anything away from Balon. Balon played a really good set. He actually set himself up in a really good way because, like, regardless of whether Dumu had COVID or not, I think he would have fallen for that Socotra opening where it was Delhi instead of Malians. Like, realistically, anyone looking at Baltoon's draft would have said he would have picked Malians in the opening game. So that was actually just very smart by Baltoon. Because I was let me double check the draft. So Baltoon, yeah, he had Delhi, Malians, Japanese, Yuji, Rus, Byzantines, right? Like, I don't think you would expect Delhi to be picked on Socotra because I haven't seen anyone else practicing that. But yeah, I saw his tweet as well. We quickly addressed that actually. So, like, for those that didn't see, Dumu tweeted out that he's not a fan of one-day qualifiers or whatever. Here, I'll show you. Which whoopsie, let's not show that. Which I kind of want to flag because there is, like, I get where he's coming from, but there's, like, an overarching bigger problem which needs to be addressed. So let me pull it up. Pull it up, pull it up, pull it up. Oh, okay. Dude, I'm basically singing Miss Rachel form because my kid watches Miss Rachel all the time. So, really hope tournaments stop making qualifiers one specific match/day. I'm struggling so hard with what appears to be COVID, and it falls right upon one of the most important qualifiers, which is single elim. So, let's address this. In general, for this type of event, it's a bit unfortunate RedBull Wololo doesn't have a, like, weekend qualifier main event, which is the format that we would normally see. But in general, that format, and also just the format of, like, these multi-qualifiers, what people don't really think about from this perspective, I feel for the player, yes, but I feel for the broadcast as well. This event is going to be running 6 days currently. And given the size of AoE4, given the difficulty in the current climate of attracting sponsorships, and given the fact that there is only one sponsor really that benefits EGC, and what I mean by that is, yes, there is a sponsor of World's Edge, but that money is going into the prize pool. So there's only really one sponsor, which is Surfshark. That is limited money to put into production. There are so many costs here, right? So, like, if you want multiple days of qualifiers, if they're not broadcast, people are going to complain anyway, right? So they have to be broadcasted. And, like, why would you not broadcast them when they're, like, in this format, they're part of the entire system? So every time you add another day that needs to be broadcasted, that is 2 casters to be paid, right? That is an observer to be paid. That is an admin to be paid. At least one, right? That's potentially extra graphics on the side that has a kind of weird pivoty, like, costs. You might then have a broadcast manager that needs to be paid, right? So bare minimum, we're, like, looking at absolutely bare minimum 4 people that need to be paid, right? And for the size of the scene, the cost of it, the cost association you're probably looking at here is going to be... So you'd probably be looking at... I want to say probably $1,000 to $1,200 a day to run an Age of Empires 4 broadcast. That's, like, I think that's a reasonable estimate. Not knowing exactly what everyone's being paid in the process, but somewhere around there seems reasonable. So, like, if you do the math, let's put it on the higher end because I think it's fair. Like, you know, there's probably extra costs I'm not equating. Just to run 6 days, you're going to be spending, is it $7,200? $7,200 for 6 days. So, like, let's say you've done a different format where you have a secondary qualifier, you add 2 more days in, right? Now, you're up at $9,600. $7,200, given the size of AoE4, unless you really, once again, emphasize, unless you can bring in additional sponsors, which in the current format is challenging. Maybe I'm just trash at it, but I actually think it's a very challenging year to get anyone to open their wallets. To then justify, like, 2 extra days of $1,200, the community support is cool, but the community support doesn't even come close. Right? It doesn't come close. It can't come close. Right? So, like, how many... If we had to put an estimate on how many subs do you reckon there is in an EGC broadcast day? A broadcast month, rather. Should we say 2,000 subs, which sounds high. I'm not sure if that's true. But if it's 2,000 subs, and I'm not going to put the average at $2.50 because that's not true in most countries now. I'm not going to put it at $2. I'm going to say 2,000 at, let's say, 1.5. I'm not even sure that they get 2,000 subs, though. I'd have to ask Pesty. So that's $3,000, right? Then ads maybe gives you another, maybe $1,000, depending on viewership. I'm being very generous there, I think, with 1,000. So $4,000, right? You're starting to see the problem of adding 2 more days. Adding 2 more days almost eats all the like direct stream revenue you would have got. So yeah. I don't know, maybe I just need to be better at finding sponsors, but like I think it is a tough time for it. And what you have to realize is because AoE4 isn't a big scene and it's not a growing scene, and it's not a legacy scene in that AoE4 is not seen the same way that maybe AoE2 is, where you can probably pull at the heartstrings easier, or like World of Warcraft is seen where it's been around for years. Like you have these other barriers, right? Like a sponsor's more willing to take a chance on a release than a game that's been out for a while and it's kind of like stemmed its growth. So a perfect example is when I ran the Diablo Race to World First events. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have actually ran large-scale events before. Even had my name in the credits as the head of events, as well as one of the casters and hosts. So when we done that event, it was very easy to get people to pitch in for thousands of dollars of product. And some people to pitch in for a large bulk sum to sponsor the event. Because Diablo had potential, right? The potential market has kind of shrunk a bit, right? I think last year was a wake-up call for a lot of people. They don't want to sell on potential now. They want to sell on reliable. So, like, for example, with Age of Myth coming up, it's going to be very hard to get people to just go in on Age of Myth. You'll have some extra luck by proving that it has a history, because you can show that it was popular on release. You can show that it sold 4.6 million copies or something like that with the definitive edition. But, like, you know, if it's a brand spanking new game, unless you've got traction, a proof of concept, some sort of event to point at and go, look at the viewership or look at the existing player base, it's very hard for people to take that punt now. But, like, with Diablo, we were able to do that because people were in speculative mode, and Diablo 4 is a big deal. It's like, you know, an example was, I think it really came to anything in the end, but, like, you know, Razer were kind of intrigued because it's like a potential new market. But now, like, Razer's current format, if you look where they're active in Valorant, Call of Duty, and they sponsor a few esports teams, right? Because they want reliable bases. They don't want to take, like, the unnecessary risk, which is most companies right now. Honestly, don't see how it pays out for Surfshark. Even if 50% of people got a VPN, the sponsors still don't really get anything. It's not exactly true, though, right? Like, what is it? The current discount format, you get 2 years for 60 euros. Right? And if Surfshark truly believes in their product, let's say they get conversion rate of, so how many people? Okay, should we get in the game? Okay, we'll get in the games in like 2 or 3 minutes. I want to do a little bit of calculator math because this is always fun. So if we do some calculator math here, do you guys like calculator math? Too bad, we're doing it. So calculator math is going to be, oh wait, can we just do this instead? Oh, we can. Nice. That's even better. Let me fill that to screen. So calculate math. So let's say a new. So let me double check the prices to be exact on this. So Surfshark, you can get a subscription for £60, right, for 27 months. Pretty damn good deal. The internal server error is now visible. Oh, yeah. I see what it is. It's the streamer code. Ah. That's, yeah, thank you for eyeballing that. It's the stream pop-up thing. I think it has a bug. Yeah, it's because I just removed it. Yeah, it's one of the overlays. So, £60 is the value of a customer for 2 years, right? EGC probably, let's say they have a collective community of 10,000 people, which isn't, it sounds absurd. It's actually not, because remember, live stream viewers don't always hang around. They leave, they come, or whatever, and the average viewership is 3,000. So let's say there's 10,000 people, which I think is very reserved anyway. That doesn't equate for people on YouTube, everywhere else, people who just pop in, whatever. So let's just be safe, reserve 10,000 people. So you want to divide 10,000 by... Oh god, I'm terrible at doing the decimal things here. So an average engagement rate is something like, I can't remember what it's like, it can be 7% or whatever. Conversion rate, as you get, because you have a funnel basically, you have people that see, people who look, people who buy, right? It's not uncommon to put on an influencer or anything else like a conversion rate of 2%. So like 2% of this is going to be 200 people, right? So wait, what's the divide for that? Come on, Gully, I thought you were meant to be good at math. All right, I'm just going to change it this. So 200 people, potential buyers, right? 200 people times 60 equals $12,000, or £12,000 rather. That's your initial conversion rate. The thought process is then that of that, you should have a decent amount of repeat buyers if your product is good. So you get lifetime. So the logic there is that the reason you come back and support another event and another event and another event is that it ingrains it. Because something I really am hardcore drilling into sponsors, because a lot of brands seem to sleep on the logic of this, is if you come in and support, let's say you gave me 25,000 for one event, and your conversion rate needs to be like, I mean, let's say it's like something different. Let's say it's energy drinks, right? And let's say the average spend on energy drinks is, yeah, is the 0.02. Okay, thank you, Peter. So let's say like the average spend is going to be, well, first of all, let's do the times it by 0.02. That was, my brain wanted to divide it. I knew that was wrong. So that's 500 people, right? So 500 people who are going to buy in at, let's put, so I've talked to like some companies about their expected speculative like spend on energy drinks. Let's say it's 30 euros, right? So we're going to times it by 30. That's 15,000. Now, this already looks like a bad spend of 25k to sponsor an event. But if I'm returning the safe rate of 0.02, which is like, that is a base. But let's say I increase that by 2%. You're making money already on one event. But the logic is that people aren't going to buy once. They're going to buy 2, 3, 4, 5 times, right? Like of this, you're probably speculating you can get a repeat customer conversion of, let's say, 0. You're confident let's say you're confident your product is good. So you're going to say 0.4, right? So that's 6,000, right? So you got 15,000, then you got 6,000 afterwards. And then if you sponsor me for 25k an event and you do it 3 times a year, do you see where this starts to add up, right? It's like we've got the 15k initial, the 6k afterwards. Even if it was only ever 6k after that, that's still going to work out to be that much in extra months, right? So you got the 15k plus the 66k. And these are like speculative numbers, but these are reasonable speculative numbers, right? So that's $81,000 that you've generated through the marketing effort as a grounded, realistic figure as a base. But you've spent 75k across 3 events across the year, which has given you brownie points, consistent marketing within the community, and a deep kind of loyalty to that community. So worst case scenario, you've lost a little bit of money, but like I said, realistically, you're going to make a lot more money. I cannot emphasize the importance of this over doing a 1 month deal enough. Because you guys have seen it. When someone does a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, you know they're getting the bag. And they're only getting the bag. Right? When you see someone partnering with like Protein Works, right? Like, actually, that's a good example because I think you guys should use Protein Works. They are back with us for a 3rd month, guys, which proves the support. Beyond, like, one's in chat right now. When I got my 1st month for Protein Works, curious but skeptical, right? How many of you were like, "Oh, it's just a one-off. They don't support the community and the content creator I believe in, so I don't really care." But then, like, month 2 and now month 3, like, one's if you're now in a position where you're like, "I'm kind of curious," right? Because, like, if it's a one-off, you're like, okay, they good on you. Like, you applaud me, like, yeah, KP, get the bag. But they didn't really care. But when it's 2nd month, 3rd month, 4th month, right? When it starts to become a longer-term partnership, your mentality changes. It's not just a sellout or whatever. It's like, oh, well, KP must like these because he's consumed them regularly. And also, they seem to believe in KP, right? And it kind of makes, because now you have a more common link in that they are supporting something you support. And it's like, I always try to find those partnerships because I love it when people are able to sub to me, and you guys should use your primes for sure. And, you know, they give donos, and I love that. But I also want to find ways of giving you guys something back. And that is an example of how I can do it. Doesn't have electrolytes. I don't know about that. Isn't that like the sports drinks which are different? No, this has basically got your protein, mate. It's got all the things you need. This is actually a full meal. This is the white chocolate and raspberry one. They all have kind of like a baked goods undertone to them. They're sending me a new care package the next few days. So we might try out some more of their new tropics. Maybe we'll try out the matcha latte. Do I train or just drink protein shakes? So some of the protein products is actually handy for me because I've started doing climbing, which I haven't done the last 2 or 3 weeks because my wrist was a bit buggered. So it's definitely helpful from that standpoint. But these replacement meals are actually really good for dieting or just because you haven't got time to eat. I do these and I like these because I usually get hungry when I cast. Don't know if you guys know this, but you actually burn a lot of calories casting. At least if you cast like I do. So whoever's watched this stream for a long time can attest to this. And we'll get ready for this series, by the way. I will have to go get a snack 2 or 3 hours in to casting, right? Because I'll just get hungry. Those help me with that. I still go for my lunch breaks. I'm a big believer in having a proper meal and, you know, spending a little bit of time with my daughter and my partner. But the thing that, like, makes me not have to take snack breaks, which just means you guys are getting less content or whatever, it's like, you know, share stream, are the protein works. They help with that. They're really good for people trying to diet, but I'm not, like, aiming to extreme diet. I would say anyone who's trying to do that, just make sure you're doing them responsibly. I'm still a big believer that they shouldn't be a full meal replacement. They are labeled as it, but I see them as a nice padding and that I will have them, but I will later have a proper meal. Some people are on a more extreme diet where they won't have that proper meal. They'll just have the liquid meal. But if you're going to do that, make sure you like actually have some sort of dietary plan in motion and you don't just blind punt it. But they're pretty good value, man. They're like, I think it works out, depending on how many you buy, it can be something like, you know, £1.50 or less per drink, which is a really good deal. Mentally draining? I actually don't think the mental drain is the issue for me. I genuinely just feel hungry. Like, I will legit be a few hours in, and my belly will be rumbling pretty hard. Are they new? I haven't heard of them before. I think they've been around for a few years, but they've recently taken an interest in the gaming market, which kind of makes sense, right? Like, there's certain other brands, but I've tried those other brands, and I really like the milkshakes for protein work. So, like, we'll get ready to hop in the game, because you can hear it in the background now. But I'll literally just pop them up on screen so you guys can see the website I'm talking about, because, like, the discounts are really good. And they have so many sales on, it's kind of crazy. So here you go. So like, wait, is that? Don't know why it's not the right size, but sure. So yeah, they, like right now, I think they got like another 80% off sale. So this works out at £1.62 a meal for these, and you can get them cheaper by scaling up. Like you get £1.50, £1.42, whatever. And then remember, the cool thing, the thing I always love to point out to people, one, use the link so they know that I sent you, but don't forget to enter Killer Pigeon. Because when you enter Killer Pigeon, even with the discounts that are already there, you'll get a bigger discount. So there you go. Delivery cost will be free in the UK if it's above £60. And then elsewhere in Europe and America, it scales based on how much you spend. So I think it starts at like $30 delivery and it can go down. I think the thresholds are $50 and $150. So you can get it all the way down to $10. Yeah, definitely recommend checking them out. All right, let's get ready for the games, though. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn that into a segue. We kind of like went everywhere. And apologies to people who are like, I just want to watch the games, man. But I thought it's really important to explain esports and how production costs work, because a lot of people just don't know it. They wouldn't have a reason to. But it's very important to kind of be like, not deeply aware, but shallowly aware of what it costs to run events. You know, it gets very expensive. I mean, the prize pools sometimes look expensive on their own, but everything else behind it, that's why it's very difficult to do, you know, 2 extra qualifier days. It sounds simple, but if I told you that it costs $3,000 more, all of a sudden your mindset changes. Full sponsor set on YouTube now, please. Wait, what do you mean? Nani? No problem. CSO2 good sniping Vortex Deli? Hell yeah. All right, should we get ready? The set I've been waiting for. The most aggressive player in Europe versus the most aggressive player in Asia. That is right. We have got Vortex, an 11 out of 10 in aggression, going up against the Chinese Vortex. in CSO. Welcome back to the AO4 action, folks. This is us deep in the RedBull Wololo El Reinado action. A $50,000 tournament, a LAN on-site in Spain happening later this year. And only one player will make it through to that grand final showdown with Marine Lord. Could it be one of these two? Let's find out. Let's see if they've got the quality, the caliber, the things that Marine Lord should be sweating. Vortex, who usually gets referred to by Marine Lord as a man who sends it full A. CSO, capable of doing his own Planet of the Apes recording here and being the true Caesar. Let's see if he's able to do it in this set, because he's already off to a phenomenal start, countering out the opening Delhi pick. A formidable pick from the likes of Vortex. In fact, this is, I'd say at this point, I feel like this is his signature pick, even if he still thinks he's a Mongol main. Zhone is a perfect counter, though. It's very difficult to win this matchup with Delhi, because Zhone farms you up like a storm. Louis said that he knows when Vortex and Luceron pick Delhi, even with closed eyes. I mean, it's kind of fits, right? And wait, is that actually the CSO, the legend himself? I feel like a lot of the time they'll try to pick it on an open map, this, the beginning map, right? Like if there's Dry Arabia Gorge or Rocky River on a beginning map, any map with 3 sacred sites, you can probably expect Delhi to be a high prior here. But good read with the Zhone. And, you know, actually, like the cool thing is I'd say China... probably the best region at playing Zhone right now, right? Like, Louis MT is the best Zhone picker, full stop. And CSO should be quite familiar, considering how regularly they scrim together. So how do you approach this if you're Vortex? Because you should be inherently at a disadvantage. I think Ghazi's kind of step 1 on the route to despair. But it feels bad not to do Ghazi, right? But, like, the problem with Ghazi is you just eventually inherently reach that point where you're going to have to take a fight. And Zhone is going to farm you. I feel like the build that probably has the best chance of success here is just infantry all, right? Where you go archer spears and you spam. Because if you reach critical mass of archers, Zhone just dies straight away. Other side of it, of course, CSO is going to try to stop that by going into the knights. Sometimes you will see players open spears here, by the way, just because the initial knight should be more powerful than the initial Ghazi. That's been changing again recently, though. I've seen more players just spamming opening Ghazi, to the point that the initial knight can't do anything. It's more effective in the matchup against French than Zhone, I'd say. Because against Zhone, you have that extra heal factor she can bring in. But against French, if you pinch your knight, it's just going to die, right? There's no easy out. Let's hit the fast forward to get into H2. Sheep count, 20 versus 11. Bruh, what? Alright, CSO's just built diff, man. That's an insane sheep haul. Especially when you remember that Vortex doesn't ever have to come home and CSO kind of has to. Vortex has got a few sheep looming near the edge of his base still that he should be picking up. But even with that detail in mind, like, that's a big win for CSO. He's been gathering from sheep for 4 minutes. Vortex never touched his. Tech up complete. A few houses to be built. Should get Zhone over the line and into level 2. Other side of this. Should be a moment of truth. Vortex likes blacksmiths a lot, but yeah, it's going to have to be the stables beginning. Okay, so with this build, you really have to get the numbers online quick. So it should be an immediate Scholar Garrison and a pump, pump, pump. I don't think you can afford to slow down. After the new patch, you have to come back early due to the 2 extra sheep. Sort of. Like, you don't have to come back as soon, but remember, on the sheep you have, in that case, let's say, like, the beginning of the game, you have 6 sheep. Having 6 sheep, old style would have been 1,500 resources. 6 sheep now is 1,200 resources, right? So you still kind of have to come back at some point. It changes the timing slightly, but I don't think drastically. I'd have to thoroughly test it, but I still think that there's definitely an edge that civs like Delhi and Abbasids have on rotations because they go on berries, right? I would say that the sheep count change has nerfed that advantage, but it also hasn't really fixed the problem because although sheep food has been nerfed in quantity, berries haven't, right? If you wanted to make that a balance change so that Delhi, Abbasids, all these type of civs were less dominant on scank rotations, the way you would have done it is by nerfing berry food as well. So I've heard a few people saying Delhi are OP. I'm not convinced Delhi are OP on water. I think they are viable, but I'd have to see more sample groups, right? Like, so far, I haven't seen many active games where Delhi have been being played. We had, like, 1 game so far between Dumu and Kiljadi, and Japan, the Japanese just look better. Vortex, this Gazi count is really underwhelming, by the way. Like, it's never a good game when this happens. The cleave from the backside. Vortex, big mistake made. What is he up to here? Oh, of course, he went for the blacksmiths. Blacksmiths plus the wall, and this is bad news, guys. Sanctity is close to complete. You are completely outnumbered, and now you're going to have to idle your times, right? So now your blacksmith player gets a little bit less value, gets even less when you don't actually research anything. And the reason you're getting less value is, remember, these techs take longer because both scholars have to take a coffee break to do this. It's, in theory, a cool idea what Vortex is trying to do, where he whittles the knights down and heals all his damage off. And if time was infinite in this game, and it didn't matter that your opponent was doing something else, sure, I back it. But they are doing something else. And you're also missing out on something else here. Sanctity completes in 30 seconds, and I don't see Vortex rushing out of this base. If he tries, he'll lose a scholar. An interesting choice by CSO, though. Wait, is that a miss rally? I mean, the Gazi numbers are going up, but I'm a little bit surprised you'd pull Zeron all the way back home now. Okay, yeah, he's rallying everything home. So he's getting the spinman back up before he comes out again. For a moment, I thought he was doing what I done when I first tried Zeron and thought you had to be in range to consecrate. That was an awkward game. Wolves are now going up, though, so Gazi Raid is going to get blocked out. And he already sees the area, so the walling isn't going to be bugged. It is going to be correct. Archery range, so 1-1-1. CSO already mirroring that himself. I think CSO wants to try and find a fight soon, though. The problem is if you wait too long, your opponent will have better quality units in terms of the infantry. So you want to try to take these fights while it relies more heavily on cavalry, because your cavalry are simply better. The reason why this matchup usually just pivots hard in favor of Zeron, by the way, is you reach a point where a fight happens with the Gazi. And the Gazi have to target Zeron. So what ends up happening is they run into the knights, they take all the damage, they run past them, and they might kill Zeron, but by the time they do, their health bar, like, as a collective, is down from 100% to 50%. At that point, it doesn't matter that Zeron isn't getting XP, you basically already lost the big fight. So Vortex is trying to avoid that threat factor. He's looking for raid opportunities, but CSO doing a good job of responding to this. Is going for the wall in. Vortex. Much later timing than is ideal here, right? I think he had Sanctity for at least a minute. He's finally out on the Sacred Site. Second one's going to be blocked, though, so that's where the contest is going to happen. Vortex only has 4 archers, which is not enough to really threaten Zeron here. So you are going to have to brute force in. Another negative of fighting on these Sacred Sites that benefits CSO, it creates choke points. Right? So if you're relying on melee units to swarm Zeron, you can't get in. Meanwhile, for CSO, he has a better quality of melee units, right? These knights, if you are limited to 8 units melee fighting on both sides, it's a win for CSO because the knights are just better than anything that Vortex has. Knight does go snooping. Will be a pushback towards the center, but we are seeing CSO starting to remerge the forces together in the center here. Good pincher, but unfortunately a bit too fast there. Vortex mistake made. He clicked in instead of down for that final little rotation. I don't think he expected the knight to be willing to get wet boots that much. Meantime, look at this, a raid in. Oh, what a read. Goes after the eco. Only gets 1 for his trouble, but it is going to come at a cost on the other side. Zeron having to retreat away here. Spiminar turning around for the attack. You want to try to get Zeron in range for some cleaves, but the Gazi aren't going to die quick enough. So good strike back there by Vortex. CSO, if he can't get back in the base for another raid, this is going to favor Vortex. Hell, he can barely be safe in his own base right now. He needs to return. There we go. Knight's going again. Another villager picked. This is the way you want to do this. Like, it's going to hurt at home, but you just want to cycle charge. And it looks like Vortex may have slightly missed micro there. Sent the Spearman in underneath the TC. Had a little bit of XP over to Zeron. But well played, actually. I think CSO probably could have went in a little bit sooner again with the Knights. But overall, he's ticking the box he needs to, right? His goal with these Knights shouldn't be to go for the main fight. It should be to chip eco. And then after you've built a slightly, that's when you can start thinking about that main engagement. Extra stables coming in now. CSO's starting to stockpile resources a bit, but I don't expect a Castle Age play. I think he's just kind of mismacroed, right? He was busy with the fights. He wasn't building additional production. That should now start to come through, though. Interesting choice to consecrate on the archery range here. He only had one stables the whole time, though, right? Like, usually players would consecrate the racks here, just because as a percentile savings, it's actually better to consecrate a racks than a stables. At least from a percentage of savings perspective, right? Like, per unit, you will save more knights, but as a percentage, overall, spears are better, because 75% of the cost of a spear is food, while about 50% of the cost of a knight is food, or 60%. And it plays nicely into a men-at-arms timing, but this tells us a lot about CSO's intent. I think he's looking to eventually get Castle and just mass arbitrary, which definitely makes a lot of sense for this matchup. Like, all the moves that Vortex would try to make in Castle will revolve around heavily armored units, right? Men-at-arms, Lancers, these things that arbitrary deal with well. And if we're being totally real about it, arbitrary are just a broken unit. They're still way too good for what they are. The only reason they haven't been fully nerfed is because everything else about Zeron and French feels like a big question mark. Vortex moving out into flank resources now. Luckily for him, CSO felt a bit too threatened here. Ideally, CSO would have been checking flank resources hunting, but he needs everything at home here. If he gets 1 or 2 knights pinched by Mass Ghazi, it's just too big of a disadvantage right now. Spears. We had a pinch one. A little bit of overextension again. I think that's the second time we've seen Vortex just maybe be a little bit too loose with his spearmen. And these details add up, right? With 13 minutes in already, Zeron has got some kills. You need to be very careful. Like, you're getting very close to crossing the threshold of danger. The one that kills so many Delhi players. And might kill him here. Zeron moves in. Divine Restoration has not been pumped yet. The Knight's health bar is still looking good. Cleaves come in. Finally, Archers start to target her down. But there it is. It finally gets pumped here. And I think that's too much XP given over. Zeron is going to break our range just at the last second. CSO with the min-max to force the overextension of Vortex. Now going to lose it all in the retreat. What a timing there. That was sick by CSO. He could have potentially even hidden around the tree line, but he didn't want to risk it. He stays in range, in vision to the very bitter end and forces a bitter end to game one as Vortex is already behind against his Chinese doppelganger. Oh, what a cool one. That was a really, really cool approach. So, yeah, I think the problem there in general was just if you can't lock those sacred sites, you're never going to be able to force him to come out. And the kind of weird thing with Delhi in that matchup is you don't really want to force your opponent to come out for that very reason. The issue is he kind of needed more archers, but because there's so many knights in the field, he has to add everything else instead. And if you don't have enough archers, you simply don't have a snipe for Zeron. So just really, really well played there by CSO to get an early lead. Let's see where we're going to be heading next. Wow. So he doesn't wait around at all. It's going to be Holy Island next. All right, CSO, man. Confidence may be swelling. He has got the Zhuji Chinese matchup. He's got the Zhuji, so that should favor him. But he has just chosen to go to the map that I would most favor Vortex on. I guess his logic is just get out of the way now, right? Good position to be in is like getting rid of the most threatening map as the secondary. Oh, sorry, yeah, Vortex chose it, right? But like, you know, Vortex, I think from his perspective, you don't want to be too down, right? Which makes a lot of sense that you'd go here. The issue with going 2 down is that your opponent can start throwing curveballs that really ruin the entire draft. Like, I think there's 2 points in a draft where it makes the most sense to throw a curveball. The first is game 1, as we saw earlier between Dumu and Balon. And the second is when you're 2 games up on match point. And we've seen that from other players. Like, you know, on LAN, we saw it from Dragavan against, I think it was against Blid, right? Where he done the really weird trade wing build with the Ibids. And those type of games, like, they completely take you off script. It wasn't a draft change as much as it was a strategy change. But, you know, those are usually the 2 points in a series where I think you can get really unpredictable with what you're doing. So it makes sense why Vortex does this. We hop into game number 2. CSO with the early lead, but Vortex, I think he's going to strike back, guys. It's a Chinese Zhu matchup. I would usually favor Zhu, except for the fact that this is one of the 4 best players at Holy Island. The Spanish bros have built up a reputation that involves banning this map time and time again, but CSO chose not to. Instead of actually banning out Holy Island, he chose to prioritize his bans elsewhere. He didn't want to play on Socotra, which is intriguing to me, considering I would have thought both of them would have loved a showdown of brawling there. And we were just talking in the pregame, the logic on why you do this. So game 1 was a win for CSO. The reason why Vortex, having map choice, would go for his most comfortable map here is he doesn't want to be 2-0 down. 2-0 down puts you in a very weird and predictable position where you have to be optimal about every map pick. And your opponent can then ruin the draft by taking a different approach, right? We actually saw this done in the early days by Vortex and Lucifron. I think it was, I want to say Vortex in a Grand Finals against Marine Lord in the early days, where Marine Lord had built a point lead and they went to Mongolian Heights. And this was back when the Basses were trash and Mongols were king. And he knew Vortex was going to pick Mongols, so Marine Lord just picked the Basses to throw it away. And it gave a huge advantage in the draft going further down the line, right? So like those type of details are very important. You can't give that edge over. So Vortex has to strike back with a win now. And I think he's in a good position to do so. So dock openings are coming from both players. I'm just looking for the broken spawn for Zhu here. There's a pretty decent one, double stone plus the berries. Oh, thank you, Gully. Thank you for reminding me. So the pick phase was pick map, ban map, pick map. That makes sense then. I think Vortex did pick it, yes, first. But I'm looking at the other options here. Ooh. Oh, okay. If he sees this... Guys, that's a... I think everything is in range there for 148 resources. Maybe not. I think this one's just out of range. So 123 resources, though, is still big. So you sacrifice one of the stones, you get the double gold stone and the berries. That's wild. And this is why Zhu looks so damn good on Holy Island. Right? It's like, these spawns, I've cast a tournament series before, but the Zhu have been, I think it was just shy of 200 resources. I've watched spawns where you get triple stone, which is also insanely good on water maps like this, because the emplacements just give you a soft reset. If it's 100%, I think it would be on the very edge, but I think so. Because, like, the blockage will be there, right? It should connect everything. CSO, he has scouted it, so he knows his target. Now, another reason why Zhu feel really good on this map, they have a much quicker tech-up timing on average because they spend 15% less, right? Add into the detail the Meditation Garden, add in the fact that you can get Chuge Nu without having to go Song Dynasty. There's a lot of edges here you have on Holy Island. Is it also the case for Socotra? Maybe for Socotra, but you get less value on Socotra with Zhu because there's no fishing, right? And yeah, there is less resources. I think you would get a good Medi Garden for gold near the sacred sites, maybe. But I'd say on average, your chances of a good spawn here are better. And also, even if you don't get a great spawn with the Zhu on Holy Island, you can still play the map, right? If you went onto Socotra and you did not get a good spawn, your game is basically over. I just don't think you ramp troops quick enough, weirdly enough. Like, you'd think you gain Chuge Nu so early. The problem is, like, diving the enemy TC is impossible early with Chuge Nu. Because it's too compact. The goal's too safe. Even though woodlines feel quite safe. Fishing boat count. Neck and neck so far. CSO is going to be first to trigger the tech up and... What? I guess he doesn't want the walking distance, right? In fairness, walking that distance, like, it's a lot of other time and return as well. But I think it's worth it. The only thing I can think here is it's 7 villages as well. He wants a quicker timing to get the archership advantage. I just don't think it's worth it, guys. Against China, they're going to tech up so quickly as well. They'll have a boat waiting when you arrive. I think CSO is really coveting the archership too much. But the problem here is, like, it makes sense in a lot of matchups, right? Against a lot of civs, your HREs, your Mongols, whatever, because their tech is going to be so much slower. Not against China, though, right? You can see how close their tech ups are. It's the difference of an archership, and, dude, he doesn't even have the resources for it. That's wild. I mean, wood count is going to probably be what? I'd say 28 and 25 gold. So that's barely over 50 on the resource grab. Okay, so it's going to be 36 wood, I think. 36 and 25 gold, right? I'm not sure that's worth it. And this is what I meant with the tech up timing, right? Like that delay. Even if he didn't have that delay, which I think was about 10 seconds, 10 seconds would put him, what, here? First archer ship's already on the way. So you get about 6 seconds of harassment before an archer ship comes out. Oy, oy, oy. Maybe he was worried about land aggro, but should you really be worried about land aggro against China? Of these two civs, if there was one I'd expect to attack on land, it's not Chinese, it's Zhuji. Because remember, the Zhuji can get access to Chugenu, which are the busted unit in HT you want, for 300 and, was it 340? Yeah, 340. That's sorry, 340? No, my maths today. 510 resources, right? 510 resources, and then you build an archer ranger there. For China to get into Chuganu, they have to spend 1,200 resources and build an archer range, which is like 9 Chuganu. Does Jiangnan build on water and quick harass? Wait, Jiangnan doesn't spawn anything from docks, right? I'm pretty sure it doesn't. Unless I'm an idiot. No, it doesn't. I was about to say, dude, can you imagine how broken that would be? Even a fishing boat. Thank God, that would be so absurdly broken. But yeah, the Chiganu idea is kind of cool, but like I think it's just better to just supervise one archer range. Like the Medi Garden usually would just be a better choice. First archer ship out, and first archer ship's going to be a whiff. Vortex, great cut here. Oh my God, he's going to get it. Look at the way he's micro this. This is sick. So CSO loses the opening boat, and all of a sudden that Meditation Garden is an even bigger question mark in this game. So what now? Because if you now just play out water, I think the taxman advantage of being able to build them out this Imperial Academy eclipses this Meditation Garden 100%. And what I just saw on water was a cheeky outplay by Vortex, right? So CSO has got a very big point he needs to prove. If he can beat Vortex here on Holy Island, this is the type of performance like I'm like, dude, this kid can go top 4 easily. It's got to convince me in this game. Right now, I just like the composition better for Vortex. Clear springboard advantage, demo ships behind this. Only one archer ship from CSO. It's going to be very hard to get a sneak in. I mean, I can imagine CSO's like, oh, no, this ain't the fight I want, dog. Give me 5 minutes. Someone tells me we might not have 5 minutes. We talked about Shugenu making the move on land. Vortex goes there first. Stables now producing horsemen. And CSO has no defense. Also, because his Medigarden's here, it's on the gold, right? Like, that would be the one argument CSO has as to why he didn't go for the loose Medigarden, is the fact that his opponent was going to produce on land. But theoretically, with all that extra resources, you'd be able to produce on land as well. Vortex. Look at this move in. Everything's stacked right now. Fishing boats on top of the springholds. Demo's looking to move in. The archer ships can't do anything about it. It's a pinch! And an absolute plow! The triple demo to sink it all. Game number 2 is an immediate strike back by Vortex. Spaniards reminding us all that Wololo is in Spain. They want to see some Spanish representation. And with a game like this, it keeps the hopes alive in the upper bracket. Because now CSO has to climb a mountain to get back into this. It looks like Vortex maybe got struck in return from a demo ship or two. I think also no Arislets, right? So yeah. But the problem here is like you're remassing from behind. Your fishing is just dead. The eco count hasn't really represented that yet. 11 fishing boats to 3. This is the type of game where you look at it right now and it's generally like 90% favor towards Vortex. And that's why Vortex didn't have more coming. He went Barbican. So he still has military mass lead. He has clear eco lead. And he just spent 600 resources on attack. Meanwhile, CSO also had to react with Spearman on land. He went, what, 5 docks? He's looking for a boom recovery. I guess, did he scout it? I think he saw the Barbican, right? So he's like, okay, that's my way back. This counterattack may be ill-advised for CSO, though. Yes, you see a small fleet, but yours is tiny, too. If you get caught out of position like this, any attempt to rebuild the fishing is going to immediately disappear. Makes the right choice to back up, but Vortex with the sling of ships now. 7 explosives. Ooh, a little bit of a miss micro there. He clicked on one ship, which kind of basically clumped him together. Made it easy for the archer ships. There's going to be a full pushback, CSO. Just trying to catch up in the military department with a weaker economy now. Wolfsmen are still looming on that flank, but it looks like CSO has the correct reaction, is going in for the outpost defense. One that would be bolstered if he had a little bit of stone trickling in from somewhere. Vortex. Idling out the fishing. It's really paranoia sets in hard when you see this, by the way. You don't know if there's explosive ships coming out of all these. You have to act as if they are. Speaking of explosive ships, Vortex moving in. Dive goes deeper, and he will have enough to connect again. Reaction is too slow. It's going to get in. It's going to get some sinkers. So 2 more Springles go down. And all of a sudden, CSO has a big misbalance in the force here. Too many archer ships. Not enough Springles. It's definitely not looking like the chosen one right now. Vortex pulls it back. Fishing boat count is still weak. Only 7. Other side, 14 now. Chuganu are coming, folks, from Vortex. You're in a bad position when, in a usually Chinese matchup, the Chinese player is now the one building Chuganu. This is brutal. The fact that Vortex is able to afford this while still just holding on water entirely. Just flooding so much resource as well. Now putting it back to work to keep that lead. Scout does at least see it. So CSO, he does know about the repeated crossbows. What's the reaction going to be, though? In a game where you're behind on military force, he has to put more on land. Beside, CSO. He's outnumbered again. Banter sales was used. The problem for CSO is he can't really afford a demo ship pump. He needs permanent units, not temporaries, and that's where Vortex keeps looking ahead. Demos are creeping. Our ship spray does catch them. Vortex a little bit overzealous there. Needs to wait for the boom count. Chuganu are moving down to the horsemen that are waiting on the deer. He could just idle out the gold, which is good enough. Like, that's the other thing that's keeping CSO off of explosive ships here, right? He can't afford to build 5 of them. Really only has taxation at this point. Vortex continues to trickle troops. Seems to be working out, though. Nice brute force pushback here. What a read. Vortex sees it. He understands that CSO can't afford demos, so he can go as deep as he wants. Moves in between the ships. Gets the hit he needs. All of a sudden, CSO now out of archer ships. He might be out of the game. He has no defense now against demos. Land is also a big distraction here. Dive does come in and is repelled. But Vortex now with the tech up being triggered. I think we've reached the end, guys. Vortex already has stables for knights. He can even just mass Chuganu and dive, right? But the bigger deal is your opponent outnumbers you on Springles. Springle crews will be coming in. And so will armored hulls. When you're an age behind like this, there is one way to recover water, and that is to mass demos to clear everything. But CSO keeps getting idled on that gold. Like, everything Vortex has done around here has been intentional to try and deny that play. So there it is, tech up complete. CSO with only 100 gold in reserve. Massing 8 demos just isn't realistic here. Meanwhile, Vortex, Spiral Crews coming in 20 seconds. Chicken on land at least be pushed away. CSO realizing it's now or never sends in the fleet. Vortex. No upgrades yet. But they're about to trigger, and CSO realizes it's too late. The fleet is too big. Game number 2 will be an immediate strike back by the European. Hoo, hoo, hoo. It's cooking up in the kitchen. Springs always have to be microed. A moving them doesn't prioritize siege. What, land springles? Yes. They have to be microed. You can A-click, and then you're going to question why you've just shot a Chukanu. Would have been good if you played back in 2021. All right, let me get the next game ready. Yeah, the Civ drafts are pretty interesting. English H3 bans aren't surprising. I mean, Rus is kind of surprising being allowed through the way it was. Right? That I wouldn't have expected. In fact, is their draft bugged? Why do they both have Rus? What? Oh, that's right. I forgot this format allows... It allows the first pick to be the same, right? I totally forgot about that. It's such a weird form. Like, you wouldn't think it because it's so weird. Yeah, they perfectly mirror. Dude, imagine if you could still, like, mirror pick. They just done it the whole way through. All right, so we just had a Holy Island. It's going to be a Rus mirror. H3 English ban becoming more common in tourney matches. It started to rise really hard with the last tournament because they got overbuffed. But the other thing is with the map pool, especially this one, the most bannable civs are going to be Rus, HRE, and then followed by English, I think, and Ibids. So, like, you know, Juji in China can be kind of annoying, but I'd say China with this map pool is probably more annoying than Juji. Number 1 and number 2 bans are going to be HRE and Rus. So, yeah, we do get a Bunty war. Man, I don't know. Do I feel good or bad about this? Oh, wait, where's the casting overlay? What happened there? One second. Not sure why that disappeared. Oh, I can't believe we're getting... I don't know if I should feel good or bad about this. I guess, like, you know, every once in a while it's okay. Right? Maybe. Let's get ready for it. I'm actually okay with this. I'm just going to be real. A mirror every once in a blue moon, I accept. We rarely ever see this in tournament play anymore. It is a Rus versus Rus matchup. In fact, this might be the rarest mirror of the last 2 years of competitive play. Because it always gets banned. CSO in the orange is the Rus, and then Vortex mirrored across in the blue. So we're going to be eyeing up the Bunty War, and CSO already has a slight edge on his scout production timing. He was quicker to get the hunting cabin up. Spawn might also favor him if... Oh, wow, he already did. He scouted one. CSO should see this deer. He sees one deer, but he doesn't see the icon on his map. That might bite him in the ass. He's actually heading over the map right now for Vortex's load. Vortex... He checks the back corner. He's going to forfeit some of the deer. So CSO already off to a much better start. And the other one is going to get contested. What, final 2 deer probably? Yeah, CSO now getting a range. On the east side, I think he gets 3 deer deep before Vortex gets in range. There's also a wolf here to muddy it. I mean, CSO's still tracking with a lead here, right? There's that final... Oh, yeah, he found it. The final deer load he found. I think CSO's just going to come out ahead in this then. That's got to be what? He's probably like 190 bounty, maybe? We can't check because it's replay, right? And I don't want to spoil it for you guys. And what? Oh, no, Vortex. He stopped off for the wolf. It gets a guaranteed kill there, but it means he forfeited the entire 70 when he could have probably taken 30 away. Question mark is who's going to get this final wolf here. Vortex looks like he's got more, but remember, he didn't get wheelbarrow. So, like, you can just tell just how far ahead CSO is. There's 150 gold difference. Vortex, beautifully done. The timing does make up for it there. What server are they playing on, actually? Because that's the biggest deal in this matchup that really matters. Because whoever's got more ping is likely to just kind of forfeit a bit more gold over. Kremlin now on the way. Timing somewhat mirrored by Vortex, but the big edge here is the wheelbarrow. A little bit of a fight under the wolf. And that is going to be a 4-foot fight for CSO. So it looks like this wolf should be going the way of Vortex. That'll give him the catch-up he needs. With this kill on the wolf, plus the extra tick of the hunting cabin, he'll be able to start wheelbarrow. But his timing is going to be worse. And that's pretty important considering the walk distance for like stone play here. Or gold play. Both of them are kind of really out there. And CSO already moved into a position to be close to the gold in the first place. I think we might be looking at 1 TC on 1 TC, by the way. CSO getting cheeky. Oh, what? Vortex didn't go for it quick enough. So CSO able to deny it away. And Vortex now guaranteed not getting his hands on wheelbarrow. Oh, that was sick. What an outplay there by CSO. And stone is being gathered, so it's going to be the 2 TC build. I wonder if that's the detail that convinced him to go for it, because, like, realistically at that stage, you've got this awkward position where Vortex will have to choose an eco upgrade or a knight. He can't do both. CSO knows his numbers well enough to understand that. I think that is everything, though, guys. All wolves gone. Let me know if you found the bounty war entertaining or cringe. I'm still waiting for the full rework on it. I think it's going to have to be rejigged. Another camp now going up. Should be on both sides as well. Looks like Vortex has opted for a lot more people on the wood to begin with, but it is the same goal on both sides. We're going to get a second TC. Looking at the spawn options, I think CSO's works a bit better because he has a back spawn deer. So you can basically, you could TC drop down here, right? And then you have the other deer behind safely afterwards, and you can kind of just wall two. And it's very hard to raid. On the other side of it, Vortex at some point is going to have to split north and south for double deer. Like, if you want to play it safe, you could do the back deer. I think it comes down to, like, because you're both going 2 TC, you probably can get away with a looser TC. Like, realistically, CSO's TC down here is no looser than Vortex's will be. Because remember, like, Vortex put the Kremlin north-facing, and you've got the Kremlin already in this direction. Oh, finally on the way. That's kind of unfortunate, though, right? Vortex's timing, he's going to have to move for the TC placement before wheelbarrow's out. So he's going to lose a lot of efficiency in that walk. You have to go for the deer, but that just means you're walking so long, right? I mean, if he drops it on the tree line, I think he's behind. The only other option is to drop it on the gold. And yeah, there it is. That is a long trek to the north side. Meanwhile, CSO doesn't go for the deer. He plays it safe. On 7 sheep as well. That's pretty ballsy. So I'm starting to wonder if CSO is now just going for a castle build. In fairness, usually the way this matchup goes is 2 TC fast castle. There used to be a bit of an argument on whether you should go 3 TC castle or 2 TC. And I think players settled on 2 TC castle is just optimal. With the exception being if your opponent tries to play feudal. But like if he's playing feudal, it has to be 2 TC because 3 slows him down too much. And I'm not kidding. I'm not exaggerating when I say 2 TC is much better than 3. Like the win rate between those two builds was ridiculous. I think it's like 80-90%. I watched a lot of 2 free TC matchups. And 2 always won. I'm going to speed this up, though. I think that's just reasonable, especially in this match. We've kind of seen like the openings and what's important here. We'll slow it down if we see something important coming out. So it is going to be stables from CSO. Going to look to apply some pressure. Makes sense as well. Like, look how loose the spawn is for Vortex. He did at least lock in the boar here, so that plays well for him. And that should have unlocked maybe bounty tier 2. Might actually still just be shy of it. CSO, meanwhile, is going to be moving out for the deer. So no TC, but no pressure either, right? Vortex only now going for his stables, but notably behind. By the time he gets his stables up, the first knight is going to be out. And not just that, CSO now following up the racks. long wall as well. So the wall we talked about. This is why I would have liked the 4TC over here, because then you lock in the deer, you wall behind it, and you just defend this area. You can then wall the north side as well, right? It's a lot of wood, but it just gives you more efficiency. But I think the goal for CSO is just to kind of wall himself in fully, and then just pressure Vortex for this positioning. Good choice by Vortex to go in for the Wooden Fortress, though. A lot of people would be greedy and would do this. He needs that extra layer of protection, because he already has 14 villages out here, and only enough garrison spots for 8. And this also means if you die with the knight, you're going to be in pain. The signature Spaniard V for victory here, as he sets up the little walls around the gold. Looks like Ava Pumba is going to be getting in the way of Vortex, so big bounty lead there. And guys, tech up on the way. Check this, Vortex. He doesn't engage with it too long. And this is the power of the board, by the way. Like, it's giving him so much additional food to work with. Well played. I mean, it's a lot of gold as well, right? Like, the gold you get from the boars alone is a quarter of your tech up cost for gold. High trade house now on the way, and oh my god, get your numbers. Get them and make them big. What a sick. That is gross. That is absolutely vile. Vortex with a ballsy forward high trade house, and he's not going to be punished because CSO was tunnel visioning the second TC. Now CSO, I mean, surely, like, are you going to try to send it here? He has got a decent amount of knights. But the Rams, you're going to need Rams to get into this. Siege Engineering has been queued behind. Bloomery is being teched into. He's going to try to take it. This is wild. I can't believe he's going for it. Meantime, Vortex, of course, going for the relic just makes so much sense. But that might give an opening, right? Like, if you're investing into Monastery, that's 200 wood. And then you're spending 240 per monk. And you're probably going to want 2 here. That's a lot of units. That's 3 extra knights for CSO. In a game where he's already 3 ahead. Right, here we go. 199 gold a minute. 77 trees in range. Damn. I love the fact that 2 of you were that close. But no one was right. He's not on tier 3 bounty, right? So eventually this is going to go up to something like, I think it goes up to like, is it 280 or something? Which is just wild. First relic is now on the way home. Walls are up, so Vortex's counter raid attempts aren't going to exist in this game. They even walled over here with the double gate. And CSO's not slowing down though, guys. He's going for it. 2 Rams coming. I mean, Vortex may have seen this, but he hasn't reacted appropriately. He's only now doing it. Double racks is being dropped, but he's still investing hard into knights here. And it is going to be spears. Okay, I was worried it was going to be men-at-arms, but now like scaling spears from behind on the count. A bit risky. Vortex does have that ace up his sleeve though. Castle Age Militia now on the way to defend. Spears begin the dive. That was a sick block. He stopped any villagers getting in the Wooden Fortress, so it's less arrow fire. Nice, now dive. Militia going around the back here. One knight to try and hold them back, but the Rams are in trouble. I don't see this working for CSO. Militia last way too long in the defense, right? They've still got 35 seconds to work with. Spearmen are just being thrown away. I think CSO is just going to have to accept its Castle Age. Weird that he's even trying to still contest it with the Spearman in the mix. Second relic now also coming home, so money is starting to stockpile for Vortex. Yeah, overall this Ram play felt underwhelming. I mean, you forced the tickets, right? But that's only 120 food. Meanwhile, you lost 400 wood. You also had to get Siege Engineering, which has a price to be levied. It's actually a very expensive loss for CSO. And behind that, remember, his opponent is also going for relics, and wow. CSO's going again. So he believes that now that the militia are removed, he's strong enough to fight this. I would say the only thing that would lead me to believing it is that Vortex, yeah, needs more Raxes. The Vortex has made himself a bit weak by the fact that he didn't go full Raxes and spam spears. But this is wild by CSO, man. Like, he should expect additional Raxes. He's not convinced. Weirdest of walls on the south side. Should protect the economy there. Looks like he's trying to pivot away from the secondary town center now. Rams are going to move into the main then. Oh, he's going to try to knock down the monastery. High trade house now coming in from CSO. I doubt it's going to be anywhere near as good as Vortex's. Spearman though, Vortex, he A-clicks the fight. Okay, that's kind of rough, the way he played that in. But still, the tech advantage is too big here, right? It's veteran Spearman versus Feudal. Vortex should be able to swat this away. CSO trying to just peel the Knights to outnumber them and get the best trades he can. It's so difficult when you're an age behind like this, though. Finally backs away. Rams, in the meantime, not able to really do anything here. They just go down. And all of a sudden, we have an overwhelming lead for Vortex. CSO is ahead on eco, sure, but like that's eclipsed by the better high trade house, the 4 relics, and now the military advantage. I think CSO is going to have to hunker down and probably transition crossbows here. There it is, Arch Ranger's coming. Okay, you know what would be really wild here? Is if instead of going for crossbows, he went for horse archers. It's really micro-intensive and it's really risky here. But Vortex hasn't protected himself. He's got loose economy. It's going to get looser when he plays out into Bor over here. He's got the deer to the south side that are also loose. There's a lot of areas you can target. Still, surely not. And I'm pretty sure there's no redraw on the lower bracket. You just end up... I think you end up where you're going to end up. I don't think they're using a flip format either. I'm a really big fan of flip formats where if you fall to the lower bracket, you go to the other side. But I don't think that was utilized here. No, it wasn't. Which I think means you can just end up facing off against the same guy that knocked you down. Which I'm not a big fan of. I'll have to double check that. I hope it's not that way. I really always think there should be a flip on the bracket. Because the issue is if you get knocked out by the same player twice and they end up winning the tournament, you could have potentially been the third place person. Vortex, such a big military lead here. The walls are now going up, so he's trying to deal with the weaknesses that we exposed. Crossbows are being stockpiled right now by CSO. Farm count just looks so good for him right now, though. Was it 31? Meanwhile, Vortex barely has any. Yeah, he's got none. So this is dangerous right now. Like, Vortex, if he ever loses military lead, he's just going to starve. So it's very important that he controls these areas of the map. Very important he doesn't get scouted on the ball. Every single resource feels mandatory here to stay in the game. Spearman. Ooh. Burn through? CSO, you have crossbows. Okay, he finally starts attacking. Yeah, a little bit surprised it took that long. Militia were pulled, so it's going to be a waste there. Knights in the meantime. Vortex flexing his advantage there. May accidentally push his opponent towards the board, though, and that's 8 villagers unguarded. Vortex. What are we going for next here? No Boy's Fortune is kind of wild when you have 13 knights. Makes more sense that CSO shouldn't go for it, right? He's outnumbered in that department. Leaning pretty hard in the spear crossbow. Vortex actually has a really big comp issue, guys. He doesn't have enough crossbows. Also, has Vortex... Wait, Vortex has been missing villager production, guys. Oh my god, dude. It's been happening so many times. The TC timing wasn't that drastically different. But there is now a 15 eco lead difference with only, collectively between them, 5 workers killed. So this should only be probably equating a TC difference 5 villagers difference in total here. There's a 16 villager difference. I think this is going to lose him the game. Because it's the type of mistake he's still not noticing. This TC hasn't been operating for a while now. Oy, I can't believe this, man. Like a player of Vortex's caliber, the talent we've seen, like this feels like a very, I don't want to say rookish way of losing the game, but a very easy error to avoid, right? Something's gone awry. Now CSO with a 20 villager lead. I mean, even with the relics in Vortex's favor, it's hard to back him here. 138 gold compared to 199, right? That's basically the difference of an extra relic. Hotkey issue? We'll know if on the verge of losing us for a remake. I can't. You'd think it being Garrison might flag him to the fact that TC is still not working. Neither's the main. What? This is so out of character for Vortex. I mean, you know, I guess maybe it was a bit later in the day, but I don't feel like we usually see that fatigue set in as hard for him. Something's off here, man. He's just gonna lose this due to idle TC. Crossbows get backstabbed. Horsemen are now being scaled by Vortex, but that's very hard to do on 82 economy with no new villagers coming. Spearmen on delay do arrive to clear up the horsemen. Militia have been pulled here. CSO, just so many troops coming behind this. Vortex numbers deceptive. A lot of it is actually into militia here. Will be enough to swat away wave number 1, but with TCs keeping idle like this, I have to wonder what happens with wave 2 and 3. He does at least produce out of the primary, but only once. Militia are about to remove themselves from the battlefield. I can't believe it. Of all the ways, man. Of all the ways, and yes, it's upper bracket, but all the ways to put yourself pressure on, right, back up against the wall, giving your opponent match point, this has got to be one of the more demoralizing ones. The other thing is it almost looks like he's trying to remain super efficient and only produce one villager at a time, but that's because he needs all these horsemen now, right? So he needs to be locked on it, but the damage may have already been done. 20 villagers down like this. It's a landslide to try and overcome. In a game where also, remember, Vortex really does not have many farms. Only 19. Meanwhile, I think CSO has double that now. So the knight on the back is at least going to be cleared up. So no eco losses to be had there. But, oh, the village on the front side. He didn't realize. Vortex now down to 76. And also the Knight Raid connected on the north. Villagers went down, building up the wooden fortress. None survive. That's a FUD eco lead. And CSO now almost double the military strength. Looking to move in for the killing blow. Already also setting up on the big gold vein in case it goes deeper. Has got the stone for a keep drop. Dive in begins. So many spearmen here. I just don't see how Horseman is meant to save you against this many. Siege Workshop has been dropped, but Vortex, you might not have the freedom to produce at this pace. Spearmen, bait them in. Crossbows with a step back. Is targeting down the Knights as well. Horsemen will look to flurry through. Second wave now on the way from CSO, though. And even without it, there's just not enough Horsemen here. They're going to get cleared up. And I think we're going to be heading into a game 4 with a Chinese Prodigy on match point. Oh, what a crazy series. Vortex, usually in people's top 4, top 6. Such an unorthodox way of losing control of the game. CSO, can't fault it, man. Saw the opportunity, struck the perfect timing here. Villagers now having to migrate the areas they shifted south side. I think this one is over. He has 600 food income when CSO has almost 3,000. And the villagers, oh my god, no. CSO's waiting for him. Death by knight or death by spear. But either way, it's death all the same. Two potential maps remaining. Kawasan and Gorge the choices. And I have to imagine the Vortex is going to lean on the water to try and get him back into this series once more. To try and get it to game 5. My instincts tell me we're heading to a Kawasan. but I'm not sure it's going to be the same beast that was Holy Island. I'm not sure it's going to favor him the same way. CSO definitely has the draft picks and has proven he has the capability to outplay here. Mango last stand, and it is going to be a fall. The Spearman able to mop it up, and CSO now with double the villagers. There can be no doubt any longer. But there won't be a doubt castle. It'll be a successful one. He was going for the Speskaya in his base. Vortex forfeits is over before CSO gives him the final treat. What a bloody treat that was. CSO. What a Chad. Vortex should have won this? Yeah, I mean, the TC production is definitely a big part. But CSO done really well on the farm transition. I do think CSO made a really big mistake just trying to all-in that second TC. It's very difficult to do from that position with the comp he's running. I think like that series is balanced in a beautiful way that they both made really big mistakes. Like CSO, I think you'd admit now, trying to double down that TC was not the play. He could have got wiped a lot easier if Vortex had built less knights and more spears. But then the brutal part in return is, of course, the misproduction on the TCs from Vortex. Like, it cost him so much in that game. It's insane. Wait, which game was which? Who is... That was game 1, right? I might bundle those ones into a series. The most aggressive European fights the most aggressive. Which fights China's most aggressive player. I like that. EU and China's. What do I call the thumbnail on that? Most fighting player, fightiest players? All right, there we go. So it's gonna, yeah, we predicted it. It's gonna be Kawasan. Abbasid's Mongols. Now that is interesting. Sup, Genetizer. Which series am I casting today? A bunch of different ones. So we already done the Dumu Balon series, which was fantastic. We're now doing the Vortex CSO. I don't think... Was Wham and Cat cast? I'd have to double check that one. Give me a sec. Because I had a list. I don't think Wham and Cat was cast. So that might be an option. Louis MT Kiljadi was. Anatan Zeron wasn't actually. I'm kind of curious on that one. Can you switch Shinobi on land now to disable TCs? I don't think it's worth it. Run the math logic. You dive a Shinobi in. Best case scenario. Hey, sub Genetizer. Thank you very much for the sub, buddy. But yeah, if we run, like, do basic math logic here, guys. For years, you've understood, because like it's been very accepted. For years, you've accepted that sending a knight in and killing 2 villagers and then losing a knight is not worth it. So why would sending a Shinobi in that costs half the price of a knight to disable the TC for like, what was it, 1.5 villagers and losing him be worth it? Hey, sup, Voldy Bay. Thank you very much. We've got a golden Kappa train. Wait, what the hell's a golden Kappa train? I don't know. I'll take it though. Prime subs, get him, guys. You have a limited time to earn an exclusive Golden Kappa emote for 24 hours. Oh my god. Get it. Golden Kappa emotes? Dude, I didn't even know about this. Bruh. Why are you guys not subbing? Go, go, go. All right, break the all-time record. Our all-time record is level 7. Go, 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 go. It's pay to win? Yeah, dude. Do you not want it in gold? Gold's always better, right? Just ask the Imperium man. I just realized in-game chat's in a weird spot. But yeah, to quickly explain the Shinobi thing, though, it's just trash to dive the T. So here's the thing. A good player will see you as you walk in range, and Shinshin doesn't outrange a TC. So they'll already be shooting arrows as you come in, and that means that you probably won't get the sabotage off, even with the buff to sabotage's timing. But even if you do, you disable 1.5 villages worth of production, but you spend 120 resources doing so. You're giving over a very big edge. High-level players will exploit that. It's the same reason why French Knight will not dive for 2 villager kills and die. If you can get 2 villager kills without dying, great. But if it's going to cost him his life, you'll time and time again hear players say not worth. And also the timing is just 10 times worse than a Knight, right? Like a Knight arrives very quickly, a Shinobi doesn't. Oh, man. Dude, get your freaking golden Kappas, though. Alright. Matched up perfectly. We've got a golden hype train. If you're watching this live or later, get across on the Twitch side and make sure you drop those Prime subs. It's free. You already pay for Amazon because everyone wants to watch the boys. Well, I've got something more bloody with the boys here in AoE 4. Vortex up against CSO in a potential deciding game here with CSO now on match point. Vortex once again retreats to water maps as his safety net. But CSO might be able to catch him. We've got the Abbasid Mongol matchup. I actually think this is a pretty good matchup for the Abbasids. It's very easy to break out of the early outpost rush, courtesy of already having siege engineering. And Military Wing gives you the units to build that. It is going to be a 4 gold spawn, so realistically we could be looking at an outpost rush shenanigans. The issue in this spawn is there's a 2nd gold far off on the right, so you'd have to invest pretty heavily. And notice that CSO hasn't played out for the water at all. You don't do this in this matchup because Mongol players will burn your first dock. Oh, looks like Vortex is going to be going for the outpost rush. So this is pretty atypical in this matchup. You see it a lot at the moment. We actually watched it in another series between, I think it was Lash and I want to say Garnath, where he went for that early outpost rush. And then I think the biggest mistake he made in that game is he followed up with a 2nd outpost, which meant the ram that the Abbasids built paid for itself. But the way this matchup plays out is that the Abbasids will have to go military wing to clear out the outpost play. And usually you're going to be expecting the outpost play, regardless of whether it's water or not. In fact, CSO will get confirmation of that before he triggers military wing by the looks of it, which is always just a little bit better. Because sometimes it's not, right? And in the event that it's not, maybe you want to go for, say, culture. The reality is on Kawasan, I think you always go military wing, because if your opponent's not going to attack you and give you a reason, you can ram down his docks. It's actually why I think Abbasids might be like top 2 pick on Kawasan. Because if you thread the needle, if you play that opening 5-10 minutes very well, around the military wing and into a ram, your opponent can't really contest it. It's so difficult, right? You've already got the units to build a ram, so you only need to find 200 wood. And then if you start building boats to contest water, they have to build boats. Boats do not kill rams, guys. A Springle ship, archer ship, they're all reduced down to 1 damage, right? In fact, funny detail for you, archer ships will kill rams quicker than Springle ships. That's how bad it is. Being a little bit annoying. Now, CSO, is he going to try to gather enough for fresh foodstuffs here? 200 gold? I think this is not enough. Yeah, no, he would have had to have brought 3 and kept them here to get enough gold for fresh foodstuffs. So Vortex will shove him off this. The military wing is already on the way, guys. And this is where you just start gathering mass wood. So then you get the ram, you clear your way out, and then you follow up with a dock. But Vortex's attempt to contest that seems to be an aggressive dock on the west side pond. And they should both be on the west side pond, by the way, guys. You get 2 types of spawns in Kawasan. Those where you're on the same side, like this. And you... Actually, 3 types. You get those where you're same type like this. You get central ones, and then you get staggered. Staggered tends to turn to a 1-on-1 pond. Centers are RNG. And then same side ones, you tend to see players contest the same pond. Pretty cool idea by Vortex, though. If you can get an initial Springle chip out, the ram detail doesn't matter because you can't then come build a dock to do anything. I do think it's still pretty easy for CSO to just play off the side of the map, though. And also, you need to make sure you're scouting this entire area, or your opponent could sneak in. You know what I haven't seen anyone do yet? Is to sneak a dock out, have the ram nearby, and you just keep garrisoning as your opponent tries to kill you. But look at this timing. CSO actually wraps out at the perfect time. This is wild because Vortex, if he was given a little bit longer, he'd get a ship out here, right? But this is the weakness of the outpost rush. You don't have a fast tech up. Spears and Archers also now pushing him away, and the Ram immediately builds CSO. He's got this on lock. He knows what he needs to do here. This is my issue with the outpost rush from this map, man. I mean, maybe I'm just not seeing the games where it works, but every time I watch it, it seems to fall flat. You need something else, and in fairness to him, Vortex had a really cool idea here. It's just the issue is when you invest in this many spears, you're too far behind on your tech timing. You can't get that boat to give you an edge, and CSO easily able to afford the dock and the ram because this dock only costs 75 resources. Ram down the way. The other thing is Vortex didn't do this to an outpost rush at all, right? I don't think you wanted to give the value to the ram, but just by placing your dock like this, you do it anyway. Knock, knock. It's come gunning. It's come calling. CSO also now crawling onto both of these bonds. Love the fact he sends a scout up just to check. Gold gets idled out, but you don't really need gold now. And Spearmen are going to react, but they're going to react too late, guys. Meanwhile, the timing! CSO finds the villager on the north side. Vortex is not getting on a pond this game. Ram's already done the damage required. Spearman, maybe? No, it's going to be too slow. No ships. Vortex now rushing up the archer range because he needs a reaction ASAP. CSO will look to quickly secure both ponds, already getting the archer ships out. This is now a land game for the Mongols. There's no water, no food to be had. And keep in mind, this particular matchup, a Bastards can slap you about, right? Archer massing on both sides, Bastards can be favored with a boot camp. On top of that, if you go into Keshits, there's a camel that can be added in for the unease. But the bigger deal now is actually with all this food, there's nothing to stop the Bastards from getting 1 or 2 camels and massing horsemen. This is brutal. He's going to try for it again, isn't he? The other issue is you have to remember archer ships have more range than normal archers. And he has nowhere near enough to contest an archer ship anyway. CSO. Or he starts fighting with the archers, but Vortex, yeah, there's no chance. He realizes cancel straight away. You might be able to get a dock up if you pull 8 villagers. Maybe. Even then, I don't think so, right? But the archer ships, the way they shoot flurries of arrows, when you stack villagers like that, 3 of them are going to be getting hit at once. You'd basically need textiles, which is so expensive at this stage. So should be where he's adding in, yep, land production on the way, stables and archer range. It just makes so much sense, right? When you've got all this food to work with, got to spend it some way. Also really annoying, this little detail here, is that Vortex can't just run straight across the enemy base. The optimal route takes him right by the archer ship. These small things really add up because it means before you even get in the fight, you've got, what, on average, probably 10% less health for your archers against a civ that can get 15% more health. Constantly being annoying for the meantime, but horsemen are coming soon, so his shenanigans are going to end. Oh, CSO! That was sick! He spotted the aggroed villager and pulled him back to the TC, which pulls the Khan in range. That was such a great read. Vortex just too distracted. Wall's now also going up. And, oh, buddy. Pal. He really thought that CSO had docked his own side. There's no way you can get on this pond now for Vortex. The sheep's staying as blue because Vortex trained that sheep from a young age. He's a sleeper agent. Congrats, you now know that CSO has an extra archer. Are you kidding me? There's like no moves Vortex can make in this game. CSO is just so switched on in this one. Usually you expect like one little slip up, one little slip through. But not today. Team Elephant just looking clean in the opening phases of RedBull, Wololo, El Reinado. A second TC now. Vortex, this did just get buffed, remember? Used to be 900, now it's 850. But you're still having to delay 2 TC against fishing. And also, just think about the raw mass. You're missing 10 extra military units making this choice. That means CSO has an opportunity here. Fishing is still small, only 5 in total. But that can keep scaling now. CSO, I believe he did get... No fresh food stuff, so isn't saving there. Usually it's worth getting, like even on 1 TC builds, it's not too bad, but you are pretty deep now, like 10 minutes in. 125 resources, probably just worth it to get an extra horseman. Vortex, nice little snipe on land. Wolves also going up on both flanks, so it's a funneled game down the center now. And outpost now on the way. This is Deer Stone, so the movement speed is going to be big here. And it's definitely going to be welcome considering CSO is massing horsemen. Vortex really needs to consider adding in the blacksmiths now. Steeled arrow is huge here. If you know your opponent's going horseman, you need that extra layer to the cake. So far, we're not seeing it from Vortex. Horseman. Remember, this is where you want to play horsemen. When they're scoured, just start using them to raid. It's no longer a secret reveal anymore. So the best thing you can do is cut reinforcements and then come back for the main fight afterwards. I don't think he knows about the second TC. He just thought there's villagers gathering here, so there we go. Dives in, realizes what he's up against, and this is where we should send CCSO, rather just send it. Stockpile the troops and go. Because there is a world in which this second TC gets him big enough, plump enough to overcome the fishing. But it's going to take a very, very long time. Vortex. Aura's at least in. Throwing away that many spears, though, might invite the horseman in. Khan goes down. No attack speed arrow used there, by the way. Only 4 spearmen left over here. The horsemen are coming around the back now. This is going to be a wipe of the army. Vortex, remember, he stopped producing. He stopped sending troops over. Yam will allow him to disengage, but it'll only get him so far here. Arrow Slits is coming in, but by the time it does, your army is basically going to be dead. Spin count down to 2, and I think that's going to be a farewell to every military unit. Vortex now saving up for Castle Age. CSO has got the economy to just send this now. Could play it safe, could go Castle as well, but I think considering the second TC on the board, there's a detail that the Chinese prodigy is going to want to punish. Boot camp also being prepped, so that tells you more. CSO definitely looking to add more to this. Additional spearmen have arrived. Vortex. So this has to be what? Probably. I don't think you go Kurotai here, right? It has to be step readout. Step readout into mass Keshiks. Do you have the food for that? If he loses control of the berry area, no. There's what? I want to say 1,400 food maybe left over. So that is potentially 14 Keshiks. It's a tall order, though. Horseman, wrap around the back. Second Uvu is going to get idled out. Step readout now being built further back. CSO. Don't think you're going to add in Rams here. He might actually just choose to go for the tech as well. It's not a bad matchup for Bastards and Castle Age. Your archers are better. You've got camels to deal with mass Keshiks. And you've just got a raw better economy, right? Ghulams aren't too bad either against a lot of the units you might see the Mongols go. And also, you have the ability to build siege in the field. And because it's step readout, not Kurotai, you don't have to worry about your units just performing worse at all. Ball's going up. It is going to be a tech up then. He puts the ball in Vortex's court and says, make a move. Fishing boat count is through the roof. 18 fishing boats in total. Keshiks now being queued up and upgraded. And a dock attempt here. Wait, what? This is, yeah, I was about to say, this is way too early. There's still an archer ship in the area. Really? I don't think you get this. Or you shouldn't anyway. Not about paying a price. I mean, the archer ship, if it just pulls back, the archers can't even hit it. Oh my god, Vortex. He's got textiles, so maybe he gets this up. No losses at all. I'm impressed. So Vortex in the retreat might lose 1 or 2. He does get the dock online, but I mean, what? Even from an age behind, right? Like, Castle Age isn't a big advantage for dock play, right? Like, there are all these tacks, but they're so expensive. Your opponent can beat you from an age behind if he already has an advantage on water. I mean, you get Springles, sure, but he's not getting Springles as a thing. He's going arrow slits. I hope it's no boats. Like, but Springles don't work. We've seen this on Kawasan. Like, Springles don't move away quick enough, so mass boats just dive them. But it's a war junk with no upgrades. Amy, Bagler, already in position. This is about to go Badler for Mongols. I'm sorry, that was terrible. But not as terrible as what this dock player is going to end up being. Nice pull on the fishing boat as well. First Springle is coming out soon. He needs a demo, though. Is Q behind? Keshiks also do get scouted out, so he knows what the comp is going to be. They're already trying to burn through the walls, but they are not going to be quick enough here. Tech up complete in 20 seconds. So one of the Dows is going to go down. Vortex queuing up the demos now. CSO might benefit from reacting that way in the first place. Just stockpile demos, send them in. But I think he wants resources for on land. Villager did get sniped through the tree line. Looks like Palisades were not good enough protection. We have got crossbows being queued up, so appropriate reaction by CSO. Spearman you'd think would make sense, but it's Castle Age Keshiks. You haven't upgraded the spears even once, and there's so many places to raid. Crossbows can react more accordingly. A lot of gold now being gathered. Demo. Ooh, what? A bold attempt there, but remember, unless you got 2 demos, not worth it. And actually, Vortex, what? Not again. What has happened in this series? The TC's in game number 3. Demos in game 4. So unlike Vortex, but distracted with the dive. A dive that doesn't look like it paid off. Keshiks are still diving. They're forcing some idle time, but the worker kill count is unimpressive for so many Keshiks being killed. Camel Rider's also queued up, and it won't even come out. That's it. Vortex will be in the lower bracket early for El Reinado. And CSO providing a miraculous and glorious upset to show that the aggro of China could be just as good as Europe's. Oh, what a sick set. Well played, Mr. CSO. I did not see that one coming. I think when I talked about it on Saturday, I was expecting probably a 3-2 for Vortex. I thought it was going to be really close, but I thought Vortex maybe still had the edge, especially with the map pool. But really good draft actually coming out from CSO. I think he read Vortex. Vortex just seemed a bit too predictable. That opening Delhi issue really just kind of snowballed it. But can't take anything away from him. So CSO will be matching up against Wham. Ooh. That's kind of cool. I'm excited for that. I think CSO's playstyle could work very well against Wham as well. Wham's a bit more defensive compared to Puppy Paw. CSO's a bit more aggressive. It's funny as well because Puppy Paw's got a matchup against Louis. Wait, so we've got China versus Canada. The Chinese Prodigies versus the Canadian Hope. Oh, sorry, Asia's Prodigies versus NA's Hope. Damn. And then whoever... Ooh, yeah. And then there's like a Vortex and Kyojadi waiting on the lower bracket there. Damn. All right. I think we should check out Anan versus Zeron. Imagine Louis or CSO goes to Spain. Dude, right? So we've got a 50-50 on whether we're going to be interviewing the winner. I mean, actually, so I don't know if Louis speaks much English. CSO, I think, speaks a bit. I think both of them probably speak a bit, but not much, right? Ooh, should we do the Anan versus Zeron series? I think that's a good one to go to next. be the upset of the century? Nah, I think it would actually be good for the scene. There's too many European players. Gotta purge you guys. It's actually very healthy for the scene as a whole to have an NA player or an Asian player go to Spain. That's my take anyway. Likely not going to happen. But realistically, if you look at tournaments, it's Europe. If it's not Marine Lord, it's Beastie. If it's not Marine Lord, Beastie, it's Lucifer of Vortex, right? Like, I think the top 4 players with the most wins in AoE 4 are all European. That's not healthy for a scene, despite what people might think. Okay, so let me get Anatan's data. We always love watching some Anachad. Anatan, who has been being trained by his Sith master, Marine Lord. So I'm actually quite excited for this. God, my throat's a bit weird though. Alright, so let me get their drafts. Let me open that up. So we'll reset score. Stick new draft. Alright, what we got? So let me check the map draft. Oh, for God's sake. It's done that stupid thing with the mods. Which mod am I missing? One sec. I need to force crash my game. I'm missing the RedBull Wololo ER. With all those mods loading, it looks like I put my game in ER. Jesus. Anatan versus you before that. I don't know if you really want me to look at that. I don't think you really, really want me to look at that. Oh, wow. Look. Gully picked Malians, English, and Abbasids. And I'm going to guess he really wanted HRE, but it was banned. I knew Malians would be your first pick, by the way. Like in the series to be drafted. You still play a lot of Malians, right? Alright, let me check the... Where's the RedBull Wololo map? Wait, what do you mean, wait, what? I feel like when I tune in and check a lot of your games, you're playing Malians. Yeah, there we go, yeah. It has to be one of your most played civs now. So we need the RedBull. Oh, it was RBW, right? There we go. That's what we need. Regions. I think we've got everything else. Just do a double check. Well, that doesn't get used anymore, so we don't care. AoE 4 mod labs. Okay. Very official. Four Lakes. Wait, Four Lakes isn't in rotation, right? Socotra is... Damn, we still got some of the old ones. Good old Basin. Good old Basin by Avali. We didn't, like... Wololo Legacy didn't have Cauldron for the main event, right? I don't think it did. I'm trying to remember. It was a long time ago. I think I had it for the road to Wololo, but I don't think it was used in the main event. Wait, what? Roos Garrison DPS is double compared to any other civ. I mean, that's true. I mean, Kremlin did get nerfed, but it's still kind of dumb. I think I said it on the cast on Saturday, right? Like, we're talking about it. I was like, honestly, I think they should just remove all defensive landmarks from the game. I think it's kind of dumb. That's my hot take. There aren't many defensive landmarks that don't feel absurd. And some just don't get picked because the alternative is just flat out broken. Like, Palace of Swab is just flat out broken. But, like, Barbican is too good. Well, sort of. It's too good because you can build both landmarks. It'd be fine if you couldn't, right? But that would take China's identity away. Kremlin is way too good. What other ones have we got? When you get Castle Age, White Tower is way too good. Way too good. I'm trying to think what other ones there are. The Malian Outposts. I mean, you just don't need it. Is the thing with Malians. Because you're going to build, like, javelins anyway, right? Red Palace is insane. Berkshire was insane, but honestly, Wingard is just better. But, you know, even what I would say is even when you have other landmark choices which are better, it doesn't change the fact that, like, defensive landmarks are silly. You guys get what I mean? Like, even though there may be a better choice, the obnoxious style of gameplay that it invites isn't a positive experience in AoE4. That's my take. Even more so when you consider you can repair it with wood. It's like, I have to invest all my pop into trebuchets to take it down, and you just sit there with wood. Right? Your first 1v1 rank game, you got White Tower. Oh, no. Only X1 defense landmark? What do you mean? I just think we should get more creative than here, have a castle. like, am I alone in this? I think it's a very lazy way of, like, designing landmarks. That's my take, anyway. I think it's just, like, there's not much imagination behind making a different castle. At first, you think it's, like, cool imagination, but then you realize, like, even when it has quirks like it double produces or whatever, the core base of it is a defensive landmark. It's a castle, right? Try defending a double White Tower rush. Maybe don't let them... Oh, sorry. Just to confirm, we're saying Castle Age rush. We're not saying that they've rushed your base with White Towers. I just want to confirm that for people in chat that may have misread that at first like I did. I was about to question why you allowed 2 players to walk over to your base on a 2v2 map and drop White Towers. Now I make more sense of it. All right, we just had a crash. I'm going to try again and see if that game is viewable. Because, gonna be real, if you got 2 enemy White Towers in your base, that sounds more like a you problem, right? I'm going to be like the BCQE moment where it's like, if your opponent has 10 great bombards, you've already done something wrong. I don't think they were playing the RedBull Wololo regions by the looks of it, which is a mistake. They're meant to. Or just crash my game. Give me a sec, guys. I'm gonna have to like uninstall a mod, reinstall a mod or something. It's being a bit weird. Oh, stretchy. Maybe I need to remove the old regions, I guess. That might be it. I think we'll do like this series and then maybe we call it today. We'll see. Which is why I want all 3 games. Or 5 games. Actually, I haven't checked how long the series is. We'll do more tomorrow. I like this way because like we don't burn ourselves out doing all of the series at once sort of thing, which is nice. So, let's quickly check. Because we've got an issue with regions. It'd really be a shame if we can't catch game 1. So we unsubscribe to that one. And then I'll bring it full cam quickly. Because it looked like they used the original regions, but when I tried to load it, I had a weird issue with loading it. Kind of weird now that I think about it, that Baltic is in the rank pool, even though it's not in the tournament map pool, right? Like, I'm pretty sure Baltic isn't in Wololo. Okay, so it seems like we're getting a crash no matter what. Let me report that. Not sure why it's causing crashes. In fact, I'll check him in Balon because I think he does them, right? Hey, Emma. So we might... I've got one more idea. If it doesn't work, we're going to have to skip game 1. If I go to my mods... Oh god, I forgot how annoying this is. There we go. So if we trash this... That might work. Might. Hope. Messy modern system. My insanity is Anatan. It's a very manly way of saying Anatan. Usually play French, switch to Roost because I thought that you suck. I tried going 1 TC aggro. Just do 2 TC. Like, you're making your life hard. 2 TC Roost is like broken. It's the freest. Like, I can't think of many civs. There we go. It loaded. We're good to go. I can't think of many civs that get a freer TC than Roost. Like, you get 20% more wood. So, like, collectively, the cost of your TC is kind of discounted by about 10%. You get the safety net of they can't dive you to punish you for going 2 TC. Like, it's a no-brainer, man. Trust me, just do 2 TC. I think 1 TC is more situational and requires a higher level of execution to get right. Why is that spawn? Bloody hell. RedBull, Wololo, El Reinado time, and we have got a team showdown here. It's My Insanity's members, Anan in the north here, Zeron to the south. Byzantine versus Ottomans. Welcome back Day 4 action, folks. We are on regions, not Dry Arabia, a very different map here, in a matchup that defies history. We're in an alternate timeline in the Age of Empires 4 world, where the Byzantine Empire did not fall in 1453. If anything, the Ottomans were on the verge of defeat, because in this particular matchup, they are always getting slapped about. I think the Byzantines must have something like an 80% win rate in pro play when you do Otto versus Biz. In fact, even if I was to look at the ladder right now, I'm going to do it. Let's go conk. Byzantines versus Ottomans. Apparently, Byzantines are at a negative win rate. I don't know what happened there, but I just don't believe it. Wait, why are they a negative? That doesn't seem right. All right. I'm just going to stick to my guns here, guys. For some reason, Byzantines are at a 47.3% win rate in this matchup. But every single time I have watched them in this particular matchup, they don't seem to have a solid answer. They can't play feudal because Byzantines just have more mass early in the feudal. And rushing castle is a really uncomfortable affair. Because if Byzantines rush castle with Merc support as well, they can just Varangian and spam you to death. So I'm curious to see what Zeron's approach is going to be to solve these problems in this game. He did go for the Rax opener, so no military school. He's just trying to pressure the tech up attempt. Unfortunately for him, Anan has what he needs. Gold income was good enough. That's the power, by the way, of the system. I feel really bad for Zeron, because I feel like in some matchups this could work with a full spawn in gold. But the 10% extra gathering rate gives him what he needs, and what in the wild hell am I looking at? Oh, that's kind of crazy, man. Anatan's been practicing the Hippodromes ever since the Horseman buff, and he's going to it in competitive play. I got to give it to him. I watched him do this on the ladder, and he was annihilating people with it. I felt like it was just Anan being able to annihilate anyone, though. So I'm curious to see how good it's going to be here. And sup, Stupak. So you start playing Ottomans. What's the meta right now? The meta is lose your games as Ottomans, actually, for most people. I think it depends on your rank. Like, lower rank players will have a much easier time reaching Castle Age and beyond, which is where you're favored. If you're playing early game, I genuinely think military schools as an opener is overrated. If you're going to go military school, stop running to the enemy gold, run to your deer instead and shove them in. Get safe food and then hunker down. You should be looking for as many ways out into Castle and Beyond as you can in most matchups, and only playing long feudal in matchups where you are forced to play long feudal. And even when you do, Archer Sipahi is the goal, right? Get a few Sipahi together, raid, cut reinforcements, and then eventually get Archer Mass in your favor. But if you have the option, truly with Ottomans, just go Castle and Beyond. Drone built. And hold on a second. There's no possible way he's gonna... He might. Guys, this is kind of wild. So, I don't know if I'd say pro scouts, but I think I highlighted this a while back, that in theory, scout spamming with Hippodrome is kind of crazy. Because, here's the thing. Triumph gives you +4 damage, and scouts have 1 damage. So that is a 500% increase in damage. 500% damage over what you should have. I don't think that's what he's leaning for fully. I would laugh if he was. Pro Scouts is too expensive to me. I just don't think you can. And that's true. It is kind of like a Malian Warrior Scout, and you also have the heal to feel that way. The only reason I don't think you do it, right, is like the issue with that idea early on especially is the tickets supply really slowly. It takes 30 seconds to get 1 second of Triumph, or you have to kill units. I think instead he's just trying to intercept. Oh, what? Zeron tries to run home, but it looks like Anatan sniffed him out. Horseman already coming. That's sick. He went for an outpost rush on the berries, right? But Anatan doesn't care about the berries now. And that's going to be a kill. That's more than enough time to get the kill, even without Triumph, which you do not want to use. Remember, if you have to waste Triumph on this, it's a big loss. And they leave it to the boar. Oh, Anno is styling in this one. So still tiny trade work in the way for Durton. This makes a lot of sense on region in particular because all the gold is situated in the center of the map. So this is safe resources at home. The problem is I feel like whenever you go for Sultani Trade Network, you should basically just be going fast castle. And high-level players have really locked onto this, is that if someone's playing Trade Network, it shouldn't be long feudal. So then they can either try to mirror fast castle or they just all-in you. I think this might be an all-in from Anno, though. It's kind of funny, right? Like, this outpost kind of didn't do anything in the end. Like, you bought the back berries, but now your opponent's going to play forward berries. This outpost would have been a lot better if the system was already in range of it. Because then it's like a waste. But now Anatan can just optimize dropping the second system forward. Horseman now just looking to die out the scout vision. Keep Zeron in his base here. And we have got more spearmen being queued up, which is kind of unfortunate for Zeron, right? Like, you're already counted unit-wise, and now you're playing a longer age. Sipahi seems like it's a win condition, but remember, with the Triumph, if it turns into a big fight, you're going to lose. Right? So the way that you have to play this is you have to bait Triumph out of Anatan and then run away. Even with that in mind, the fact that Anno is now making a 1-1-1 build just makes this so difficult for Zeron. Remember, at this stage, his economy is just worse in every way. Right? Like, he doesn't really have a great eco league because he lost one of his villages. He got a few traders to kind of replace that loss, but it's a landmark choice. He has got the blacksmiths coming in, but no military schools, so no free units. And his opponent is about to get a 14% gathering speed buff on all of his economy. That's before we equate the even bigger buff over here, right? The fact that you're getting 50% of the food you gather as olive oil. I imagine we're going to be looking at Western Contract. It's usually really good against the Ottomans. If you see the Sipahi, you might consider, you know, the thought that if he scales Sipahi and you eventually both go castle, maybe Javs into camels has better value. But I think, you know, Western Contract just hits so hard right now. And it's a great counter later in the game against Janissaries. Horseman does scout out what's happening. Zeron really just sticking it all into the offensive. Anna already in position with some Limitane archers and the horsemen. So really, it's just Zeron kind of revealing what he has and not getting anything for it. Zeron's going to need to get to the meta soon. Might even have to consider using the Vizier point to do so. Like, right now, his army quality is just worse. I think he's worried about the potential for the triumph afterwards. And what? Wait. That wasn't a miss rally from the TC. I don't know what happened there. Zeron doesn't have an eco lead at all. Not even in raw count. It may seem very nitpicky, but one villager at this point in the game, when you're both going all in and feudal, is huge. 2 villager kills. I'm actually quite worried that we're just going to see Ottomans get rolled again. Rarely does this Civ seem to win in competitive play right now. I don't think we're going to see them win on this one. Horseman, now the dive in. Another villager pick. Does at least lose 1 horseman for it, but I think Anatan's happy with that trade at this point. Meta did just come out, and he also scouted it at its inception. So no secret surprise there either for Zerton. Oh my god, he tries to peel. But Anatan, with a sick read, sees it coming a mile off. He splits the other way. Dude, that was so sick. It's small details like this, man. I always love to praise for Anatan. A lot of players would have just walked into that corner and died, but it's the scouting vision, right? Like, that's the really big thing there, is that Anatan kept the scout with the formation to get away. And no, we haven't had Expilatores, because it's not about a dive into mass worker kill here. Anatan, remember, he still hasn't used Triumph. The interesting thing about Triumph, and this is going to sound really weird at first, but just let it take over you like a feeling, a sensation. Sometimes using Triumph is worse than not using Triumph. Actually, a lot of the time, using Triumph is worse than not using Triumph. Because when you have Triumph, it's a nuclear deterrent. Because if your opponent commits into a big fight, and you activate Triumph, they're going to get beaten. So the fact that Anatan hasn't used it is what scares Zeron. Like, if he'd misused it and he was down to 2 seconds, 2 tickets, right? Zeron will look for a fight because he knows that even with Triumph, these horsemen don't do much. But now, with the way it's stockpiling, right? We're approaching, like, what, 26 seconds? That's an entire team fight. That's an entire main fight, right? And because Zeron's got mass archers and spearmen, if that fight happens, he's committed. Look at this, Anatan. Shifting out into the East Berries. Fight's starting to move over there. Looks like we have got a peel of the Sapar here. But the horseman sniffs it out, right? So now he can just mirror react with his own horses. Stone has been bundled up, by the way. I don't think we're going to see some sort of delayed 2TC. It's just he hasn't gone for the third system yet. Realistically, you want it here. This is an insane system placement. Undermesh also being prepped. Anatan getting ready for a big brawl. I do love that from Zeron. He's had this spearman back here the whole time. He's just using them to poke and prod occasionally. It just takes so long to get in position. How does this trend the longer it goes? Well, we have got Expilatores coming in. Now he's got enough horsemen. In theory, Zeron has an opportunity when this gets deep into feudal because of the aura, the vizier points, and the military schools. The problem is there's no military schools. So you haven't got that passive production ramping you. So it actually does favor Byzantine due to the berries. Right? The Lombo mass is going to be huge here. Zeron actually is on the clock. The longer he waits, the worse this gets. If Anatan was in a position where Zeron had 2 military schools, I think he'd have to attack. But it just doesn't exist. Whoa. It looks like Anno wants his resources back. Limitane with Undermesh. You just see how little damage the outpost does here. So removes it from the checkerboard. Zeron now knows about that location. He's looking to flank around. Wolves are going to come in too late here from Anatan. There is a fight looking to be forced on the front side. Does get scouted early. Anno looking to get the troops in position. Second group of Lombos is about to flop out. That's where this starts to get scary. When that Lombo mass is able to scale. No sister nearby means the Sipahi could get a good raid. Not going to be seen early, though. Ano doesn't move away. Quick reaction in the end. Heads over to the TC. So it looks like 2 villagers should be going down here. Actually mitigates it. Almost. Ends up being 2 in the end. Southside, Limitane are baiting the fight. Archer's split on the right side, though. Yeah, it kind of feels like Anatan is sending maybe the wrong units to react to the different things. Right? Frontlining Limitane, not Archers, and then nothing reacting on the backside. Wolves should go up, though, and if it does before Zeron gets out, it might cost Anatan a villager. I'd say it's worth it if you can kill 6 Sipahi at this point, though. It's going to be tight. In the meantime, push on the front. Zeron. Oh, no. Now, the Limitane aren't coming. Wall does go up, but I think Zeron's paranoid. I can't believe that, dude. That is disgusting. The Sipahi are stuck here. And Anatan, instead of coming home, he says, okay, I can go for the main fight because you don't have cavalry. Holds the Limitane in reserve, sends the horseman in. Meta on 1 HP means you now have a huge liability here. And Zeron having to actively produce another. That's 180 resources being burned. Sipahi do raid in again. Anatan needs to send some reinforcing spears up here. I think he's being a little bit too gluttonous about this. At least gets the villagers in this time. Meanwhile, Archers get a trade out on the other side. Nicely done. Lombos make it a double kill on the wood line. Sipahi are now raiding around. Outpost will scout them out. Limitane are now on the way. Now, keep in mind, he does have the Akratoi to tank up against the Sipahi. Meanwhile, on the main, Anatan heading in. Horseman drawing all the fire. That means the Lombos just get to wail away on this. And although you do have the attack speed aura increase, the Lombo damage is huge here. Not targeting down those Sipahi, or the metas rather. Horsemen are going to pull back. We still don't have Triumph being used. So he took Hippodrome. He has Triumph. This is the perfect time to use it, by the way. Finally, he realizes that Anatan activates the win key. Limitane now looking to follow us up. And the Horseman just doing so much more damage, lasting so much longer. I think this is it. This is the break-in, the breakthrough. Zeron cannot do anything. Sipahi are riding home just in time to be stabbed by the Limitane. Lombo Archers should be able to trade out what remains here. The metas are just so far back, he's barely able to keep them in the fight. And this feels like the end of the road in game number 1 for Zeron. Archers may be able to repel wave number 1. But Anatan now queuing up more horsemen behind this. I mean, the economy is the problem now, folks. Zeron has to play out into dangerous territory. Anatan's already claimed the right side, and you're no longer able to get Sipahi. That's the problem. If Zeron could afford Sipahi, this area is a liability. But Anatan just has it for free now. And even with the attack speed aura, he's trading poorly here. GG gets called. Game 1 will go to the favored child of my insanity. Sorry, mister, but you're not even in this one. Oh, strong opening game from Anna. Yeah, it would have been a lot easier to win if he'd just started that fight with Triumph, actually, by the way. Let me name that quickly. Anatan versus Zeron. Teammates have to kill each other in Age of Empires 4, I guess we call that. And then insane bracket T showdown. It's the puns that we live for, guys. The puns. Okay, let's have a look at what we're going to be going to in game number 2, though. Why they nerf Ottomans? They were already so weak. They just buffed them again. They've got an increased production around their military schools. I mean, Ottomans actually do need to be nerfed. They need the early game buffed, and they need the late game hard nerfed. Great Bombards are way too good. They need sheep nerf. Yeah, I think I said about that on the broadcast. They should really change Anatolian Hills to give 2 extra sheep. The only issue is Anatolian Hills is already the go-to in 80% of the games plus, right? It's like, if you make it better again, like, at least this way someone else can change. But, like, hey, sup, Ufasa. Thank you very much, man. Welcome back to Swarm. I think, in general, what they need to actually do with the Ottomans is buff the early game and then hard nerf Great Bombards into the ground. The reality is that the late game is disgusting as all hell. Like, they have one of the best comps in the game. Janissary, Sipahi, Great Bombards is dumb. It covers everything. Right? And like, what are you meant to do? Build Horsemen to deal with the Great Bombards? Die to Janissary. Are you meant to build Spearmen to deal with the Sipahi? Die to Great Bombards and Janissary. Right? Do you build Archers to deal with the Janissary? Die to Mass Sipahi and Great Bombards. It's just too good. Alright, Golden Heights is next. Iabids versus Japanese. This matchup usually favors Iabids, actually. But recently, we've seen some Japanese players pulling out some interesting wins. Most notably was, I think it's Balon versus Dumu. That game was kind of wild with the Desert Raider build, though. What hard set? Just pray. There we go. Balon, just give me a list of instructions to not have my game crash. GG. Early Bombards were crap? What do you mean? What are you on about? I mean, early Great Bombards are fine. I don't know what you're talking about, dude. Great Bombards are Great Bombards. They're only crap if you run them into a bad position. But that's the thing. When you get to the late game as Ottomans, your opponent kind of has to be the one attacking because you can just sit still. Right? Like, you just chill and make them come to you. I do think Japanese are overrated on this map, by the way. Like, you know how easy it is to counter Japanese on this map, right, chat? You go pond, they go fast feudal, and you just build an outpost. Shinobi just lose to an outpost. It's actually depressing to watch. I've seen it so many times. All right, let's get ready for this one. So just double checking message. Whew. Time for more games. Oh, flip that around. Sorry, Zeron, you got to work harder for a point, buddy. Hop, hot. Welcome to game number 2 of the Mind Sanity Showdown. Anan in the blue on the Japanese going up against his teammate Zeron. The red is the Iabids. Iabids versus Japanese. This is a matchup that might actually get us deeper into a balanced series because Iabids are meant to be quite favored here. That being said, we have seen a few recent builds involving mass-mounted samurai and Onimusha that have been kind of smushing the Iabids. Most notably, I just mentioned there was one on land between Dumu. I can't remember which player it was. I think it was Balon. But kind of different beasts here. We'll see how it plays out. It is a different map style as well. Usually that's just on land maps. This is a water map, a hybrid map. We have got to play for water. And check this. Shiv's out. Zeron will get the dock up first, but it might cost him a villager here. Pulls away just in the right time. Okay, so Anan's now going to dock next to him, right? Yeah, he's ego-challing. A little bit further down. Scout will surely not get the skill. Yeah, so this is interesting. Both sides have an advantage going water. For Zeron, it's going to be the cheaper docks. And for Anan, it's going to be the cheaper fishing boats. Love that detail, by the way. Notice Anan goes to attack the other villager. Because otherwise, Zeron's going to stay here, potentially wall this in, or more threateningly, build additional docks, which you can easily afford as the Iabids. And this should be your standard kind of Koka Township play, right, from the Japanese. Whenever it's a water map, they go to it by default. I think there is some situations where it's overrated. This is one where it's kind of fair, because your opponent is on the pond as well. You want to make sure you get a free win here to escalate your economy, because the real win condition for the Japanese is get out of feudal fast and get into castle quick. Looking at the spawns as well. Fort spawning goals towards each other's base is going to be really cool to witness here. I think there's a lot of kind of aggro potential. Zeron should be going, what, advancement wing? Yep. You have to go advancement, because if you don't get the boat advantage out. This is a good blocker to Koka. I'm wondering, actually, if Anan scouts this, knows this, I think it makes a lot more sense to actually just go Kura Storehouse. To be honest, both of the Japanese landmarks in Feudal are kind of underwhelming. But I don't really see Shinobi getting a grand deal of value here. He's going to go for it anyway. If Zeron does not outpost his forward here, it might be a good play. Because remember, like, you can still come in with Shinobi and stab villagers, right? And right now, Zeron doesn't have anything to protect because he went advancement. So, initial arch ship out. I'm going to stick on the 2x speed for the early game here. Going to do the new strat, sabotage the main TC. Wow, he must really want to lose the game. Guys, like, no, stop. Who has been feeding this idea of sabotaging the TC to all of you? Why? It's so expensive for you, not for the enemy. Oh, first 3 Shinobi's going to come out. He can still sneak in to deny the dock for a bit, and that might give him an edge to get on the water. And here you go. Where does Anan send that Shinobi? To the water, because Anan likes to win games. Yeah, it just doesn't work. So what people don't realize is although they did buff the time it takes to sabotage, Shunshin is still like, what, this distance? Right? So look at the range of the TC. If you Shunshin from here, you'd end up here. If there's any villages near the TC and they garrison, you're going to just die before you sabotage. Even if there's not, you're going to die after you sabotage. Right? And what's more valuable? A unit like this left raiding and forcing idle time? Or dying to kill 1.5 villagers? And by the way, remember, it's not kill. At least when a knight kills 2 villagers and dies to a TC, which is considered a bad trade, by the way, it is able to get those kills, and that's resources lost. But what you're doing with Shinobi is you're not actually killing, you're disabling. So what has value, the reality is you're not costing your opponent 75 food as well, you're just denying 1.5 villagers. It does not work? Yeah, I don't think it's going to ever work. Like, it just makes more sense to go for this as well. Realistically, the fishing boats are more dangerous. And good dodge outs. And what the hell was that aim, mate? Alright, we found the Stormtrooper in the neighborhood. I can't believe that archer ship missed every single shot, but that's where we be. This is interesting, though. So what? Anatan's goal, then, is to deny the dock by killing it. He basically can't get on water now, because it's so hard with a Springle ship and an archer ship here. But he just kind of has to ratatouille his way in and keep disabling. The problem is his front-leading Shinobi got really heavily injured, so you can't lead with him. Horsemen are now in the way, though, and that could be enough to break this. Horseman's a very expensive investment at this stage, though. I think Anan might be doing his... is he going for his eventual Uma Bannerman build? Anan had this really cool build for land maps where he'd gather stone, get an Uma Bannerman, so basically a Feudal Age Knight, and that would be it. And he'd force spearman reactions. I think that build kind of fell off when people realized that, you know, you want to go Mounted Samurai, so baiting your opponent to counter Samurai, Mounted Samurai doesn't feel great. Horseman is going to try to deny this, but Zeron should be pretty safe in this, man. Like, with the food still working, he should be able to bulk up. Shinobi, in the meantime, did get in again, though. If he gets 2 more burns, I think that's a kill. And you can't run villages out because there's a risk you run into Shinobi. All the while behind this, look at what Anatan's doing. It's Castle Age. BC Testament, with less than 8 villagers under TC, you should be able to idle TC. With like 4 or less, you can actually get the Shinobi out. Yeah, so basically, what you're telling me is you do this against China. And that's it. That's what I just heard. Maybe bury civs like Abbasids and whatnot. And I'm not convinced of it. Like I said, it's very expensive. 120 resources isn't cheap in the other game. Like, think about how often you ask a player, like, you know, a high-level player will tell you, killing 3 villagers and losing a knight doesn't feel very valuable. Because, like, you could do so much more of him another way. I feel like the same with Shinobi. There's probably lower value initial plays that longer term are better off. So I'm getting out of the way, though, guys. And it looks like it's going to be a Rax. This is cool. Remember, on Golden Heights, you spawn really close to each other. There's a short ramp. So he's going to try to flood Samurai. It's very difficult, though, when you consider your opponent has got all this food to work with. or should have all this food to work with, and he's already on his way to castle as well. Growth Wing coming in. Honestly, from this position, if you just start scaling into Camel Lancers, Anan isn't going to open spears. That's just not realistic here, right? One horseman for one Vil is considered good value. I feel like it's a very different style, though, and that I think Shinobi have other utility. Same as Knights. Like, Knights are very good at, like, idle, right? I don't know. I'm not convinced of it. Maybe I'll be impressed and shocked, and I'll eat my words, and I look forward to that happening, because I'd like Shinobi to have more value, but I still think Coca Township is a trash landmark. It feels mandatory, so you can do something on water, but outside that, it just feels like a trash landmark. And look at that. It is actually going to be the Mount Samurai. So Spearmen are going to be prepped to deal with the Camel Lancers that should be coming on the other side. Ibids are reacting spears, which makes sense. We've seen recently Camel Lancers versus Mount Samurai. Like, Mount Samurai can actually perform well, and the Onimusha follow-up makes it really one-sided. So the Spearman at least gives you a quick swatter to that front line to then kind of follow through. In fact, are we going to see an all-inventory build? Like, minus the Horseman detail, we might see Camel Lancers completely ignored. Yeah, dude, it's archers and spears. This is a really different style of Ibids. Meanwhile, relics are now being returned for the Japanese. I'm going to hit the fast forward because I think we're going to have that escalation, that build up. A little bit of poke in the meantime. Mount Samurai are going to move on the tree line. Starts to wallop in. A little bit of a miss micro there. Anan hanging around a bit too long and not getting anything for it. Just losing out. Follow-up Mount Samurai might at least find more value, but doesn't make up for the heavy loss at the beginning there. Zeron, now teched up, can begin to prep the crossbows. Which, once again, not a unit you see very often here. Interesting that he's choosing this as well, considering he sees spears on the Bagisha. Just doesn't seem to trust the spears alone to handle the mounted samurai issue. I'm wondering, are we eventually going to see a sneak out attempt again? I think at this point it's just a bit too difficult. You kind of have to accept the water is going to be what the water is going to be. And that just makes Coca Township feel even worse, right? Now that you're landlocked, you have no value out of that landmark whatsoever. If you at least had Kura Storehouse, you'd have a transition into farms that was always happening. I don't know, man. The more I see these type of water maps, the more I wonder if Kura Storehouse is being slept on. I think a while ago, I remember on Vortex in particular, I saw Dumu do a very interesting Kura Storehouse build that really saved his bacon. Because later in the game, you're definitely going to need it anyway, right? Because it's only, what, 3 deep water fish? That's not going to float you for long. Gisha are massing, by the way. And this was kind of what I was worried about, right? Is I thought Zeron would go archers for this very reason. Because then you at least have an answer to the Bugisha. Mamluk's bravery is going to be important here, by the way. You want to kind of snowball your damage. Mount Samurai have actually broken in again. Bugisha are on the way to follow this up, and I think Zeron just got baited a little. Walls trying to be built, but remember, you can actually stab through the walls. We'll begin it now. It's one villager down. Could easily be a second here. Instead, it's going to be a torch attempt. Yeah, Anan finally realizes missed opportunity there, and beaks up for it. Just about gets the kill. Level 2 melee tech on the way, so these villagers will start to melt even quicker. Like a hot knife through butter here. Anan just making the most of it while the Mount Samurai is still in. But Zeron now still with a 12 eco lead. I'm wondering, does Anan consider a second TC down the line here? Just to keep inflating him. And hello, Freya. Being visited by a baby. Question is Zeron going to be crying like a baby here? Golem reaction's usually bad here. I actually like it. So, Golems suck against Owner Bagisha because you can never force them to fight where you want. But because of the spawn of Golden Heights, it's very condensed. So Golem's actually a really smart choice. I'd say on like a Dry Arabia-esque map, Golems usually feel underwhelming because 1, Bagisha dodged them, and then 2, it allows a Samurai follow-up. But the reason it's really cool here is that you have to go into the choke point either side. You can't rotate 360 around the base on a wide angle, and your opponent isn't coming out for additional resources because he has the fishing. So you actually, yeah, I rate the Golem choice really highly from Zeron. ton now being prepped. Third melee tech as well, so we're pretty hard into this. Monastery has been dropped, but relics aren't being banked just yet. And in fact, we've got Zeron now walling some in and playing into the Dervish. Interesting, he felt he needed the wall. The Springald range wouldn't be good enough to insta-kill the Shinto, right? So Shinto could realistically pick up a relic and walk away. Yeah, considering there's already 2 more relics on the way home, I think this play is a bit too late. This should be a 4-relic game. Son of a Geisha, enough to kind of scare Zeron away here. There's the relic over here, right? That's the only exposed one. The others are now banked in. And I'm pretty sure, yeah, Anatan does see that. So it's going to be a 4 versus 1 relic game. Might actually be 5-5. 5-0, rather. Anatan, wait, this is for the docks, right? That's kind of unhinged. I can't believe that. It is double dock. He needs to know about both of them. But he moves out of position away from the archers here. A little bit of hesitance is setting in, though. Was this all a bait to get Zeron to come out? It's starting to feel like it. Remember, they don't see each other. Love this one Bugisha just off from the mass, just trying to scout ahead. I think Zeron's in a really precarious situation where he needs to read he's being baited. Like, if you come out, that's how you lose the game right now. You kind of just have to camp uncomfortably against the Japanese here. Because Bugisha should just annihilate you, and I love the Onimusha follow-up now. Finally, we're getting the archers. This is what I want to see a lot early from Zeron. It just makes a lot of sense, right? Like, potentially Spim are going to be coming because your opponent might think Camel Lancers. Then there's also the Onimusha, which get countered by it. I think he just kind of hopped ahead of the composition, right? And looked for a counter to Samurai when they weren't coming. So really, I think you praise Anatan for a very smart pivot. Walling attempt. Not going to work out here. Vision being denied on the map, so Zeron feeling like a fairly blind boy. Dervish is now moving around for that 1 relic. The other 2 waiting to be banked. Anatan a little bit distracted with the dive right now, though. Kind sir, please. Please, sir. Hopefully he realizes soon. That's actually a lot of gold he's burning. 160 gold per minute. With this comp, you notice the difference. Nice raid here. Onimusha. See an opportunity. And I think, wait, is that a chop through the wall? It is. So there's even easier dive to be had there. Zeron at least notices early. Does break away, but it comes at a cost here. His eco lead pretty much all gone. And his army completely out of position. He has to pull all the way back home because Anatan already had a second wave of Bugisha waiting. Dive now coming in. Villagers are not going to even try to get in the outposts. This is a tug and pull. This is so vexing, man. Like, Anatan, despite the fact he lost on the fishing front, has formulated a strategy that is very frustrating for Zeron to deal with. He doesn't have enough troops to split between the 2 locations right now. So he kind of has to do this dance back and forth and hope to catch Anatan overextending on 1. And overextend he will. Not respecting the Springals coming out. I think Anatan needs to calm down. This started off as a really cool play, but the counter is now in. And Bugisha will start to commit to the clash. So we have got Mountain Samurais being queued up again. It's going to be a pushback. Behind this, no second TC, by the way. Anatan is still just 1. And for the love of God, please. Wait. So this guy moved even further away. Oh, this hurts me so deeply. I mean, it's what would give Anatan the eco lead, really. With an extension, Zeron. Where's your front line, bud? Oh, I think he misread this. You've got to respect the Japanese Zerg. We'll start step away with the remaining crossbows, but he's going to lose everything else. Onobagi should peel off to hunt that as well. What the hell is that for? Like, why do they keep stuttering? Ladies, please. Well, wait. Guys. That gap is still open. I don't think Anatan realizes it yet. But that might hurt Zeron. Second TC is now coming in, by the way. Anatan still refusing to mirror this. Instead, he's prepping the siege. You ever get that feeling we're going to the late game, guys? Do you ever get that feeling that Zeron's going to come in a second, remind me of how low his average game length is? It's happening. Oh, Anan ignores the wall breakthrough again up here. This would have been a freebie. Mount Samurai were starting to move automatically. Walls broke once more. Zeron. He's got a decent number of range units. That can be his advantage. It's kind of the thing that actually Japanese are allergic to. They mass melee units, so diving choke points is difficult. Even more difficult when you kind of idle the Onimusha in the back, but works out when Gullums just keep coming out. Yeah, it kind of feels like you're getting a better trade than you should, actually. These guys should have to dive with you. Looks like Zeron does clear up the front line well enough. Back out we go. At some point, Anatan's just got to admit 2TC makes sense, right? I mean, I don't think he's there yet, though, right? Like, he has mangoes that should be on the way. It's just, weirdly enough, he sent them on the east side. What? That has to be a miss rally. I guess maybe this was his way of hitting the gold, but surely if you just take the main fight, you wipe the crossbows and go in. Anan choosing to do things the hard way here. The reason why the mango goes over here is like there's no quick answer from Zeron. He can't build siege while he's being attacked, right? So if you time the mango with the dive in, you can just kill out the crossbows. Did I kill the dogs? Oh, I think he could have just went for the main. If the mango had been on the left side there, I think he could just dive it. I think the other problem is Anan doesn't know about the second TC at all, right? That's a big problem and a big question mark. If he did, he would have went second TC by now. Yeah, Anan is hard starting to run out of food. There's not much left on the map here. He's got the boar over here. Berries in the corner. And then you have to somehow take food from your opponent. This is the weakness of doing Onabagisha, even more so when you do Koka Township. You just don't have food to keep pumping. We have got a Steel Tower being prepped, so I'm wondering if we've got to switch up. Trebs are being released. So Anatan's POV is that if he just takes the gold away, he wins this game, which kind of makes sense. Gullum's crossbows, siege, like all these things, everything IB want to do, it's gold-based. It's interesting between Abbasids and Ibids because with the Abbasids, I'd say they're more of a food and wood civ, but Ibids are most definitely a food and gold civ. The spearmen you don't really care for, right? You don't want to be massing archers, usually past castle. Your hand cannoneers and Gullums are insane when Mamluk's bravery is the biggest detail. So it's really important you always have that gold trending towards you. So we have got the wall up, so a little bit of a no man's land on the west side as everything is shifting towards those gold veins we just mentioned. So that might try to creep out for that treb kill. It's kind of annoying to break this position because it's only wood to repair, right? And also potato aim to guarantee it doesn't take much. Unless Anan wants to commit to like 4 trebs, it's not really going to be that scary for Zeron. I think I'm going to hit the fast forward because I think we've reached a stalemate point. Anan is finally going for the second TC. He's quite far behind though. And the wall's going up. Reminder, we're definitely not getting a long game here, guys. Nope, he'd never do that to... Maybe he uses this to attack. He's moving out in the center now. And sees the enemy has an army and leaves. This is not ending before Imperial. I'm almost certain now. Sorry, I'm almost certain now. I've done it again. Wait, what is that backstab? Anan reaches in. Unfortunately, Zeron is able to get the body blocks the last second there. Keeps the Springles alive. Or does he? It's coming at a price. Look at the Onabagisha. Mincemeats him. Gullums are getting the double strike, plus the Mamluk's bravery, so a good contest here. But a lot of crossbows gone. Zeron has no anti-armor anymore. Anan will look to back away after that trade. Still feels like it kind of favors Zeron, right? Like his food is just much better. But it's something that'll make him think twice about coming out, and that's important because right now, Anan needs to complete the farm transition. And I think he will be shoguning this particular TC. This is pretty good for Anno, though. This is the food that was missing for that Bugisha spam to keep coming. And although Zeron does have fishing, he is eventually going to want to add in farms. Yeah, it looks like we've got a few coming through. Only 5 so far. Who does this favor in Imp? I feel like if you've got enough gold, Mamluk's Bravery with the Golems and Hand Cannoneers should make it better for the Iobids, but I just... There's how it should end and how it actually ends. Like, Japanese with mass Samurai and, Hand Cannoneers being pumped for free out of Tanegashima is scary. I think also, potentially, there's something to just getting your hands on Reboldequins. If your opponent's going to mass Golems, Reboldequins are insane. It's like, he's starting to find the confidence to come out here. And stand a little bit weak right now. Remember, that farm transition comes at a cost. Should be enough to hold this back, especially the way that Zeron's done this. He didn't send the entire army in. Mountain Samurai. I love that Anan keeps trying to come from this angle. A little bit of an Age of Springwood experience there, though. Trebs. Nice denial on the outpost. Yeah, Zeron's going for a Sacred Site victory here. Keep drop down the way. West side isn't what I'd call truly secure, though. This may feel a little bit premature, but the real reason he wants this keep here is the gold, more than anything else. Unfortunately, right now, attack orders overwhelmed, so a little bit delayed on his timing. We'll begin now, though. Hit the speed up a bit again. Anan shouldn't really be making a move too quickly here. He doesn't know about the keep. He'll react to the ram. But I think this is going to be secure on the gold, and Zeron is going to be taking us into the Imperial Age. It feels inevitable at this stage. The resources are starting to stockpile up, right? This is not going to be Advanced Wing. You've already done that. I think you go Desert Raiders. 7 Military Wing Desert Raiders is pretty insane at this stage. Adabegs can also be really good on Golems because they already have such high base health. But it's very difficult to resist Miliwing. I'm going to just say it, actually. Trade Wing Bazaar is kind of wild here. It's a max distance trade post. You have map control in that area. And you get, I think it's 8 traders at this stage, right? So you can inflate very quickly. And that would alleviate the need to control central gold all the time. Then again, like in this particular matchup, both sides need a lot of gold. So I think Zeron's goal is going to be to lock in on the gold anyway. So basically, all that talk just to come back to the fact it's going to be military wing reinforcement. All right, speed up again. Anan, Stonewall's coming up. He's going into the tech up as well. It's hunker down mode, right? Like, you don't have enough food yet to dive the enemy. It's just not cost efficient. Tech up triggered. There you go. Military Wing Desert Raiders on the way. So remember, that works out, I think it's 640 resources for free a minute. Because remember, you get 1,280 resources worth of units every 2 minutes. Not a bad deal. Desert Raiders do scale pretty well. Golden Ages are also going to enable them as the game goes on. Like, if we ever reach Tier 5, we never do in these IBIT games, but should you get there, a 20% increase on the attack speed is pretty nuts. There we go, Tanegashima Gunsmith coming in. Very defensive in location. I think it's just he wants the other resources, he doesn't care about wood. And this is what I was talking about, where like you get all these free gunners, your opponent's going to have to pay for them. Also, you're just up before him. Guys, please, like, this one spot could have changed everything at so many stages in the game. Like, imagine if you break through this wall by walking through, because I'm pretty sure it's still open, and your opponent doesn't know until you're on the farms, right? The amount of eco you could kill here. Still going to kill a bunch, though. Remember, Elite Owner Bagisha Tech already came in courtesy of the Yoroshiro drop. Golem should be able to clear this up. There's going to be some chip damage done, though. For some reason, Shinto is partying on the edge. I mean, what was that? Don't jump! Shoots him. Oh, thank God. I thought you were going to jump and I wasn't going to get credit for the kill. 6-site win condition now being targeted. Zeron goes to the recap on the west side. Anan pivots the entire Imperial Japanese army, though. And they are going to be backed up by the powerful Foot Samurai. No Unitex yet, but that's to be expected. It takes a little bit of time to unlock those. No doubt about it. Oda Tactics is high value here, though. Extra health, extra damage on all those infantry. Has to be the #1 priority. Love that we've got a few Ozutsu coming through as well. Let's keep I don't think this even goes up. Villagers have to run away, and I think you have to cancel this right now. Like, don't even hang around for a second. Zeron admits that it's not going to work. So Sacred Site win condition, not achievable right now. He goes for the dive down the center. The stone walls are coming up, though, just in the nick of time. Crossbows trying to get in range. I just don't think there's going to be a quick enough kill here. Final piece. The A-clicks work against him. The walls are up. And the knights are in. Anan with the Imperial Age Elite Mounted Samurai, something you just never see. You very rarely get to see these guys in gold because at this point in the game, it's meant to be about Samurai, but with the break around, the wrap around here, there's a lot of opportunities to now exploit the economy. And the follow-up could be even stronger here. Anan sending in the Samurai and the Onabigisha as well. Uzutsu also here. Meanwhile, Mangoes are going to have a hard time breaking through this wall quick enough. Anan, a bit of a panic reaction. Treb's left to deal with it, but that means it's going to stay up. He needs to get back home, guys. Zeron's lost so much economy here. Anan now with the eco lead. Desert Raiders just get mince-meated, so 3 units, cool, but you want them to do more than just die. And in fact, right now, he's pop-locked. He can't get more out. Wait, is he really going for the landmark victory? This feels premature. Anan, maybe just trying to bait his opponent home. Boiling Oil is going to help on the defense. Oda tactics now in the way. Final melee tech as well, not to mention the extra melee defense. He sees what this is turning into. It's a Golem game. So he wants to be the ultimate Schmeagle and protect his boys. Protect his preciouses, because right now these Samurai are everything. Remember, you are Iobid, so you get elite army tactics very quickly once you trigger the tech. 50% quicker, so only a minute, not a minute and 30 like most civs. These small split-off groups, these splinter groups from Anan, though, it's very smart. Unfortunately for him, the gold is being harvested in the center, right? And right now, you're trying to brute force the main. It kind of feels like you've got the wrong game to be doing this with. Wrong map, actually, I'd say. Like, most maps, this would make sense because you expect farms here, but with fishing on the side of Zerton, the fact all the gold's in the center, this is where you need to be hitting. All of a sudden, Zerton actually has an opportunity to attack. I think he needs to at this stage. You stalemate this again. I think there is enough gold for Anan to just keep doing this meat grinder. Realistically, you have to play soon for some sort of gold control, but if it's mainly just Onabigisha or Samurai, you can afford it with the Yorishiro switched over to Forges and the 4 relics. And he makes his move. Bombard. Arriving in the center here. Meanwhile, Golems, 26 of them over here. Makes it very difficult to contest in the center. Bombard now in, castle to be dropped. Chemistry also now being prepped. In fact, ticket-wise, we've got 10 stockpiled up. This could be big. Chemistry will affect the bombards, but 10 hand cannoneers is nothing to turn your nose up at either. I actually think Iobid late game is a little bit slept on, actually, for Blob. They have a very powerful play around mass Gulems, mass hand cannoneers. Mamluk's bravery is wild. Remember, it gives you 25% more damage. Hand cannoneers and Gulems have some of the highest stats for that to take advantage of. The problem is, to do that, you need so much gold. It reminds me of Order the Dragon with mass hand cannoneer men-at-arms, where you need 75% of the gold to do it. These are bad trades right now for Zeron. He just doesn't have the numbers together, right? He's still got Gulems on the other side. He has at least broken through the wall, but I don't think he realized. No, he just saw it. So he was going for a base trade there. He didn't know about this stone wall. He wasted time. Time he does not have. Look at it. It's not actually even going to be hand cannons. It's Masazutsu. A bit surprising. Would love to see the Yumi now come from Anan as well. Remember that Yumi Bannerman does buff up the Ozutsu. But I guess the logic here is by going Ozutsu, you have better range than hand cannoneers, so you don't have to trade. It should be a one-sided affair. Frontline is about to flop in a second. So it needs to be in melee mode, because if you're not in melee mode, you're doing nothing to these Ozutsu. I can't believe this, man. It's been a long time since I've seen Mass Ozutsu. But it's tearing him a new one, and this hand cannoneer switch is going to suffer as well, right? Like, the issue for Zeron here is the range difference. You can get sniped by these Izutsu, you can get kited by them. If the Gulam can make it better for him though. Line formation. It's going to be a back away. Zeron gets the stay of execution. New wave of Gulams are on the way. Still has plenty of gold to keep this trucking. Food is becoming a problem though. The difference definitely matters here when you're both trying to get a front line together. Zutsu. I agree. I'm not the biggest fan of them in general because the biggest issue with Zutsu is they're meant to be broken because they have splash damage, but their splash damage is very bugged. Like 80%, 90% of the time it just doesn't work. It's also terrible against Siege because the issue with it against Siege is your range damage. You're not Siege. So you lose 10 damage on your 34 shot into a Springald. You lose 30 damage on your 34 shot into a Manjanique. Yeah, this unit was once upon a time a problem, but its issue was short-lived. It got nerfed pretty hard. Nano, now prepping Horsemen, which is very surprising against Gulam hand cannoneers. Is he going to go for a landmark snipe? I think that's the versatility you get, because other than that, Horsemen don't make a great deal of sense here. Right, Samurai should be able to trade well against Gulams, and then I still think the hand cannoneers the Japanese could have made sense. Because although Mamluk's bravery is really annoying, the Yumi Bannerman kind of balances it out. Back behind the walls and a slowdown from Zeron. I really hope he looks to stick it here and send it. If he sticks on the Sacred Site instead and camps for that win condition, I think you're kind of just giving Anatan too much time. We can see he's in the middle of transition. This is info we have that Zeron doesn't. And what the I can't believe that's coming out. Siege Carpentry. I mean, you got the resources, you might as well get it right. Siege Carpentry, to me, is just completely underwhelming. The idea of 20 melee armor and 5 fire armor, it just rarely ever matters. The issue is, it's not a buff you can activate at any time, right? It happens as soon as the unit spawns or is built. If, instead, it was a 1 use per siege, and you could choose when to use it, that's when it would be a pretty broken tech. In its current state, it's a pile of trash. But the thing is, you never see Siege Carpentry used because it doesn't have long enough to look like it's being used, right? Because it's 10 seconds. This ram's going to come out. For 10 seconds, it's going to have all that melee armor. How much distance can you cover in 10 seconds with a ram? Hi, Freya. Mummy shouldn't let you in here when you're completely soaking wet. Bye-bye. Yeah, just my daughter coming in completely soaked because I think she was in the pool. Luckily, she did not touch the PC or all the other things that can't get wet. It's a good thing you bring it around to water, right? Because this water isn't really doing enough for Zeron anymore. He needs more and more farms. He's got a lot that are still unoccupied on the backside. Sacred Site win condition has been activated again, but we are just under 9 minutes away. Nano's hand yet to reveal the Horseman mass. Horseman and Samurai here is kind of bonkers. Oh wait, we didn't catch the ram because it's pop blocked. We cannot see how pointless Siege Carpentry is. What a shame. Wall boost broke. Wait. Anatan broke that wall. What? Wait, is he paying him in? No. No way this works. He's missing 10 of his frontline Gulams. It might actually work. He's going in. Horseman. Staggered formation, get in. They go for the back. And the follow-up wave's on the way. The Samurai can clear up the Gulams. Meanwhile, the Horsemen clear up the hand cannoneers. Even in a choke point, he doesn't have enough to hold. It's all gone. Zeron loses the main army, loses all of the siege mass. The Gulams at least dive in on the farms, but it doesn't matter. The Shogunate pushes them away. What a timing and what a move out of Anatan. Down to 84 eco, but it's all going into military. Rohirrim's ride deeper. Finally, we can see that ram. Oh, wow-wee. Look at all that beautiful integrity. Oh, sorry, they did change it. It's a one-time use now. Apologies, they did change it. So it's no longer... It used to be on spawn, right? Now you activate the ability on it, I think. still, I think it's too late to matter. I mean, the armor's going to be nice against the samurai trying to kill you. The problem is the aggro always prioritizes other units over rams. Anan, what a timing attack here. Zeron now being shuttered on the center. Hankan near mass is at least going to survive this wave. But Anan, insane economy. The fact that he's at 83 eco and he still has almost 3,000 food. The Horseman buff was too much. This might be the first game where Horsemen look like they're busted from it. In fact, guys, think about this entire series so far. Game 1 was the Hippodrome play. Horsemen dominating. Game 2 is a late game surge of Horsemen to dominate. Anan is the My Little Pony master. He's the stable hand, the stable boy. This might actually end up being a series dictated by Horsemen. It may have been a small range increase, but apparently Anan had just built different with them. With center map control lost, we have to consider the reality of certain situation. Gold is how you keep this comp going, and gold is something he no longer has. No trade has been set up. The gold veins remaining are now in the purview of Anan, and he is putting them to good use. What timing, and what is switch up force now, right? Like, he's done with Horsemen. They've done what they needed to. He understands now that hand cannoneers is not sustainable for Zeron. And because Zeron's now built spears, the perfect answer is just to pump non-stop samurai. Meanwhile, the remaining horsemen are just going to keep on raiding. Zeron. Oh, God. That's the worst possible thing you can see happening right now. This is... Thank God he can't. Okay, I'm glad he can't. There's too many spears, right? Obviously, he can't see what we can see what's coming. But it would have killed him. It might still. 30 hand cannoneers really is his last stand force. He's down to 180 gold a minute. That's the Sacred Site and one relic. And Zutsu now march in. They've got the Yumi Bannerman this time. Hand cannoneers clumped up and distracted on the side. Samurai numbers are out of control. They simply seem to just be too high. He splits them up, holds the west, holds the east. And now he can push on through. Hand cannoneer count already down to 2/3 of what it was, soon to be half. This is it. This game is done. There's no coming back. Zeron has no gold in the bank, no hope at all. A series that right now is being dominated by the newly buffed Horsemen. Yeah, that's the title. Thank you very much, Fat Blarp. Oh my God. I was going to call it Teammates Have to Kill Each Other, but... Horseman buff is overpowered. There we go. The classic. Everyone loves that one. New Horseman buff dominates Pro Series. There we go. We'll see. I might have to change that. We'll see if it holds up. All right. So. Oh, whoopsie. You guys can see this. Come back to my face. Get a second point on the board. Freya, no. Go to mummy. I don't know what you got there. Is that a berry or something? Emma, did you give her food? She's found something. 1 second. Emma's not paying any attention. She's got some sort of berry, Emma. Okay, you did give it to her. Have to check. I was sitting there, I was like, I don't think my garden has any poisonous berries, but I don't know. Scout charge really screws Malians? Nah, it's fine. Alright. Map 3 is going to be Holy Island. England versus Zeron? Sorry, England versus Zhuji. We have seen a few people trying to make English work recently. So far, I haven't been overwhelmingly convinced that it does work. Maybe Zeron can find a way to paint the picture, though. I mean, he kind of has to, right? You don't want to find yourself down the lower bracket this early. If he does, he'll have to face off against, what, Voldemort, and then either Anatan again or Luciferon, you know, potentially. Rough position to find yourself in either way. I don't know. I still don't like that the bracket doesn't flip. The bracket should 100% flip. You shouldn't have the potential situation where you're eliminated by the same player twice. All right, let's find out, though, if it is going to be... Let's find out if it is going to be a clean sweep, because we've got the dominant Zhuji in the hands of Anatan on Holy Island. In fact, this man might be the best Zhuji Holy Island player. He was the first switched onto it in the meta, and he has been a setter ever since. On the other side, his teammate Zertin makes his potential last stand in the upper bracket of RedBull, Wololo, El Reinado. The English, an OG potent pick, one that has been garnering extra support again here. Can it get him back into this series? Find out. So English is a very interesting pick on this map. The logic behind it making a resurgence is very early Admiralty tech that is able to kind of shutter the fights on water, because you can basically just kite your opponent and never be in range while trading. The reality of this matchup, though, is usually will still have a much quicker tech timing, a much quicker hit timing, and they should have a better economy courtesy of the broken meditation garden placements, one of which I can already see right here. This is dirty. 48 food, 50 gold, 25 stone. Exactly the balance that you'd be looking for. The only risk is if Zeron does a counter hall build. I think counter hall builds can make a lot of sense on this particular map. 5 longbows can do a lot of damage against a Zhuji economy, especially considering the reaction of Chuganu is countered. If you guys remember, in the early days of English versus Zhuji on land, it was very quickly discovered that it was Zhuji's hardest matchup entirely. I'm wondering, is there anywhere else you could drop this? Ooh, you might be able to get double gold, double stone. You have a lot of food. I think the gold's just out of range, though. There we go. Yeah, right next to the gold. Sometimes, I swear, the spawns... I mean, Anatan... Is Adney secretly his dad? That's what I'm wondering. Because this is an insane spawn to get as Zhuji. Right next to your starting gold as well, right? So you don't lose any idle time of walking across the map like some players would have to. This was perfect. And this is exactly why Zhuji looks broken on this map. And instead of it being the Lombo build that some people have been returning to, it looks like Zeron is going to go for the good old king. That might be a problem. Good old king here. I mean, realistically, you can just get an outpost up on the forward gold in the back and protect. Weirdly enough, Anatan went horseman. What? Now, we've been on 2x speed to see these openings. This is actually wild. Anatan is getting it together for a land assault. Horseman and Chuganu is wild. One of them, yes, but this timing is kind of unheard of for Zhuji. It does mean he's more exposed on water, but I don't think he cares. He just feels like he can get a dominant win on the land, and it kind of makes sense when you think about it. It's forward spawning gold. On top of that, keep in mind, if you play a long naval engagement, if your opponent gets any small edge and gets Admiralty, it's already a loss for you. So I think it's better to do what he's doing here, do some land damage, and potentially come in with a demo pump to reset water. Because that's what the Zhuji do best. Out of all the boats you can build, getting the explosive ships together is one of their strongest plays. Outpost of this revealed. Scout. Gonna reveal the trouble coming. King is going to ride out. He needs to rally his troops together here. If they stand together, the king should struggle against this. And yeah, that should be enough to scare him away. And if you're wondering, why did Anatan build horsemen instead of spears? Because you're against English. It's very, very easy for English to then justify going into lombos. And lombos would not only counter your spears, they'd also counter your Chuganu. So by having horsemen, you're kind of keeping Zeron away from lombos if he ever plays land. And you can see it. He has to go stables instead. Water side, though, Anatan has forfeited a lot for this. Kashimos are in trouble. And that micro, are you kidding me? It's not going to be able to protect them, though. He should really be garrisoning, and he sinks too here. Zeron getting more than he ever really should. Nah, I think that was a bit of a whiff there. Anan definitely a miss micro on the fishing boats. Still being punished for it. Land is still a push, but without a ram, this is very difficult to now breach. He's going to try to catch Zeron not looking, but quick on the fingers. An ambitious dive at that, actually. The first wave between them is going to have 36 damage, right? You're not likely to get 2 waves in range of the villager. So you do 36 damage to a villager, it then just gets pulled back to the Abbey of Kings. I don't think this works right now. Anan needs something else. Yeah. He'd have to catch Zeron sleeping. Wait, what? Huh? I don't think Anan realizes he's in range right now. What's he distracted by? Was he scanning around and that was the detail that kind of drew his attention off? He's getting a lot more horsemen together here. This is a very big commitment on land. So he just turned this into a horseman ego chow. Now, if Zeron can skirt, he'll win. But the issue with Zeron skirting and staying away from them long enough to keep going back and heal is the king is the slow component, right? Scout actually making them even slower. So the horseman can just keep gap closing. I kind of love the fact he's going off the king instead of the pony, instead of the scout. Because if the scout dies, the king's got a better chance of getting away. I think Anan has a really delicate balance here. You need to make sure the Chiganu numbers are still going up. Because if you get enough Chiganu together, the horsemen just die. So he needs to make sure he's got Steeled Arrow as well as a priority, and it looks like that is now getting queued up. Almost feels like Zeron needs to be a bit more aggressive on water. Because the way things are trending, he's going to lose on land. So you either go and attack the wood line with your horsemen, or you attack on water to force a reaction. But sitting and chilling, I think, is the way you lose this game. So I'd love to see this now. Horseman raid, now on the way. I'm really hoping it's not to kill the docks, because that's going to be slow. The problem is, look at the vision. Yeah, he is going for it. Well, you get a villager kill, it's not too bad, right? But I do wonder if there would have been more value skirting in towards the base and then hitting this. Now he's going to try it, but after being in range of the docks, this should be a wall reaction by Anno. Meanwhile, dive in the main. Oh my god, he went for it. The outpost wasn't able to protect here. Heads to the backside. Horseman going deep. Hasn't got undermesh though, so they do die quickly to the CC. Villagers, I don't know what's happening here. Zeron! Oh my god, he thought he could walk over to the Abbey of Kings and get healed. He didn't think the dive was going to go this deep. Army is on the way home to try and punish this, but the damage really already being done. Villagers running away from safety. Hoping the horsemen will be able to protect them, but I'm not convinced. Formation shuffles just to try and stay away from it. Anan just trying to stick to the targets. Villagers are going to start attempting to attack here, but that's going to be 2 more villagers going down. And the damage really is adding up here. Idle time alone would have been bad, but the fact he's now 5 eco down, and Anan still has a standing army on land, is concerning. And Waterside able to hold as well. Zeron did try to offense on 2 locations at once. It just didn't work out. Horsemen are very tanky here. It seems like he's wasting a lot of time on the other cavalry, and it means he just lost his mass. This is ridiculous. I can't believe this, man. Is this one... So is this the trend continuing? Would I say this one is Horseman as well, or would I say it's Chiganu? I mean, it's kind of a mix, but the Horsemen have been very important, yes. You have to wonder... You know, you go back just a week before the patch, that Villager Shuffle probably would have worked against the Horsemen. Their pathing would have broke them, right? So I actually think the Horseman buff has done something here. He got a lot more kills than he would have just 1 week ago. Horseman even finding the villagers on the south side. This entire series has been a My Little Pony fantasy. Anan was getting a bit greedy there. Did not kill the low HP villager. Was trying to get a secondary. Will be pushed away. But there's just no pressure coming in on water. Anan has just turned this more and more into a land grab game. Chiganu are building up at home to defend. And it can't be a dive in here. It's kind of crazy that Anan is winning this when you consider that the heal factor for Zeron should give him a huge overwhelming edge, but it's the way that Anan is choosing the fights, picking the fights. He's not letting Zeron get away if he commits. Right? He's making sure he takes something for it. I'm wondering if he's going to try to take water soon. That usually would be the play in this position, right? Like, prep 6 demos and send it. But instead, Anan is turning this into a good old Chuga Nu mass. The dirty style of Zhuji in Chinese. Does the +1 range help explosive ships for English? No, because the devs are not masochists. They're not sadistic. They're not insane. You need to get incendiary tech for that. Admiralty only affects range. God, can you imagine if it worked on that? You'd basically get the old school demo ships only for English. And Anan, he made that demo pump switch. Well, movement coming in now. Admiralty just got tapped by Zeron. It's not in just yet. Needs a few more seconds. Meantime, Horseman Raid is going to hit into the eco. Anan, slow with the reaction, needs to pull away, but he's distracted on the water. Demos on both sides. Anan doesn't look, but Zeron does. Heavy hit to the fleet. Anan going to keep diving, though. I think he needs to get out of here. He got outplayed. Zeron, what a move here. If he can just get the king out now, it'll be worth it. Body blocks are coming in. Horsemen are outnumbering the English, and Chuga Nu are now arriving. So the king should be going down. Zeron needs to push the water. This is his time to shine. Anan, a complete misstep and a blunder. Right now, Navy advantage lies with the English, but land advantage with the Zhuji. And Anan will not rest on his laurels. He looks to make the move. Fishing about to be idled out. Demos moving in. Wait, what? Okay, I was questioning that for a second. 4 archer ships. There's no way you walk away from it. Kills off the double demo. Spiral count still has an edge here for certain. In fact, Anan has gone pretty heavily into junk ships. So I'm going to send it pretty heavily into the enemy base here. So there's a little raid. Chuga Nu could probably reach in and actually have sniped those villagers, but a little bit too distracted right now. Undermesh is finally coming through. I cannot believe the amount of dives Anan has done. Undermesh only just arrived, but don't worry, guys. You don't need to build rams. You've already got them. So stupid. 750 HP structures don't last long against this. Horseman raid now on the way to follow up. In the meantime, Anan has rebolstered the fleet to defend and scare away his opponent. An overextension from Anno, though. He's losing track, man. I mean, this is the thing about Anan. If it turns into a double-ditched effort, I think he suffers a lot. But the thing that Anan does so well is he drags it to land like this. He's making this all about the Chuga Nu, not about the boats. That's why Zeron is starting to struggle here. Another good trade out. Sends the army in, gets several villager kills. Takes some troops with him. Waterside. Looks like it was a bite back. Zeron oversteps to the Hulks and limps away with them barely alive. In fact, Zeron may have overinvested in the men-at-arms here. At the price of his fleet, he does have Admiralty, though, right? So that's something Anan needs to respect. And I think that's why you want to make this even more about land now. And he's going to. We've got Palace Guard. This is wild. Mass men-at-arms versus mass Palace Guard and Feudal. This is a matchup you actually never see. Because remember, whenever it's English versus Chuga Nu, Zhuji on land rather, it's all about Lombos versus Chuga Nu. Right? And Palace Guard doesn't really change that Lombo detail because it's so hard to scale Palace Guard early. Preliminary now also being prepped. Has Spearman being added in as well? I mean, it makes sense, right? Like, this is probably one of the very few games you'll ever see of English where they do not build Lombos, even though so much of the attention is on land. Almost feels like whichever player makes an attack on the other's boats loses the land fight, right? Actually feels like they lose the sea fight as well, right? How often have we seen players not pay attention to their boats and lose them to easy demos? A sloppy affair between the My Insanity members. So Zeron is going to attempt that raid again. This time the army is at home to react, though. So actually, Zeron, if he sends those horsemen in, He doesn't have much of a land force to defend with. Fishing, starting to get poked at. Just in time to try and push it back. Zeron has got the numbers on the sea, though. He's going in for the dive. Archer ship. Not able to get the trade out. Demo's going to have to throw their lives away to get the counter detonation. Defender's advantage should be a thing here. The naval arrow slits is definitely helping out. Zeron can't chill here for long. He needs to go for the fishing now. Meanwhile, land is a success. Anan slowing the reaction. The horseman. Now the auto aggro in. The Throne ships are holding on by the skin of their teeth here. Anan has got that healing factor. Has got more ships coming. This should be enough to push Zeron away. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't able to kill off the fishing. Anan hit it in the corner. And this is getting uncomfortable, man. Like, this type of dive, this is why Zhuji are so broken on water on Holy Island. You're diving triple naval arrow slits defenses. It's costing him so much. And now landside. It's going to be a landslide. Anan marches forward with the infantry. Zeron, only men-at-arms to defend here. The demo pump is coming. In the meantime, he's going to be throwing away a lot of fleet here. It's going to be a dive pass. He might be able to find the fishing if he can. This will balance things out somewhat, but even with that in mind, it's currently a 16 eco lead for Anan. The fishing isn't everything in this game, folks. The land damage is what has mattered so much here. The land damage is adding up more. Another villager pick. I'm just trying to defend. Weird path then coming out for that second villager. Front lines are going to start spreading out. Palace Guard and Spears can easily overwhelm this, though, and the king can't even hold it. Everyone has to garrison inside the TC. Gold now being denied means that Zeron cannot go for a cast stage play. He cannot get many more demos. It's 6 and then done. Water might be done. Anan has lost it. But can he win it on land? Because remember, folks, these numbers are deceptive. If you think about what's really happening here on the count, Zeron only has a military force on land of 15. All of that from Anan is land. I can't believe this. If he does this, I mean, you have to hit fast here, right? You've got limited food on land to work with. But he keeps the pressure going. Choke points are a hold for the time being. TC now getting idled out. Anan making this as uncomfortable as possible. Mass Palace Guard is coming. Not just that. There's the possibility that he does back off and go for a cast stage timing. Instead, it's going to be a dive onto the tree line. Not enough room to keep all villagers safe here. Zeron not even reacting right now. Finally seeks shelter. But more eco being lost. King does flop dead in the meantime, and the surge continues. Anan now just pumping Palace Guard only. If he does this, last of the docks is about to go down. But right now, keep in mind Zeron is almost kind of at cap on where he wants to be on fishing, right? Like maybe you could add in another 5 or 10. That still doesn't balance out to what you usually have on land. This is getting so messy, so scrappy. And the problem for Zeron right now, he's got all the food in the world. He's got so much wood as well, but there's no gold. In a weird way, this works because Anan is stopping him from getting the one resource that would give him options. Right now, he cannot spam Palace Guard, Men-at-Arms rather than Palace Guard. He cannot tech up. He can barely afford a new king. I know. He's going to go for a temp reset here. Zeron queuing up more horsemen doesn't solve this problem. Palace Guard are still happy with that trade. Getting them all together. Anan realizes the trickle of troops may be costing him. But the bulk of troops could be Zeron's undoing. I think he actually needs a marketplace here. Yeah, he's got one. So I think you just sell some of this wood. You need food and gold right now. But you might not have time. Anan is doing it. It's Shaolin Monastery. Palace Guard upgrade will come in 30 seconds. In fact, with the supervision, could be even quicker here. I don't think Zeron was ready for this. I can't believe the way that Anan threw away the water. And yet, still, I'm looking at this game and I feel like he's favored here. I'm going to find out. Palace Guard upgrade just got supervised in. These are now cast-lage units. They do not care about the TC. They do not care about the boy arms. They definitely don't care about horsemen. And Zeron has no tech up on the way. Anatan. Anna rising. 19 pass guard head into the fold. And they will not give up until they get the surrender. Zeron trying to hold back the wave. He doesn't have the melee armor either, though, so these men-at-arms are not going to be able to stand their ground for very long. King already goes down. Villagers idled off the gold in the meantime. And Anatan, the numbers continue to swell. He's got the deer in the center. He's got the berries. He's got everything he needs to keep Zeron pinned in his base. Front line is about to fall. That's it. I don't think Zeron can do this anymore. He's down to 7 men-at-arms. He's got, what, 20 villagers garrisoned. Anything else is free game here. And behind this, Anatan can easily now look for the relics. And Zeron can look to the lower bracket to try and figure out what's next, because Anatan has well and truly spanked his teammate. But it's not enough for Anatan to be the best 3D clan member. He has to join My Insanity and now challenge that title. We'll have to see if he's ever able to truly claim it if Mr. comes back. But for now, this is My Insanity's best representation in Age of Empires 4. And an appropriate clan to join as well, because this man drives you insane with games like this. What a chat, dude. Crazy game, crazy series. Unbelievable. What a crazy one. I think I might pile that together. It's like a what? I think that was about an hour and 15-minute series. God damn. Mr. Anatan is just built diff. I said we might call it after that one. Like what? I've got an hour until food. We've been live 5 hours. We are going to be live tomorrow. I think we maybe call it, because we've got plenty of other series we can cast tomorrow. So you guys should definitely tune in. I'll be live about midday tomorrow. But looking at the list, we've still got so many series we're going to be casting here over the next few days. So we've got Wham versus Cat that I need to check out. We're going to be looking in at Lucifron versus Voldemar. There is going to be some lower bracket ones that I want to check out. So I think we're going to look in, like Voldy versus Zeron. I think Vortex versus Cat was cast, so we weren't checking that. And I believe Corvus versus Dumu was. But there's also still... Was Beastie versus Corv cast? Yeah, it was. Okay. And sorry, Dumu versus Corvus... Yeah, it was cast. But there's still like 4 or 5 series to cast, so I think we'll check in on them tomorrow, guys. And then later in the week, we'll dial back and see if some of the earlier series are still available. Things like Balon versus Mu comes to mind. Voldemar versus Dragavan. There's Anatan versus Gully Deckle. Zeron versus Myriad. We'll try to catch them all. But what I'm going to do now, guys, I'm going to find someone to raid. On the YouTube side, thank you for tuning in, guys. Make sure you're following across on the Twitch side as well. Make sure you follow and check in on both. And I'll be live tomorrow, UK time,